Good morning and a warm welcome to the final day of Virtual Drupa 2021, the world's leading trade fair for print and print technologies. My name is Tanya Higgins and it's my pleasure to guide you through the conference program here on Stream 1.
And my name is Chris Brow, and I will guide you through Stream 2 here during Virtual Drupa. We'll be streaming and broadcasting live from the Messe Düsseldorf from our wonderful studio here in English, once again until 6 p.m., bringing you all the latest developments from the print industry in panel discussions, presentations, and exciting interviews.
As Chris just said, we are actually in the Messe Düsseldorf and it is so strangely quiet for this time of year, both here at the Messe and also in the whole city of Düsseldorf. It's quiet. We really miss you guys, the visitors. You know, Drupa usually has 250,000 visitors from all over the world and also over 1,800 exhibitors and journalists, and you're all missing here in Düsseldorf.
For sure. And you're actually from Munich, right? So how often have you been to Düsseldorf?
I've been here loads of times. I love coming to Düsseldorf. The Rhine is so beautiful at this time of the year. Everything is blossoming.
So you know how it normally is.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. It really is a great place to be, usually during Drupa, but nevertheless, the show must go on. And I have to say, Messe Düsseldorf and our partners really have made a huge effort to bring you this great content and so to say, a direct line to the relevant players in the print market. And it's great to see that the print industry is alive and well, and particularly important during the Corona crisis, obviously, for the production of food and medicine packaging and to spread important information.
And today it's UNESCO World Book Day, so a whole day commemorating the print and print industry. And of course, digital transformation is vital, but I was talking to Sabine Gelderman, the director of Drupa this morning, and we were saying how because of the Corona pandemic, kids are really stuck to their laptops and they've got online learning here through their schools, but kids really need that physical contact with books and print. It helps them to learn better, apparently.
I'm a big fan of physical books, though, also. You reading anything at the moment?
I am. I'm reading The Body by Bill Bryson. What are you reading, Chris?
I'm reading a book called Empty Hearts by Julie Tse. Nevertheless, once again, physical books are great, but moving from physical books to physical presence, your physical presence once again here in Düsseldorf is truly being missed. And Virtual Drupa has attracted a lot of interest from Drupa fans all over the world. We've had over 500,000 page clicks so far this week, and we are delighted to have over 20,000 registered visitors from 155 countries, 212 exhibitors, facts and figures, and I could go on and on and on. But now it's time for a quick note from our sponsors, Platinum, Gold, and Silver. Starting off with our Platinum event partner, Leonhard Kurz.
And the Gold event partners, DuPont.
And Electronics for Imaging.
Eastman Kodak Company.
Komori Corporation.
And Silver event partners, Bluecrest Incorporated.
Cloud Lab Sales and Management.
Fujifilm Corporation.
Hybrid Software.
Koenig und Bauer.
Mimaki Europe.
OQ Chemicals.
And Xicon Manufacturing.
Drupa is really very international, as you can just see from that list of event partners for Virtual Drupa. Our exhibitors are from Germany, followed closely by China, US, Switzerland, and Italy, and further afield. And you, the viewers, are also very international. 80% of you come from outside of Germany and all corners of the world.
And it doesn't matter where you're from, we'd like to invite you all to explore the Virtual Drupa site. I mean, there's so much to experience. On the one side, we have the conference area where we are right now, where we will be streaming, so to say, Stream 1 and Stream 2. This is the conference area. We've had a busy week so far with over 130 presentations. And remember, you can ask our speakers questions directly after their sessions. Make use of this. Just type your questions into the chat function.
And going back to our wonderful exhibitors, do check the exhibition space. They've been in there since 8 o'clock this morning, so they're working harder than we are here in the conference area, Chris. And they'll also be there until about 7 o'clock this evening. So check out the program in the live web sessions over in the exhibition space.
And in the networking plaza, you will be able to join virtual meeting rooms. This will be available for you until Tuesday next week, the 27th of April. And another thing I'd like to highlight, our matchmaking tool. Make use of this to contact our exhibitors and generate leads. This tool will be available for you until October this year.
Here in the conference area, again, we will have 2 parallel streams. In my stream, stream 1, the theme today is artificial intelligence. What's going on in your stream, Chris?
Today, we will be featuring the topic of platform economy. And don't worry about missing a session, either in stream 1 or 2. All streams, all sessions are available on demand in our video library on the virtual Drupal website.
Now, it was only possible to put together this fantastic conference program thanks to our Drupal event partners like the VDMA, and the special forums will be once again part of the conference with the Drupal Cube, Drupal Next Age, Touchpoint, Textile, Packaging, and 3D Fab and Print, which I just love the sound of. And we will have about 20 minutes for each of the presentations and 5 breaks during the day. But now, it's time for our keynote, isn't it, Chris?
That almost sounded like a rap you were going there for. Nice, Tanya. So many hidden talents, this lady.
We'll build up to the end of the day, Chris.
Yes, you're right. We're going to start it off with our keynote. Super excited for this topic, the AI opportunity, a dawn of a new age for you with the right AI schematic. And this is all about AI, obviously, and we want to let you fly around a virtual facility to simulate where and how AI can help change the economics of your business. And our next speaker, for more than 25 years, has focused on building world-class leading-edge digital experiences. On the one side, he's a co-author of the Wall Street Journal best-selling book, on digital transformation, The Digital Helix. He is also the host and creator of the Future in Focus Forbes podcast about the world 10 years from now. He is also a top 10 global AI and digital transformation influencer. And the statement from him is, digital transformation isn't a choice, it's an imperative. Only 28% of leaders are succeeding at. We're super happy to have him here with us. Here is Michael Gale. Michael, you with us this morning? Good morning.
I am. What an introduction that is. I call you from the West Coast, so that's a hell of a way to be ready and available for the next 40 minutes or so.
We're super excited to hear what you have to say. Once again, great to have you on the show. You already started off on Monday with a keynote. You're going to close the bracket again now. Once again, AI, obviously your topic. But I was just talking to you before. We're talking a bit about the podcast you do. And so many interesting topics. We could talk about that maybe later on in the Q&A, but this is something I'd really like to highlight, maybe also once again for our viewers and visitors. This is something they should really check out. But first, the AI opportunity. We're excited to hear what you have to say.
Team, thank you. Everybody, I'm really excited about this discussion. And by discussion, I really mean bring the questions, because we're going to look at about 10, 12 years of research experience. But I think we'll actually give you a very precise map for how to make this real. And I'll make one very first statement. AI isn't just for the biggest, most well-capitalized companies in the world. In fact, AI's capacity to induce change is going to work for any size of organization. So look, we're going to live in a circular economy. If you're in the meeting on Monday, I talked a lot about this sort of Tesla example, where the company, the product you have, the customer that works with that product are going to be in constant connection. I don't mean once a month, once a quarter, maybe occasionally every day when they call, but on a constant basis. Virtually every product that we will either put print, packaging, componentry around will live in the circular economy, where constant flow of data, small amounts that may look like noise, but really valuable information, is actually being passed between the company, the product, and the customer. And I think there's an important element to think about here. You will not be able to escape this. I mean, even by 2022, is what we call the edge, sort of far edge on the cloud, is going to basically collect about 50% of all enterprise data. And by enterprise data, I don't mean the biggest companies in the world. I mean, literally anything that's a business will basically be computing, calibrating that data on the edge, whether or not it's packaging that's being transported, it's data that you're collecting in an environment that that's happening so fast that when you start calculating how big the impact of this AI economy will be, I just want you to take a second and sort of look at the statistic. Over 70% of all the growth in global GDP, that's across 170 plus countries, is going to be driven by robotics, AI, and the sort of machine economy that you saw in the previous slide. That means between now and 2030, basically, any new dollar you get, there's about a 70% chance that dollar will be driven by robotics, AI, or this machine economy. What we did before may well continue, but the backbone of what it looks like, how it works, how it's accumulating its power is going to come from a lot of AI, a lot of automation, a lot of this machine economy. So the reality is we sort of have no choice but to get into this. And look, it's horribly complicated. I'm not going to suggest at any level there are single levels of interaction here. You know, there's visual AI that can be used in customer engagement, but literally on packaging. It could be used in predictive analysis, where I do or don't look on a shelf, for example. It could certainly be used for security software, quite obviously, facial recognition. It can actually be used for process automation. Somebody's hand moves to the right or somebody's hand moves to the left, a machine will be encouraged to go, well, after a right hand move, you should expect a left hand move, and maybe a machine moves in a certain direction. Process automation can be driven, frankly, by machine learning, deep intelligence, or natural language. But the essence of this all is a very simple truth. And what you can find when you look at the book, The Digital Helix, it's the #1 selling book on digital transformation of the world. You have available as many digital copies as you want for you and your colleagues. It's some very basic truths about what it takes to be successful. Chris talked about that 28% versus what it's like to be struggling with all the right intent and winning, irrelevant of the size of organization you're in. And in fact, before you even start on this journey, there's a really simple self-audit you should do. And I'd recommend this just from experience. If you can spend 10, 15, 20 minutes really understanding the DNA of your organization, and there's 21 questions, you're going to know very quickly, and happily send the free analysis, how successful you're going to be at this. It's easy to buy bits of software that can do AI for you, but buying the technology is not a guarantee of success. In fact, even if you get into the technology, there's only really about a 15% chance of success. It's very, very low. So what I would suggest you do is fill in this survey. You'll see it on the address to the right. It's a simple press a PDF button, print it off, frankly, it looks really cool printed, and then actually email it straight back, and we'll get one of the team to get with you and give you an analysis of where you are and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things maybe you need to focus on to be successful. So before we start the journey of what that schematic looks like, I just want to emphasize again, and I'll say it a couple of other times, you've got to work out your DNA. You have to work out where you are. You can't spend 5, 10 minutes answering those questions. It's going to be really difficult spending weeks, months, maybe years installing these technology ideas to make them work for you, irrelevant of your size. But that economy, that sort of AI-driven economy, is here to stay. You can download a copy of the book on the website, as many as you want. That's the password, Digital DNA. It's an instant load. There's actually an audible version of the book as well available just to listen to. So we just try and clean your minds of that sort of basic setup. And really, let's talk about, I think, what the essence of this journey is. 10 questions. As you experience today, and as maybe as you reflect on the preceding days, I'd like you to sort of sit there and think hard about what it is for you to be successful using any of these forms of AI, hopefully all of them, going forward. There'll be a lot of vendors that will talk to you about the AI they put into their product, the AI they put into their service, or frankly, the AI you can buy from them or use from them. But you've got to answer these questions honestly about yourself before you go there. So first question, what's the immediate value you can get in the first 90 days? If you cannot get value in the first 90 days, it's too complicated, it's irrelevant for you, or you're not ready for it. Because it's just data, right? You're just literally dealing with data. You should be able to extract value very, very quickly. If you can't think of a way of extracting value in those first 90 days, it's going to be really difficult to do it in day 100, day 200, day 300. Very important to understand that. We've also got to think about, if I buy this, if I buy into this idea of a data-rich AI world, how much is it going to change the way we think about our business? If it's just a little gap filler, it's not really going to make the sort of dramatic effects that we've seen elsewhere. You have to think about what the power of AI is for you to change this process. Now, clearly, whiteboarding is difficult. You can't be in the office, but you should, on the back of an envelope, piece of paper, on a Zoom meeting with your colleagues, just to be able to map out what those possibilities are, what you might stop doing, what you might start doing you've never done before, what you might do differently, and actually what you might continue doing, just do more of in that process. Third thing, you've got to find wins. One of the challenges with AI we found, and we still find this in really complex industries like aerospace and defense or energy, or actually in marketing services, you've got to be able to articulate wins across teams, because AI is not a singular activity. What you might use in the schematic of a factory when we fly over it still requires multiple people to buy in, multiple people to help in that process. So think about 5 key wins that your peers will be bought in by and will generate deeper commitment. It's not just a press button environment. It really involves a fairly significant shift in how you think and work. So you've got the success in the first 90 days. You've brought people into the process. You know what's going to make it work better. Now you've got to start thinking about scalability, because AI is about getting extraordinary levels of return. Some work we did with IBM Watson a while ago actually said that 15% of companies are picking up 65% of the value of AI in their business because they're understanding the experiment, they've got the buy-in, and they get how to scale. So you've got to be able to think about what will it take to get massive scale, new skills, new infrastructure, new sensors, new 5G networks, whatever it is, but think about that scaling process as we go forward. Where do you start? Where do you converge knowledge and technology together? As you've walked around, I think, the event virtually in the last few days, you'll recognize this isn't, again, you pull it off the shelf and you buy it. You have to think about, what do I need to change in terms of what I understand about my business to make this technology work well? When I say improve performance by 200%, that's actually a minimum. We've seen situations where performance is improved in the thousands of percent very quickly because people were able to converge knowledge and technology. So as you think through these first 5 questions, think about simple answers on the back of an envelope. Don't just try and go for a short environment. Go big, go wide. Look at this sort of 270-degree view of the possibilities. So if you're putting sensors, for example, on your production environment, how could that sensor information change the way you sell or market, or actually the type of skills you need from people that have to work on that production process? You've got to think about this being able to help you optimize, modernize, and transform. It should be able to do all these things because it's revolutionary if it's put into the right situation. And on the back of an envelope, sounds crazy, right? Draw the journey. What will your materials look like if you do it this way? What sort of customers you're going to be able to get you hadn't had before? Where would your margin structures go? That understanding of what the journey is like, it's like discovering gold, but you won't know it's gold until you can understand where it can fit in to that journey for you. So the last 2 questions. You've got to start somewhere. You can't do it all in one go. Although we know the most successful organizations do a lot of the forms of this: natural language, visual, AI, machine learning, or the sort of automation process. You have to start somewhere. Once you've decided what that first step is, think about your second, your third, and then actually how you bring it all together. Because it's when you bring it all together and you've gone through that experimental sort of compass phase, the more successful you're going to be. Imagine measures that have value, not just measures of it's 10 times better or it's 5 times more effective, but what is it that's 10 times better? What is it that's 5 times more effective? Because what you're looking for is a simple proposition. And you should always ask this of any supplier you work with, trying to sell you product that's been built through AI, services that may be offering you, is the value they're going to give you going to exceed the sum of all the parts necessary for putting it together? And that value exceeding the sum of all parts is a really big deal in this situation, because without it, to be honest with you, it's really, really difficult to be successful. You have to set yourself up to say it's 1 + 1 = 5, not it's 1 + 1 = 2 1/4. Think about how these components get put together. So look, you're going to see a lot of data with AI that you have never seen before. There'll be noise, there'll be signals, all right? And what you've got to be open to understanding is what those signals may look like that you may never have seen before, that either never were analyzed, may never have been formed properly, but could suddenly tell you things that could make a difference. I used an example earlier in the week of a company called USAA, which is a very famous insurance company in the US, that they actually realized they should start using weather data, not just to predict what could happen in the insurance situation, a tornado or a bad weather condition, but to send that information directly to the customers before something happened, so that they could warn a customer about a potential weather situation. But more importantly, if there had been a weather situation, they would be the first people to reach out to that customer in that situation. Not wait for the customer to get back to them, they would reach out. And they did it by using AI's analytic capability against large swaths of insurance claims when they realized that bad weather induced obviously accidents or damage to property. And then within an hour, people would call them and ask for help. So they got hold of people earlier, they could keep a much higher satisfaction score in that process. So just think about our print and sort of packaging industries. Imagine being able to understand from a packaging situation, not just when products were delivered at a customer site in particular packaging, but what particular time of day they were delivered, more importantly, how quickly the packages were opened, whether or not the inside of the package that was surrounding got a very good satisfaction score from the other vendor, what happened to that packaging afterwards. There are lots of ways of doing this using AI now that can reveal a lot of noise, I will admit that, but can also reveal some incredibly important signals for you to make money and process on. And look, this is not easy, all right? And this looks like one of those Scalextric slot car racetracks, but you've got to be able to glue these processes together. Because if you want to be a digitally transformed organization, the 28% of all of them in the world that have garnered over 70% of all the return dollars, it's a pretty high ratio, right? You've got to be able to glue processes together. Any vendor you talk with, any technology you're trying to deploy, can't be deployed in isolation. It's part of a wider process you're going to go through. And as I said before, look, it's all data. Don't be confused by that, whether or not it's visual, whether or not it's machine learning, automation, analytic delivery in any graphical form, it's just data. And in fact, what I give you is a very simple set of rules to the right before we look at the schematics that we've got as an example that will let you sort of, I think, illustrate, understand what best to do. Look at how other people do things. We'll happily supply as many examples for free as people would like to see. Build a hypothesis. You can't use AI in any format unless you understand what it's being designed for. You can't automate things if you don't know what you're trying to automate. You've got to build a capture system for data, whether or not it's visual, whether or not it's a pure numeric delivery. But if you don't know how to capture the information, it's incredibly difficult to be successful. The example I just gave about packaging and whether or not you would actually want to understand when the package was opened, whether or not you'd want to understand if the organization that received the package or the individual that received the package was healthy, requires a capture system. If you can't put the capture system in place for that data, it's hypothetical. You really want to see, for example, how sensors are affecting the quality of production as you run an automated factory line at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. You've got to make sure those sensors are able to pick up that data with the right angle on the right part of the production line in a way that can feed data back that you've built a hypothesis to, maybe when the production line is not functioning properly or maybe overheating. But you have to have the sensors, you have to have the hypothesis, and you've got to look at how other people might be doing it, because it's very easy to get so laser focused you can't see the bigger system. You got to experiment. AI is about experimentation. In fact, it's probably more about experimentation than success. All the organizations we talk to that have been able to use AI effectively spend 85% of the time in an experimental phase, not 85% of their time in a run, repeat phase. It's a very experimental mentality. That's how you teach machines, is you give them a lot of situations to learn from, not just one that they repeat, but thousands they're constantly testing. hypothesis on. And it's a learning environment too. You're going to constantly learn as you inject new variables or pull variables out about what works and what happens. And the last statement I give you, after you've looked at other things, you've built a hypothesis, you've built a capture system, you've experimented, you've done a design analysis, and you've learned, you're going to start all over again. You literally are going to start all over again. So when you think about the Tesla car and the circular economy, they're constantly learning as they go along what works, what doesn't. Forget the complexity of the worlds we live in. So what I'm going to show you now, this is sort of animated schematic of factories for real examples. It's designed to open your mind to how to apply these rules in the situation that you're in. So, talked about sensors and visual recognition. It's very clear that visual AI, this ability to recognize patterns in machines or human motion, is unbelievably powerful. If you think about production line capability, automation is without doubt the #1 outcome that most people are looking for in AI. And often it is literally looking at patterns, machine parts, moving componentry, and trying to understand how those machine parts and moving components could work better, more efficiently, or frankly, radically differently. Visual AI is a very good way when we're all back into physical environments of checking people's reactions. If everybody's aggregating in a stadium to one place, you can visually see that, you're going to understand there's something good or bad you have to deal with. But again, it's all data. It's all data built on a hypothesis. It's all data that you have to constantly test and experiment with. And it's all data that you have to go back to the next day and start learning and experimenting again. So take a sort of simple walk through a process. As I said, something could be in a buy or sold situation in a retail environment. That data, that information could well be passed back through the cloud to the far right. It may well be assessed on a website at a particular time based on where somebody's touching or looking at the website, or the time of the day that somebody comes in to a retail store and actually buys something. It's the interaction between the gentleman on the effective the website, the lady in the store, the rep, the cloud, that can drive unbelievable sense of knowledge about how much has to be produced that week, that month, today to deliver value. Ability to interact, sets of simple data, some of which could be visual, can make a huge difference in that situation. So think about these schematics as how you're connecting a retail environment straight to the product and packaging environment that you may be working in. It's a big deal. So think about the second one. Natural language AI within 4 years from now will be a $42 billion business. Now, whether or not you use that in chatbots, whether or not you use it in actually noise recognition of a machine maybe going wrong, a high-pitched squeal somewhere, or possibly the sound of somebody actually breaking in, frankly, those are areas where AI will be unbelievably powerful, that 24/7 attendant on your chatbot environment that can pick up language or question process and feed those systems and ideas back into sales and marketing. The ability to pick up sound and tonality in a customer service environment are vital. And by the way, that's not just for the really biggest companies. Every organization is going to have a sense of elevated customer service in an environment where we are all still maybe working somewhat remote. We can't all man stations 24/7. So having the ability to pick up on natural language and tone, and be able to program through what those possibilities are, may actually save you, may create vastly more money than you've ever seen before. And there are plenty of easily publicly available algorithms, AI tools you can plug into your website, you can plug into your backends that allow you to be 24/7 active, and more importantly, active using natural language. Not only send us a text and we'll be back to you tomorrow, the day after, but you can interact live with a computer system that can basically talk to a customer and probably cover 80–90% of those needs in a very short time. And they can either talk into a system, maybe a cell phone, they could actually type it in possibly, or they can just talk into a computer and do it. Language is going to become the new keyboard of the future. We talk to our computers, we talk to our cars, we talk to our cell phones. That's the new interface you should use. As much as you're using a website, as much as the fact you're using a cell phone for interaction, your ability to impose or use natural language and audio AI into that is going to be a big deal for any size of organization. You can see small applets available on Google Store. You can see it on Amazon or an Amazon Web Services store. But this idea that language can give you a 24/7 coverage, can teach you things about interactions, is a great place to start for many organizations. So look, just think about it here, right? You could use it for chatbots. In fact, what's remarkable is that we believe that chatbots will probably save about $8 billion a year. And by enterprises, we mean any company size by 2026. We also know that about 73 job categories, as a piece of research from Harvard Business Review, about 51 of those are going to be affected by the idea of natural language, written and spoken, right? So there won't be a job, there won't be a role, there won't be a size of company that won't be using some form of natural language, audio AI, in some of its forms of interaction. It could be fraud detection, it can be customer service interaction, it could be those interactions then going back into the production line. Hey, we've had complaints today, 50 of them about this particular product, and that the packaging is very irritating because you can't undo the cellophane or the tape on it. The system will say, hey, maybe we need to change this. So there's capacity to understand the service and support and chatbots, and also frankly on websites, we're seeing an increasing use of chatbots to help people, as well as maybe things like, edges of fraud detection, multilingual customer service, and also sort of insights that would help certain jobs you have is really where I think this could be one of the very best first places to go. So think about self-monitoring, predictive layout optimization. Think about how customer management and frankly, even marketing systems, what we call from 30 clicks to one, are going to be an inevitability. The ability to customize a website based on AI algorithms is unbelievably easy. Business we work with literally has 500 specific account pages. Anytime somebody turns up to those pages, the IP address, you can actually deliver specific content based on machine learning on the website. That technology costs less than $5,000. That's something that if you're getting traffic, people can self-actualize faster and quicker than ever before. The ability to look at layout optimization for card or material that you're having to cut in custom packages allows you to calculate on the fly the right place to cut, the right place to glue, what your literally trigonometry of the material is that you have to use. That could be a vital part of margin control over time. And I think the other thing when you think about this is all heavily connected, right? As I said, this ability to understand when a machine may break down for you. Very important, because if you can get to the machine before it breaks down, history shows that it's 10 times cheaper to repair and replace parts than trying to do it when the machine's actually down. Understanding how to manage your customer marketing systems from what I call 30 clicks down to one is absolutely essential. Again, what we've learned very quickly is that AI should give you enormous leaps forward if it's used with purpose in particular situations. That 30 clicks to one is redefining marketing for many organizations. You're a small vendor in this environment, you clearly have to use some sort of a web environment, whether or not it's for ordering or maybe just packaging of your brand. That's a key part of it. If you're in that sort of manufacturing process, you should be thinking about how to use AI to manage self-monitoring and actually give you information on predictive maintenance. The machines you work with are as precious as airplanes. Airplanes use AI to build algorithms that will say you have a part problem here, you're going to have to resolve it in X thousand miles. You should have all your equipment with self-monitoring and predictive nature in it. And this stuff is not that expensive. The one thing to recognize with AI is the technology itself is not expensive. The challenge comes in the design, the implementation, the analytics of it, because that's really where the power of that particular environment really is. So just think of the schematic from 30 clicks to one, from predictive maintenance that tells you when to put things into place before they break, and for algorithms that allow you to work out material usage, what I might call layer optimization. These are very simple applets you can purchase, as I said, from a range of places, but you've got to have the time to do the analytics, the guy to the left. So look, let me give you a couple of final backends to this, all right? Think about what basically is what I call intelligence issues. How can I let you in and out? How can I get you an ability to have an automated replenishment model between you and suppliers, your own sort of Amazon Prime? But also more importantly, when you think about this, is how do you get the stuff to all work together? AI will let you reimagine your business at any level. You just got to decide where you want it to reimagine as much as possible. If you can get it correct that way, you will be amazed at the magnitude
This is
of
a
gift you
preview
get.
of what does Synthesia video would look like. Make you own by clicking the Create Your AI Video button. This is a preview of what does Synthesia video would look like. Make you
Imagine being able to have a marketing, a communication system that could actually interact directly with a customer. That's $4,000 or $5,000 investment. So look, go and fill this out, send it back to us, no cost. We'll give you what the answers are, where you need to focus. But let's take some questions. I think, Chris, it'd be great if we have a few minutes to talk over any inputs or thoughts people have actually given us.
Yes, thank you very much, Michael Gale. And first of all, once again, thank you very much for this super interesting presentation. We have a few questions here. This is our call to action to our viewers. Also, once again, this is your chance. Do it now. Okay, we're not. It's not going to get any more live than this for another uncertain period of time. So make use of this opportunity. Now. First question, if you were leading a small print business, how would you apply these big ideas? Like, what advice do you have for such smaller print firms embarking on the journey to AI with limited funds available to invest?
I think there's a couple of steps, right? Before you go on this magical journey, spend 20 minutes doing that questionnaire, because it'll tell you really if you're ready or not. I think secondly, then answer those 10 questions. And if you can't spend an hour answering the 21 questions, thinking about those other 10 basic propositions, the pain that this might cause will vastly exceed the value of the sum you've got. But there are actually two base models when you've got past that you should look at. Do you care about AI for production? Do you care about AI for customers? If you care about AI for customers, start with things like chatbots, start with things like automated analysis of your websites, start with things that do analysis of your interactions or even voice issues with a customer. If you care about production, it's all about sensors. You've got to be able to say, how can I sense the world around me visually or automatically? And then maybe what could I start automating to make it happen? So do the 21 questions, answer those 10 dynamics, decide is it customer orientated or is it machine production orientated? And a lot of the things you're going to want to use are very low cost. It's not expensive. People keep thinking AI is expensive. It's expensive because of the mistakes we make. It's expensive because you haven't got the right implementation.
All right, thank you very much for that answer. Next question here coming in. Which companies do you think apply AI to the best advantage in the world of print today?
Difficult to say because I think a lot of these are already embedded inside production processes. I think HP has done an incredible job with their technology to be able to do this. And I think the reality when you really look at it is that some of the very best print businesses, packaging businesses are actually very small companies that have made giant leaps with this stuff, whether in the middle of Chicago or Stuttgart or Barcelona. There are some very interesting small organizations that have applied this AI to either customer interaction or machine optimization. And I think that's where you just have to look at these thousands of examples at a very small local level. You'll be pleasantly surprised. I'm happy to give people a list of 30 to 40. They can have a look at it. They just send me an email.
All right. So keep them coming, ladies and gentlemen. Send us your questions. A thing I'd like to talk about, just because I was doing a bit of research and checked out your podcast once again, which is super interesting because you touch on so many different aspects of life. You talk about different futures. I think this was I'm reciting you now here in the I think it was your first podcast. You said there will be many futures, and we're going to move fluidly through them. What do you mean with many futures parallel?
Give me two interesting examples, right? On one hand, you may go, we're going to clone animals. It's actively happening now, and it's not an uncommon process. On the same time, we're going to be increasingly green about the way the world we function lives in, far more conscious about environment, recycling of material for packaging. Yet we're also going to be incredibly innovative, whether or not it's flying cars or mapping soil structures. We're going to be relying a lot on technology to make sure at the end of the day that the things we want to do, all highly individualized, can be delivered when and how we want it. We're going to live in a world where average won't work anymore. What you want and I want may be very different, but we'll be able to personalize. And Amazon made a great comment about 20 years to us when they said the world will be living in 6 billion segments. Every human will have different segments
Hmm.
to do different things. That's the sort of world of many futures versus a world of 2 or 3 futures that we all sort of have to homogenize around.
All right, thank you very much for that. And I mean, you think so much about the future. Are you able to live in the present, Michael?
I think you actually have to live in the present to live in the future, right? You have to say, if I'm looking at something really interesting, how can it actually work now in the next 90 days? Otherwise, we just get into that Jetsons view of the world, and we're not going to have flying cars or, cookers that make all the food and hand it to you. That's an unrealistic thing. But there is a clear journey of progression that I think that the younger generations that are taking over the workforce, millennials, are going to impose on the rest of us very, very quickly. So I love looking around at the young people we work with to say, what are they doing today? Because that's something I'm probably going to consume tomorrow or the day after.
When did that start with you? Like your interest in, what the future brings. I mean, you've been in this business. You've been doing this for a number of decades now, basically. But when did it all start? Was this like, you as a kid already? Like Michael always
Yeah, it was me
thinking
as a
about.
kid. It was
Really?
me as a kid. Yeah, I think there's some reason you watch programs like Tomorrow's World in the UK, and you realize just what the immense potential it is around us if we can sort of bring out the best in each of us, the companies we work with, societies. I've always found it absolutely enthralling. And in fact, often I think the one thing that's always magical to me, if you could imagine it, you could probably make it happen. I think I realized very young, watching people around me, people were very capable of imagining whole new worlds very quickly.
All right. And maybe you could tell us a bit about what the next topic is you're working on. I think the last podcast was from, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, roughly, or 3 weeks ago, last month. What's the next thing coming up?
So I've got a selection we're going to look at. We're going to look at the future of cars.
Uh-huh.
In fact, we've got the CEO and the CMO of Cadillac to actually say live or in recorded, they will be a complete EV company by 2025. Remarkable thought. We're going to talk to a company that actually is trying to plot the world's soil, like
Hmm.
Google. Every field has a map. And we're actually going to talk to somebody who's going to start handling art theft using DNA nanotechnology on the back of pictures. So you remember that film, The Thomas Crown Affair? They're
Hmm.
going to actually start placing DNA in the back of old and new masters to make sure that you can't fake them, because you have this DNA mark unviewable to the eye somewhere on the actual piece of artwork creation.
Wow, definitely worthwhile to check out. The Futures in Focus is what it's called. We have 2 more questions coming in here now. Is there a danger of getting AI out of control for a company? Oh yeah, okay.
Yes.
So you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
that's a great question. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a natural fear of what machines can do where humans can't control them. And I think you should always think about AI as being a co-pilot. What you do, AI should sit to your right or your left or just behind you or just in front of you. You should never let machines completely take over. And that's why everything's about learn, experiment, learn, experiment. And it's not just because of danger, which is unlikely in the industry we work in, unless it's the production environment, but because the learnings have to still require significant human input for it to work. I mean, you're not supposed to take your hands off a steering wheel of a car that's, mostly autonomous,
Right.
because you can't predict, frankly, enough what might happen. So I think you've always got to have this co-pilot idea with AI, so it always has that human factor involved with it.
Next question.
Imagine chatbots in a small company that incorrectly program themselves to say rude things to customers. That wouldn't be a very smart idea, right? Chris, sorry, go ahead.
So how do you address the security and confidentiality concerns of industrial businesses? Like, how do we get data shared to enable this?
So this is, I think, the ultimate Gordian knot, because I can be trite about a response, but the problem with data generally is the stuff that you and I are conscious about, we can sign it off. And then there's ways that your data and my data interact together, which we're not aware of, and we may not necessarily want to have. I think GDPR is a really powerful protector for civil liberties. And I think the way to really protect yourself with these interactions is to go in small progressive steps, not to try and gather a lot and then see what you can do afterwards. Do it with purpose and constantly check. Lawyers are incredibly valuable here, both to protect the citizen and the customer, but also to protect yourself as well. And you can't let AI or data run wild, because frankly, you're going to make yourself very, liable in that situation.
So, looking at the time, it's just about 11 o'clock, right on time. I'd like to thank you very much for joining us once again. You basically opened the bracket, you closed the bracket here Monday, Friday. It's been great to have you with us, and continued success. Looking forward to listening to more of your podcast once again. I'm your advocate here, all right? The future Futures in Focus, once again, the Forbes podcast with Michael Gale, and check out his book also, once again, The Digital Helix. Michael, stay safe and hope to see you again next time in person.
Stay safe. I will really look forward to in person. Congratulations getting this all together so fast.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after this inspiring keynote, let's move on to our next session here in Stream 2.
Dear viewers, that was the keynote from Michael Gale, all about understanding the AI DNA of your business and harnessing the opportunity that AI has to offer you, even for small businesses. So Michael Gale is the best-selling author of The Digital Helix. You can download his book on Ink Digital, is what he just said in our keynote, and also a questionnaire with 21 questions to analyze the AI state of your business. So take that opportunity. Here in Stream 1, we will continue with the artificial intelligence theme. And the first 5 presentations have been organized by the Drupa event partner VDMA. The VDMA is the German Engineering Federation. If you have questions for our speakers, we love to hear from you. So please do write your questions in the chat. That makes for a very interactive discussion. After the presentation, there'll be some time for Q&A with our speakers. You will gain valuable insights as well in our first presentation with a fitting title, AI and its benefits for the print media industry. Heidelberger Druckmaschinen is a world leader in precision mechanical engineering, and they aim to shape the digital future of the industry. It is my pleasure to welcome the team of experts in AI from Heidelberger Druckmaschinen. We have Project Manager Sales Excellence, Lorena Hoffmann, welcome. And joining Lorena is Head of Customer Success Management, Oliver Demus, and Senior Project Manager, Dennis Rosmanek. Herzlich willkommen. You may start your presentation.
Hello, and a warm welcome to Virtual Drupa 2021. My name is Lorena Hoffmann, and I'm happy to welcome you here from Heidelberg's Innovation Center in Wiesloch-Walldorf. I'd also like to welcome Dennis Rosmanek and Oliver Demus, my experts today. We will be talking about artificial intelligence and what it means for the print media industry. Dennis, artificial intelligence, what exactly does it mean?
Thank you very much, Lorena, for the introduction. Yeah, artificial intelligence is basically nothing new. We are discussing about this topic already since 1950, where the first scientists worked on machines that were able to think and learn fully automatically. And artificial intelligence is already all around us. Just think about autonomous driving, medical diagnostics, or voice recognition. Or just look at your mobile phone. We are using a lot of intelligent apps in our daily life, just like Siri, Alexa, or Cortana. And artificial intelligence helps us a lot, especially when it comes to very dedicated and certain specified topics. Artificial intelligence is much more efficient than the human brain, but in overall capacity is still no match to us. And I think the key is to use this data for focused topics to analyze and optimize certain processes. When it comes to printing, that would be, for example, optimizing the paper run. In the past, we were using defined algorithms that selected presetting curves based on certain rules. But these presetting curves, they established manually with a lot of field tests starts. Lots of the terms associated to artificial intelligence are also related to methodological techniques. We're talking about neural networks, machine learning or deep learning. It's all about identifying patterns such as images or motions. Algorithms help to categorize recurring events much faster and more effective.
So if artificial intelligence has been there for decades, why is it such a hot topic now?
Today, a lot of processes are connected. Just think about the internet. It's everywhere, and we can do more things than ever before. And that also allows us to collect a lot of data. So we have a lot of machines, the Internet of Things, and billions of people providing data on a daily basis. But what's more is that we need the computing power to make use of all this data. Just think about our smartphones. They are already having more computing capacity than the Apollo 11 mission had at its beginning. In other words, that means that our systems also have to be capable in working with all this data. And if we collect all this data and send them to one of our data warehouses, this opens up even much more opportunities which we're not even thinking about in the past. And all this would not be possible with artificial intelligence.
So let me summarize that. There are three factors. First, data is available everywhere and can be transmitted to any time. Second is that there is enough computing capacity available as well. And the third is that there is a huge demand to get tangible benefits out of this large volume of data. And that's the ideal conditions for using AI, right?
Yes, the way we looked at data in the past is history. Today, AI, artificial intelligence, utilizes cognitive capabilities to provide suggestions or recommendations or autonomous support. Let's have a look at the assistants we discussed earlier. They identify routines and provide suggestions or answers or recommendations. They basically collect data, evaluate and process the information, and all so we have a better life or easier life.
So far, we have been talking about very general terms. But let's take a focus to the print media industry. How does artificial intelligence influence the world of print?
We have utilized artificial intelligence since a long time within our printing presses, for example, in form from assistants which support you in the printing process. These features are not controlled via the internet, since this would be too slow. Therefore, the AI is embedded in the press to self-optimize itself. It looks for patterns and improves the parameters to keep the press at a stable run. This is called real-time AI. And as an example, let's look at the paper run. Sensors provide feedback within milliseconds and adjust the press so the press runs stable again. This is called instant AI.
And of course, we're not just looking at the press in isolation. We're also considering the entire workflow. And artificial intelligence also helps us to improve in these areas. One example is Prenect, the workflow software from Heidelberg. It connects processes and equipment and also takes into consideration commercial departments and management processes. So with that, everything comes together, which enables a kind of autonomous production, which means that interventions are only necessary when unplanned issues happen.
And all of that revolves around the OEE, our overall equipment effectiveness KPI. There we want to see how we can perform better and more efficient. For example, how can we organize our job structure at the highest efficiency, or color changes or format changes. All of that is taken into account within our software, the Prenect workflow, which has the AI already integrated.
So artificial intelligence helps to raise the productivity, to improve processes, and makes production as sustainable as possible. So far, we've been talking about artificial intelligence and looking at the print shop very isolated. But when running a print shop, of course, it's very important to also see the bigger picture. For instance, how is the performance compared to the competition? So the question is, how does artificial intelligence and big data come into play here?
That's the next level, AI based on cloud computing. But what does that mean? That means that our learning bases increase tremendously. And it's not only limited to one press or one print shop. So for example, we have 13,000 machines, and out of that 7,000 presses connected to the Heidelberg cloud. And they are sending us data from over 60 million jobs, and including a lot of information. And all this data or information would not be usable for us without artificial intelligence.
We utilize the benchmarking, for example, in the Heidelberg Assistant, short HDA, where customers can sign in and compare themselves to other print shops or presses which are similar and have a similar job portfolio. There they can see on different KPIs how they are ranged within the benchmark. They see if they have improvement potential and can act on that. Secondly, in the Heidelberg Assistant, we show also the customer's KPIs on a timeline, so he can identify trends and see there if there needs to be action for improvement or if his production is stable.
Besides just looking back at performance data, it's much more important to understand the why. Why is a customer not achieving a certain target? And here is where here we receive data from over 2,000 Heidelberg customers. And for the customer to compare themselves with other print shops enables them to find improvement areas where they can work on and just be more efficient in print production. If a customer, for example, is performing very good in printing speed or other terms, but he's not doing so good in make-ready time or sheets, we are coming up with specific recommendations to improve in those areas. In the past, this simply wasn't possible as there was no opportunity to compare the performance of one customer to another.
That all sounds very straightforward, but thinking about these improvement suggestions, aren't they connected to a personal consultant who is working closely together with the customer?
That happened in the past where we had personal consultants for each customer in that regard. Now we are at the next step, at the next level of AI, where the AI provides basic consulting functions like analytics and suggestions. We utilize PET for this. PET stands for Performance Advisor Technology, which is a cloud-based AI and provides improvement suggestions to the customer.
But how does that technically work? Can you explain that a bit more?
It all starts with a continuous flow of data, and this is where PET comes into play. It utilizes rules established by our experts, demonstrators, and consultants, and highlights variances. These variances are shown within the Heidelberg Assistant and also some recommendations which the customer can then perform to improve. This type of AI is called supervised AI, since the basis is the input from our experts.
And that's not all. With the feedback of the customer, PET knows when a certain measure was applied. And this is a major step in the process, as from now on, PET is looking at how the performance improves after certain measures were applied and learns which of the measures and the recommended actions are really the good ones and which are the not so good ones. And the customer also has the possibility to even provide further feedback. And with the customer feedback and the data from our machines, PET is learning at all the time. He is reviewing recommendations, he reprioritizes them, and with that, he's just getting more and more effective and providing good solutions to our customers.
Okay, so it's pretty clear that artificial intelligence operates on multiple levels. On the machine level, processes are optimized through intelligent assistance, also called machine learning. On the level of the print shop, the intelligent software reduces interfaces and makes processes working autonomously. And on top of that, we have the overarching data analysis in the cloud that makes it possible to highlight potential for improvements and also supports the management in decisions that are based on industry-wide comparisons.
Exactly. Ultimately, AI is in all areas of the print shop, and it can help to improve every process which is essential to efficiency and reduced cost, so you get highest profits.
In other words, to summarize that, AI helps the customers to do better because it boosts their productivity. It also reduces their usage of consumables, energy, resources, and paper. Therefore, it shrinks their carbon footprint and benefits also the environment. That's the future. Oliver and Dennis, thanks for these fascinating insights on artificial intelligence in the area of the print media industry. And thanks also to you, of course, our viewers, for listening to this expert talk. Stay tuned, we directly continue with the expert session, where we look forward to receiving your questions and comments.
Thank you to Heidelberger Druckmaschinen for that very professional presentation. Now it's time for the Q&A sessions. Over to you, Lorena Hoffmann.
Yes, thank you, Tanja. So let's directly start with the first question because we already have some. First one is, which investments are needed for print shops to get the benefits of the new artificial intelligence world?
Well, let me answer this one. What additional investments? Most likely you have already everything you need, which is a press which needs to be connected to our network to be able to pull the data. And data is here the key. We have the data, we pull it already since 2008, and it's really a standard. So basically, everything is already in place.
Thanks, Oliver, for that one. So let's continue with the next, which is, what else is needed to use PET, our performance technology advisor, as an advisor?
Well, then I continue here as well. What else is needed? We utilize our Heidelberger system, short HDA, for the PET. And if you sign up to the Heidelberger Assistant, then all the functionality of PET is available for you, and it will provide you already with some features or recommendations to perform better.
Which limitations do you see in artificial intelligence usage for the print media industry today?
I guess I'm going to take over this one. Yeah, I mean, we're still at the beginning with artificial intelligence in the PMI, but at the moment we are looking mainly at performance data and also considering a little bit technical information already. But beside of that, AI can also help to improve not only processes around the press, but also considering the entire workflow. I would say as long as we receive data from machines or softwares, there's really no limitation. But of course, at the end of the day, there still has to be a human or someone who's taking care or who's taking over the recommendations and does some manual work at our presses.
I think that leads perfectly over to the next question, which is artificial intelligence just a hype, or will it be over soon, or will it stay?
Yeah, also very good question. But I strongly believe it is only the beginning. So we are only at the beginning of artificial intelligence, and it's such a powerful tool, and it can help us in a lot of situations, not only in the print media industry, but also in our whole life. Just look at how the smartphones or internet changed our life within only a few years. And artificial intelligence combined with cloud computing or quantum computers can even increase the speed of technical development further. And I would say with the right usage, or if we are using it the right way, it's definitely something that can change our life in a positive way.
Okay, thanks, Dennis, and thanks, Oliver. That's all questions that we have received so far.
Thanks to you, the team of experts on AI at the Heidelberger Druckmaschinen, Lorena Hoffmann, Sales Excellence Project Manager, and Oliver Demus, Customer Success Manager, and Dennis Rosmanek, Senior Project Manager, on your AI benefits for the print media industry. All the best for the rest of Virtual Drupa, and we hope to see you here in 2024.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Dear viewers, we will continue now with our AI artificial intelligence theme. Our next expert has over 30 years of experience in operational excellence, and he's also been managing director of Krönert for over 11 years. Krönert is a world leader in turnkey line solutions for coating technology with its own research and test centers. We will hear about an innovative Krönert project with a startup company to create an autonomous production plant. I'm delighted to welcome Managing Director of Krönert, Dr. Tarek Wardag. Herzlich willkommen. Can you hear us? Hello, you can start your presentation, Dr. Wardag. Dr. Wardag, I think you have to unmute your microphone. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, wonderful.
Okay.
Welcome. You may start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I would like to add that this is a common presentation together with Michael Welch, who is a director of a startup here from Hamburg. Basically, in this talk, we present a case study on how the cooperation between a traditional machinery company and a suitable IT startup can be helpful in identifying topics in the field of artificial intelligence and how this can accelerate its implementation. As a spin-off from the Helmut Schmidt University in Hamburg, Panda provides AI solutions and sensor technology with a focus on preventing performance shortcomings and unplanned shutdowns at industrial production lines. Panda is located in Hamburg and has approximately 20 employees. Krönert is a supplier of custom-made coating lines and has been on the market for over 100 years. And together with its sister companies, Dreitec, Cortema, and ZE, Krönert is a member of the Altona Technology Holding. Here you can see a typical example of a production line with a dryer arrangement over two platforms. The length of a single line can be over 100 meters and is determined by the number of dryer modules. The coating of wet material is prevalent in many different industrial sectors ranging from various technical products, packaging material for paper and film, all the way to printer electronics and renewables. A broad and versatile range of application, as you can see. There are some distinct challenges in the coating process. One is, on this you see on the left side, is the high production speed of 1,200 meters per minute for some commodity products. That means within 24 hours, a coated web can be produced ranging from Hamburg to Madrid. Another challenge are the very low coating weights, resulting in minimum layer thicknesses combined with highest uniformity. On the right-hand side, you can see different ranges of coating thicknesses. The coating ranges from 20 microns for adhesive coating all the way down to 0.5 microns for some kind of barrier coating, and this all with a uniform distribution of less than 3%. On the right-hand picture, you can also see an example of the size of a human hair and a dust particle which is around 100 microns. Like the cooperation with Panda started via networking with local universities, technical institutes, associations, and other companies in the area. As you can see, there's Köln, there are 3 universities around Hamburg, and we cooperate with 2 startups. One is Ateneo for visual production planning from 3D data, and the other is Panda for process optimization using artificial intelligence. Basically, we started our cooperation by performing a design thinking workshop together, aiming to identify relevant topics where we can cooperate. The results was first is a digital maintenance, which is relatively easy to do. And here we display maintenance intervals on the board of the operator panel. We have quick access to maintenance parameter, a guided and safe maintenance product. So this was implemented in a very fast way. Second, it's a little bit more tricky. We saw that problems often reveal an acoustical identification. For example, a break of the web. We can, like operators can hear something is going on. So we monitored or like the pattern or identified pattern from vibroacoustic signals and planning to send the warning via headphones to the operators. The second step is the quality control. It means monitoring important parameters by camera systems and other sensors, including database and automatic documentation. Sensors are very important. They need to be installed in high numbers, and usually they're quite expensive. So there, at this point, there's a challenge. And this all results in our project, CONIX. It stands for Coating Intelligence Solution. Here we are linking or plan to link all necessary manufacturing processes and sensors to enable a digital coating of films monitored by artificial intelligence. The objective within the next 4 to 5 years is a first step, a fully autonomous production plan with regard to product quality through early detection and self-elimination of defects on the coated product. And a second step after this would be a production line that can optimize the coating result with artificial intelligence. Partners in this project are Köln, the startup Panda, and the Helmut Schmidt University in Hamburg. Part of the funding is provided by the IFB. This is the Hamburg Investment and Promotion Bank, and the project started in July last year and has a duration of approximately 2 years. Here you see the kickoff meeting that we were having. In our testing facility here in Hamburg, we integrated quite some sensor technology to detect stripes, shatter marks, spots, and blisters resulting from the coating process itself. But also we are looking at cracks, at curling, shrinkage coming from the drying process. At the media supply, we focus on foam building and sedimentation, and also at the winders, there's something like telescoping that sometimes takes place and other irregularities that we observe via sensors. Now Michael is showing the approach from Panda and the first results.
Let me check if I can. Yeah, it seems to work. We face 4 major problems if we want to integrate AI in such a machine. Like Tarek told, we are facing very fast machines and every inch counts of this coating. We have 500 terabytes of data per day. and this kind of machines. So, and we have to process every bit of it. And we can't just build in one AI for this machine that is sold, because every customer use different coatings. The coating is special for the customer, but the machines are standardized. So we need to build an AI solution that is trained at the customer side, and the customer should train it on its own, because this is important information about that coating technologies. Of course, we have to find the right algorithms together with the right sensors to get a system that we can sell, and it shouldn't be so expensive. Sorry, can you step to the next slide? First point, how to deal with this 400 terabytes. You use AI-based data compression, and here's not a foil, I come to later. It's a picture of donuts, and what you can see on the left side is 100% this image of this quality, and we can compress it with AI and then get 0.86%, and it converges to approximately 0 if we have redundant data. If every picture is very similar to the previous picture, we can have very high compression rates, but also capture every inch of information of this webs. And especially works pretty well for foils, because we have some kind of uniform structure like material and not dealing with objects. And we use it not only for compression, but also for anomaly detection. And it's the challenge is to do it unsupervised, not teaching one AI what is anomaly or what is abnormal, just to give it a production line, and it should decide on its own what is abnormal. And here are some results. To give you a brief idea how it works, the compression and the detection is that we got a picture. In this case, it's a door. And if you look to it on a pixel level, you see a lot of pixels are changing. Like you have pink pixels, sometimes white pixels, but as human, what you get immediately the idea what's really going on, what's really important. So we have 1 degree of freedom. The door is moving from left to right, and we model it. On the left side, you can see in the chart, we map it to a 2-dimensional space. And every picture of a door is now represented with only 2 numeric values. And we can take these values and generate an image of it to check how well it is represented. And this you can also see, this is AI reconstruction. And so we can deal with complex data and handle it. Check the next. It doesn't only work for images. This kind of universal approach. Here you can see some time series. It could be a time series of a typical characteristic of a machine, but in this kind, this is a taxi rides in New York City. But we throw this kind of data into a machine learning algorithm to give you an idea, and then it pops up this 10 days are abnormal. And like in a machine, you would ask, okay, what happens here? We don't want to have abnormal machine data or abnormal quality. We have to investigate, and because it's computed, we can tell we have a top 10, and we can tell what is on place 1 and 2 and 3, and we check it out. And in this case, for this taxi rides, we can just Google it, what happens in New York on this day, and then we see place 1 and 2. It was a blizzard in New York City. And also we have this Christmas days and New York days. And also we have some marathons, the concert in the Central Park, and on place 9, the hottest day in the year. So now we come in a region, what is abnormal and what is just normal, but you can try to figure it out on your own. And this is very a little data set. For an algorithm, it takes a fraction of seconds to compute it. But also we can feed in a lot, very large data sets. To give you okay, here are the dates. To give you an impression how you can imagine how this AI system works, we can only plot 3 dimensions of this multi-dimensional problem, but we fit in some manifolds, and then we can measure abnormal points to a density, just to give you an impression of it. Of course, this was a very easy data set and you can figure it out on your own. But now let's have a look at real data. What you can see here is some controlling data of this system where this as a fall get wet. And what you can see here is there's a defect controller in it. This one. If you look at it longer time and there's a lot of data, you can maybe see it, what's going on here, but it's pretty obvious for quasi this analytic AI system to find out which kind of data is abnormal. It's not all about AI to use AI. Let's say we build intelligent system, and another example here is it's all about durability and predictive maintenance. And what you can see, we have two different setups, setup 1 and setup 2, and how to drive our machines with the same result. What's the difference? In setup 1, we have higher peaks, but a faster decay. And setup 2, we have not so high peaks, but a longer decay. Then we compute this damage during a production run. And you can see this is some mean values when the machine runs. And of course, we have some uncertainty for this estimate, but it's clearly stated that in the setup 2, we have factor 5 to 7 longer durability. How can that be? If you see the signals, you have to know in a physical manner that 10% more amplitude means half durability. So it's not all about AI, but we have this intelligent system and we take whatever algorithm is needed to have this the benefit. It's not all about algorithms. Of course, we have to build an infrastructure to stream and process all the data. So we're dealing with a lot of software efforts to build this machine and to give the user an interface to the worker and the maintainer to deal with all this information. And this is the first step, building, integrating sensors, building AI models that gets this dependencies of the machine, understands its dependencies. And then the next step will be we use all these models and information to build this autonomous production optimization, a machine that automatically controls itself to always put out the best quality. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation on the research project in order to set up an autonomous production line. Michael Welsch from the Panda startup and Dr. Tarek Wardak from Kronert. Now we do have a little bit of time for some questions from our viewers. So the first question is edge computing or cloud computing? Which strategy is being pursued and why?
We're driving a hybrid strategy. We're building the software as it should be built if you do a complete cloud environment. But for now, we're integrating it completely on the machines. Like building software, we can run it on a cloud or on the machine. We can decide later. And I think it will depend for the customer side how they want to run AI.
Okay, so depending on what the customer preference is, edge computing or cloud computing, right?
Yes.
When the machine optimizes itself, will there be a remote operator as intended for autonomous driving? We've had some not so good examples of that recently in the news, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I think in the moment we are not that far to answer this question, but the clear goal is to have operation without operators being, you know, like at the area of the plant. So like a remote, let's say, awareness, I think would make sense, but in the moment we are not there to answer this question exactly.
Okay. There seems to be a little bit of a not confusion, but does the business model aim to sell the coating and not the machine for it in future? Just to clarify that, because that's quite an important point.
Okay. Basically, the business model, like I speak for Kronert, is still selling machines. You know, of course, like the artificial intelligence has nothing to do in this respect with this business model. But of course, we look at all different things. But basically, we're still there trying to sell machines.
Okay, one final question we have time for. In which area do you see the greatest challenges in providing coating systems with intelligence, artificial intelligence?
Well, there are, I think the challenge is there are so many different parameters to work on in order to, let's say, rectify some let's say, irregularities. So really to have this, to bring this together, to see, and this is many times a combination of different machine parameters. So I think this is a challenge actually to bring this together.
Dr. Tarek Vardak from Kronet and Michael Wej from Panda, the startup. How are you enjoying the virtual Drupa so far?
Very much. Thank you very interesting talks here. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Thanks a
you
lot
to you for your talk, and hope to see you at Drupa in 2024.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All the best.
Bye.
Bye. Dear viewers, I'm sure you're keen to know how to save money in your business and also avoid downtime in your production processes. Mann Roland Goss has developed an in-house service platform that can help. It's called Main TeleSense. And no doubt you'll have questions for our next speaker, so please do write your questions in the chat. That creates a really interesting discussion after the presentation in the Q&A. It's my pleasure to introduce two speakers from Mann Roland Goss. First of all, Alexander Seiler. Now, I'm sure you'll tell us what your function is at Mann Roland Goss, because I didn't catch that. And we have the CEO of Mann Roland Goss. A warm welcome also to Franz Kriechbaum. Over to you. You can start your presentation.
Thank you, Tanya. Yeah, welcome to our presentation of Main TeleSense. We want to show you how you can save real money with using your machine data. My name is Franz Kriechbaum. I'm the CEO of Mann Roland Goss Web Systems, and I brought with me Alex Seiler. He's responsible for the development and coordination of our Main TeleSense predictive solution tool. Well, let me spend a few words on Mann Roland Goss and what we do. We are a global player, and we are a merger between Mann Roland and Goss, both producers of printing machines. So if I'm talking about printing machine, I mean a machine which at least is 20 truckloads if you want to ship it. And you see here below a photo of one of our folding units. This one is 16 meters high. So our printing machines, if you want to call them, they fill complete buildings. And if you look at our history, you see we are there since 176 years. Well, you will assume that our equipment looks like that. That's what you think of. Heavy steel and very lot of metal here visible. But if you look closer at this picture, you already see the first switches and data generating parts of this machine. By the way, these are the printing units, the core of the printing machine. And so this is where it all begins. And from that early moment on, we will add data generating things like a drive will generate multitude, dozens of data. And where does this all end up? Well, it ends up here. Of course, we get a lot of data out of our machine. Now the question is how to make create meaningful information out of that data. And this is not so easy. What do we normally do? We extract some data, put it into spreadsheets, into databases, and then try to find correlations and so on and so on. Well, a lot of inefficiency and very time consuming. Well, it can be much easier if you have a tool like Main TeleSense. We want to show you how easy it is, and that a modern predictive maintenance platform just requires you to use it while it gets smarter every day. And now I introduce Alex Seiler, who will show us how this works in reality. Alex.
Thank you very much, Franz Kriechbaum. I also welcome you to our live demo of Mentellisense. My name is Alexander Seiler. So let's see the next picture. Mentellisense, yeah, Mentellisense is the predictive maintenance application that analyzes your machine performance, collects and visualizes fault characteristics, and identifies solutions. Not only prevent machine breakdowns, identify, eliminate, and faults, plan with maximum efficiency and reduce energy, maintenance, and product costs. Get the best performance total of all from your production plant. But these are very theoretical statements, and I'm more a practical guy. We decide so to present the software to you in a live demo. For this reason, all customer-related data has been made unrecognizable. This is not ideal in some situations, but data protection is one of our important topics. I will now show you 3 short examples how Mentellisense supports you in your daily business. So we prepare one video and start the video. You see now the dashboard of Mentellisense and the 3 Mentellisense product areas directly in the video, the My Log Assistant, the My Production, and My Machine. Let's start with the My Log Assistant. This application shows you your logbook messages in a simple way. You can design each query according to your needs. When you open the application, you can choose between a stored query or a new query. In your daily business, you will choose a stored query, but when you need and special information, you can individualize your own queries, for example, with a different time period. After the evaluation, you will see an overview with various graphics, and each graphic representation one error message of your machine. You will find the message with the highest priority on the top of the screen. But let's have a look in the details of an error message. Here you will find the extended information and the first troubleshooting for this error message to help yourself. When you like to see more detailed information, the application shows you the exact time, the logbook, or the product information. You see here in the video also the gross counter, net counter, all information what you need to understand what happened in your machine. Of course, you can print out the graphics, delete it, or simply filter it by different kind of priorities. For example, when you only like to see the highest priority error messages. We go back to the dashboard and see again the next topic of Mentellisense, be efficient, My Production. Now let's have a look in the application. With this software part, you can check different kind of parameters for each production. We open again the My Production part and you see how easy it is. And we open also again a stored query and have a look in the graphic overview. In our example, you can see all productions during the selected query period, group it into wide and small paper widths, which is a very normal situation at your machine. The selected parameters are displayed now for each production. When we open now the biggest values, so for example, you see here now the make ready waste or speed or net speed, and you see for each parameter the marginal value, the mean value, the status, and the trend. So immediately you see the red X in the status field, and it goes about the run waste. We are still over the marginal value, and we follow the course of each production. We can see that there have been 2 productions recently that had a high percentage of waste. The software now provides you with all other informations for this production. So you can optimize where you have recently the problems. Please remember, all customer-related data has been made unrecognizable. So sorry, but you don't see it. In this example, but we see a production with a very, very low grammage. This is the reason for the problem with the waste. As you can also see, all parameters are shown in a very easy way. You see everything in one dashboard. Last but not least, the My Machine. Here you can see and observe the machine parameters and the machine performance by yourself. We will start again some stored queries. In our example, you can now see the production output of the system and detailed evaluations of web breaks and folder jams. You can determine which diagrams you displayed here, at any time in your own query when you like. Production times, web breaks evaluations are also possible for some example. The graphic now show you the most reported sensor for process problems. In this case, in this example, web breaks and folder jams. When you now like to know the detailed information for the folder jams on your machine, click easy directly in the graphic and you see all detailed information for exactly this problem on your machine. So we will find the exact time or the exact downtime for your machine. Also, of course, some more informations like speed, product informations, and all what you need to solve the problem and understand the problem. The secret of Maintelligence is the simple way to show your machine informations. You see it in the first second, what is the performance problem and need to be checked in detail by yourself or by the machine automatically. In this example, you see the high waste in the calendar week 46 of this customer on this machine. It was not a really good week for the customer. So that was our live demo in 5 minutes only to present Maintelligence. The Maintelligence system is our central maintenance platform of Manroland GOS. It was designed for digital transformation and the use of intelligent technologies. You can optimize your production process, increase your plant efficiency, reduce your overall production costs, ensure a simplified working day, or the biggest thing, sure, make your maintenance more efficient and prevent unplanned breakdowns. Maintelligence, yeah, it just has begun. With your input and the knowledge of our technicians, Maintelligence develops its skills every single day. For example, now what we are doing at the moment, we are constantly developing the logic and the performance in short development cycles. For using the new features, our customer do not even have to activate an update or make something on his own machine. This happens virtually overnight. At the moment, for example, our technicians are currently developing new algorithms to make the evaluations even more targeted. On the second side, we are currently developing a dashboard that summarizes the result of the evaluations and the recommendations for actions in a configurable overview. So you no longer have to go into the different applications. You can directly see in an overview which topics needs your attention. It is smart, it is also available, it's very intelligent. So Maintelligence, just use it. So thank you very much. Now we are at the end, faster than we think, of the presentation. Now we are happy to answer to your questions.
Thank you very much, Alexander Seiler from Manroland GOS and of course Maintelligence. Yes, there are some questions here from the viewers. Alexander Seiler, what does Maintelligence consist of? For example, do I need new software or hardware is what our viewer here would like to know.
Yeah, Maintelligence is generally a cloud-based software and it was developed with a large number of open interfaces. So the most machines do not need an additional hardware, but this is what we have to check on the customer side, but the Maintelligence system works without any, works directly on the machine.
So it's a software, cloud-based solution and you don't need any new hardware for it. Yeah. Okay, great. Doesn't seem quite clear yet to the viewers. Do you use artificial intelligence? Yes, of course. This is we are using different types of artificial intelligence currently, but focusing on machine learning. Right. In this way, errors in a system are analyzed with all sources of information what we have, and the reason for the problem is sequentially determined. Whether with a data scientist or machine learning or artificial intelligence, it depends all the time on the sequence what we like to test. Okay, you just mentioned the word data mining. So another question from the viewer, one of the viewers is, how does Manroland GOS deal with data protection? Data protection and data security is also a top priority of Manroland GOS. The data handling always takes place according to a German law, and we check exactly which data has to be read from us
from the machine and which are not.
Okay, and is that German law applicable to all your all the countries that you service?
Yeah,
provide solutions.
The data preparation and data analysts are all the time made by the German law, but we also sell it, sure, of course, in other countries. But the data interpretation and the data preparation are all doing by a German law.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Can MainTelesense be installed for every press? And there's a second part of that question. What is the situation with third-party presses?
It's a good, very, very good question. Every press is a long journey because we are a very old machine builder. But yes, MainTelesense is not only for new presses. We had also connected very old machines, older than for 10 years, for example. When you now ask the third party, yeah, of course, MainTelesense is open and had open interfaces also to connect other third party, other machines or customers.
Okay, I think that was all the questions from our viewers. So viewers, thank you very much for sending in your questions to Roland Goss and Alexander Seiler. How is it going at Virtual Drupa for you, Alexander Seiler?
Oh, it's very interesting, and the presentations of the different customers are very interesting for us. And yeah, we join it.
And how does it feel to do a live demo virtually rather than being here at the Messe Düsseldorf?
It's completely different. It's a little bit easier because I see only one camera, but no, it's interesting and it works. We see it works, yes.
Well, you did a great job. We hope to see you, though, in person at Drupa 2024. All the best for Virtual Drupa. And also thank you very much to your CEO, Franz Kriechbaum.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
So we will have more presentations for you here in the VDMA. That's the German Engineering Federation section. Starting at 12:30, we've got time for a break now. Join me again to find out about a print inspection system for corrugated packaging, as well as quality control for your manufacturing processes. We'll be back here in Stream 1 at 12:30. See you then.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
To Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. Hey. We embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go.
Oh, can I listen to you one more time? We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town.
Dear viewers, welcome back to the conference area here in Stream 1 with the Drupa song, Embrace the Future, that we've just heard. And that's BB Thomas, the singer, is a homegrown talent here in Düsseldorf. I'm sure if you, dear viewers, were here in Düsseldorf with us, we'd all be singing along and dancing to the Embrace the Future song. Now, back in Stream 1, we continue with the theme of artificial intelligence, very fitting for the motto of Embrace the Future here at Drupa this year. Over on Stream 2, my colleague Chris is focusing on the theme of the platform economy in Stream 2 of the conference area. The VDMA is a very important event partner for Drupa. That's the German Engineering Federation. And we have 2 more presentations up next, organized with the help of VDMA. The first presentation now looks at quality control in the production of corrugated packaging with the help of vision systems. I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker from Isra Vision, the world market leader for robotic vision and inline measurement technology. A very warm welcome to the project manager, Print Inspection. Hello, Lucia Dauer.
Hello. Hello, everybody, and welcome also from my side.
We can hear you loud and clear. We're looking forward to your presentation, which you can start now.
Great. So, hello, everybody. It's now a great pleasure to welcome you today at the virtual Drupa to our presentation on Carton Star print inspection, which has been developed to cope with the challenges, especially digital print in the corrugated packaging. Again, my name is Lucia Dauer, and I'm product manager, print inspection. Let me briefly introduce you who Isra Vision is. Isra Vision is a global leader in machine vision with a strong footprint in automatic inspection systems for a wide variety of applications. Our expertise covers markets such as metals, glass, solar, paper, and of course, print inspection. Due to our vast experience of industries, Isra has the unique advantage of shared experience developed within each of these business units to help solve your most challenging print inspection requirements. Isra is also a pioneer in the fields of smart factories, Industry 4.0, 3D measurement, as well as sophisticated analysis of big data with advanced reporting tools. And of course, you can see that we also provide standardized solutions and applications for OEM customers. Today, Isra is also part of the Atlas Copco Group with more than 39,000 employees, and that ensures the direct contact for your daily topics. Isra is an all-in-one toolbox. It's the only inspection company which has the complete component portfolio under the full control, from the camera to the software. And the real benefit for you, everything fits perfectly together and is at the same time the benchmark in each class. We are using dedicated embedded camera systems, now the 2nd generation, and innovative LED illumination concepts to look at the surface of your manufactured product, of course, inline during the ongoing production and embedded within the IT infrastructure. Now let's come to our exciting new market for digital print in corrugated packaging. What are the markets and demands in that corrugated packaging? In the last years, corrugated packaging became a primary packaging, and also the quality demands on printed designs were rising at the same time. E-commerce today is the top driving force for an increased use of corrugated material. Because of available new printing technologies, together with the e-commerce, the personalized packaging also becomes more popular. While digital printing technologies have been out for a while, well, have been out for years, especially digital printing on corrugated material is still a relatively new market with a great potential. So let's look at the digital printing processes, workflows, and the quality demands within those workflows. The topic, getting still print quality in digital printing on those boards, is it arises for the digital printer in corrugated. He must fulfill the market demands and at the same time facing the digital print quality issues. But still, a digital printer must keep the quality that the brand owner requires. Therefore, the packaging printer needs to be able to react immediately on digital print quality issues to keep the quick turnaround alive. So to meet these needs, IsraVision has developed the Carton Star 100% print inspection system, especially for digital printing. The Carton Star for digital printing does the detection of defects special to digital printing, and I will show you in a minute. Apart from the, of course, 100% detection, it will also do the 100% classification of defects. It is obvious that it has to be integrated into a digital print workflow. It comes with an intelligent waste management and a comprehensive reporting and tracking. Now, how would you achieve quality control in a digital print workflow? Every printing house that goes into digital printing faces those requirements for a digital workflow. So now also ISRA is part of that digital workflow. When you manage your customer print jobs, in your workflow with your MIS, then also Carton Star can be integrated to receive the production management data of your information system. So that it's then part of a centrally controlled digital workflow, sharing and making use of the data of each and every process step. Also, the movements in Industry 4.0, standardizing interfaces and workflow data will also support the packaging industry, especially in the digital print workflow. The ISRA surface vision systems and our inspection technology are ready for use in network production processes and will also communicate via standardized protocols, future protocols like OPC UA. Now let's have a look what the typical defects of a digital print are and where Carton Star can detect especially those kind of defects. Carton Star can detect streaks like nozzle streaks, which will be visible on corrugated material in like fine stripes. It can also detect banding. Banding is a effect and a defect in a colored material, colored area where it shows like stripes in different color contrast. It also will detect like missing prints, spots and splashing, any misregistration or color variations. So, but of course, there is a little bit more. More insights in corrugated boards, how we detect that. Corrugated boards show structures in their material. The material is inhomogenic and the typical waves may be visible. We make sure with our substrate compensation, we only detect the real defects and we leave out the substrate structure. Of course, in the background, our key know-how of intelligent algorithms do their job, and the defined defect classification will detect the relevant and important defects. Now, how do you keep your workflow efficient and production quality alive? Well, keeping a constantly good quality throughout a digital print process within the digital workflow is very important. On the corrugated material, it is important to detect defects already at the printing stage and not at the final quality control before a box ships out. We inspect already at early stage of the whole production lifecycle process. And so we can warn or enable rejection at that early stage already. Think if you detect a defect at the last step, you have to go back and start all over again. And although you're already in that digital print workflow, already a very fast process, you will lose that time. So with the inspection and the warning, we contribute to an efficient workflow in which we handle the digital print quality issues, and the quick turnaround can be fulfilled. Waste management in a digital print workflow is also very important. Our vision system will precisely inspect only the relevant defects of corrugated material and look for streaks, dirt, missing print, etc. At the same time, it will avoid false alarms that may lead to more waste that was not intended. Thus, again, it is your brand owner who defines the quality, and it is you who define the relevant defects that matter. So every corrugated board counts. In times where we all talk sustainability seriously, every material saving counts. And it's not only the material, the savings are also in costs of each corrugated board that counts. And I'm sure you are aware of, if you are in that market, you are aware of the prices that increased in the last year just for the corrugated material. So every board counts. Here is an example, an integration into a digital printing machine for corrugated boards. We have installations in worldwide regions like Europe and America, and we have installations and so the experience on different type of digital printing machines for corrugated, be it in the corrugated post-print, as the example shows here, or in the corrugated preprint. Well, create value, but how to create value? Because there is a lot of data generated through the 100% inspection. Data becomes then valuable once it is turned into relevant information for you. So our ePromise software is the key to an efficient value chain. It aggregates information, it analyzes and visualizes data, and that in a structured and easy, understandable way. At each level, be it on shop floor level, on plant level, on headquarter level, the relevant data will be optimized and extracted. Create value also means and get the best performance out of your production based on an analysis of your quality data with our software ePromise. So by using data generated through the 100% inspection, we create the information by excellent interpretation, and by using this valuable information, you can determine the future strategy of flawless production. Pre-configured print cockpits will allow you to analyze your quality data in relation to various parameters like length, like shift, etc. Or extend to advanced packages for a more in-depth analysis. Of course, see real-time data. Monitor the conditions of the vision system at any time live. For this, ePromise will constantly tell what the health status of the system is. Thresholds will show you when it's time to take a closer look on one or the other component and will alert you once a condition goes beyond the threshold. Also benefit from more live views like material or defect tracker, as well as a defect pattern view. Furthermore, we bring value data with KPI monitoring for the plant or headquarter level. Of course, still you can prove your achieved print results with a quality report, simply printing it out. It tracks your print quality, you can archive your print quality, and literally physically stack it onto your sample corrugated board. So Ladies and gentlemen, let me summarize what we at ISRA believe is needed for a professional print inspection system for corrugated board. Besides advanced hard and software components, specific algorithms are a precondition to cope with the special challenges in regard to digital printing and corrugated packaging. Only the substrate compensation function guarantees a reliable inspection and avoiding false alarms. The utilization of carton star will lead to a significant reduction of waste and avoid customer complaints or unnecessary costs. Integrating into the digital print workflow is the key in a digital printing environment. All this will be documented and visualized comprehensively for further quality improvements. ISRA Vision again utilizes the full range of technical solutions to enable the Industry 4.0 for the machine vision systems. Our surface vision systems and inspection technology ready for use and communication via the standard protocol OPC UA. And by the way, ISRA was actively contributing the specification of the OPC UA protocol for machine vision. And as we're here talking about new business, our services may also include artificial intelligence on top of existing data mining or information-based services with our condition monitoring, and maybe in one of our next versions also for predictive maintenance. So thank you very much for your attention. Please also visit our virtual booth here at Drupa. There are more exciting news for you. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucia Dauer, for your very clear presentation on ISRA inspection planning. We do have some questions from the viewers for you. The first one is, we see your system for digital publishing on corrugated boards. Is it also possible in corrugated preprint?
Yes, of course. It's also possible in corrugated preprint. Corrugated preprint is for those, it's in the area where you first print on the paper roll, and then later on you create on a corrugator the corrugated board. So we also have installations there. They are even mostly bigger and even wider. So that's something also ISRA Vision can handle here in the corrugated packaging, especially for digital print. Yes.
Thank you. Another question from our viewers is, as digital printing allows printing of variable codes, can you do code reading?
Yes, of course. Within the digital print workflow, the customized and digital code reading always comes. And yes, in the digital print environment, we can do code reading and we can do code validation. Yes, of course.
Okay. I don't know if you saw the keynote speech this morning from Michael Gale about the AI opportunity. Now, he recommends visitors at Virtual Drupa to have a look around in order to harness the value of AI, have a look around at potential partners. So if I'm looking at ISRA Vision as a potential partner, he suggests what value can you add in the first 90 days? What would you say to that? I'm a potential customer, and I want to know I need value added in my business in the first 90 days. What would be sort of the key points there?
So the key points would be for us that our artificial intelligence is more the one that works in the background. So it will enable his system, his inspection system, to work with the artificial intelligence in the background on the algorithms, on the classification, etc., etc. So he will see the value in a perfect detection, in a perfect organization of the inspection system, even ensuring the most precise quality detection.
Thank you very much. Quality control there from ISRA Vision and their vision systems. Thank you to Lucia Dauer, Manager of Print Inspection. All the best for the rest of Virtual Drupa.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So next up, we have the Sauer Essig Group, which is an international supplier along the pre-press stage and part of Matthews International Corporation. Now, if you don't speak German, I'll give you a curious insight there. Sauer Essig in German actually means sour vinegar. However, our next speaker will not be talking about vinegar, of course. He will be talking about the use of AI for a complete closed-loop control system for process optimization and quality control in your manufacturing processes. I'm delighted to introduce the Executive Vice President of the Sauer Essig Group. Herzlich willkommen, Markus Panekamp. Over to you.
Yeah, hello. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you for the introduction. And actually, this is a good kind of handover to AI as well a little bit, because if you go to Google and translate sour Essig, it comes out sour vinegar. You're right. If you go to the better systems, they come back that they already recognize it's a given name. So they translate it from German into English into sour Essig. So it's a good point. You want me to start the presentation, right?
Yes, we're looking forward to your presentation. You can start it now. Thank you.
We'll do that. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to present what we developed at Sauer Essig internally.
Markus, sorry, just one more thing before you continue. Could you please share your screen with us?
Oh, good point.
You need to start that so we can see your presentation. We can hear you loud and clear. That's all fine. Connection is great. We would just love to see your slides.
Good point. Thank you.
Great. It's working now. Perfect.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Thanks
a lot,
Markus.
Tanya. Okay, sorry for this technical beginning mistake, so to say. So welcome to our presentation from the Sauer Essig Group. Thanks for inviting us to this opportunity to present what we did here internally in our company. First of all, welcome to the audience here. And I would like to take the opportunity also to say hello to the Sauer Essig team as such. I do know that some of our colleagues are listening to this one as well. And thanks again for joining this. What we want to explain today is about what we developed with our great team here in that space of artificial intelligence. And we named that from Gutenberg to artificial intelligence, evolution of the quality control in the printing industry. I don't know, but I guess some of you see it quite the same. Artificial intelligence is really the biggest cultural revolution since Gutenberg. A lot of experts do say that. It is seen as one of the biggest drivers for disruptive changes in all industries in the next years. It will really change the way of working and working environments in the industrialized world. That this technology will change a lot is known, yet how it will change the daily life and in which way, this is utmost difficult to predict. But experts go so far that they state that AI might change our culture like the invention of Gutenberg did. I don't know if some of you might do that if you follow people like Elon Musk. They quote even that AI will change the world drastically in 3 to 5 years. They see a little bit danger in that one as well. I want to show what opportunities lie in this technology for our industries. If you go to the internet and you Google a bit around, what you see then what AI is capable to do. Maybe some of my presenters before me did mention that as well. You would see that these persons, for example, they don't exist. It's quite of embarrassing that you see these humans, which you could think about that they do exist. If you know how this developed, that's quite astonishing because computers kind of communicate with each other and they test each other and prove wrong if that picture could be created by AI or not. These are created by AI. These could be people which are really existing, honestly. If you do that and go to that website, I did it in preparation of this presentation, and you update that website, you sometimes see people popping up which you think you might know. I even had once in a second the situation that I thought it's my mother-in-law who is popping up there. So this is quite interesting to see what AI can do.
got my hands right about
The next example is if you Google also there a little bit around, and there's one initiative which is currently going around, which is called the Lost Tapes of the 27 Club. It's a bit bizarre there, but this organization just wants to show what kind of diseases you can have, and you know maybe that some famous singers they died with the age of 27, unfortunately. What you just now heard was a song of Kurt Cobain, Nirvana, but actually this song did never exist. It was written by a computer, so the lyrics, the text, the music, and even the singing part was done by a computer completely on its own. That's really also what you see, what is possible, and that you see what kind of technology stands behind that. So what is artificial intelligence about? AI encompasses various technologies that enable machines to perceive, understand, act, and learn. And why does it matter? Because AI will fundamentally change the relationship between humans and technology, fostering creativity and new skills in the process. And what's next? AI is ushering in a new age of productivity. Human innovation is faster and more accurate than ever in this disruptive environment. This is also an example, by the way, because I did do that in German. I translated with this DeepL translator, and you see this text is so fluent. There's even some words, honestly, which I didn't know in English before. So these systems are really getting better and better and more advanced. Now, coming to that part, what I want to show today. So with that, what you would see is what is all possible in the printing industry. So what can AI do to help the printing industry to get better or faster and these kind of things? Sorry. What you can see here is quite generic process description about the printing industry and process. It's really a very, very high level view. I'm not a technician, but I can use it maybe to explain how I, from my point of view, would see that. At Gutenberg times, there was kind of also a pre-press stage with this movable letters. There was, of course, a printing stage, and there was kind of a converting stage where you then finally printed the Bible, and then you checked the Bible and the outcome and these kind of things. Partly this is somewhat the same today, where you have, of course, your pre-media stage, then you have a checkpoint. You have the pre-press stage, in which you afterwards have a checkpoint as well. And you have the printing process, and then, of course, the processing, in which you also have check marks and checkpoints. What we will show now is what we did and what we did develop in order to automate these check processes in the pre-press stage and printing industry. So reimagining the quality control with artificial intelligence. And they're reimagining the data management. So think about you need to search for the right artwork file, and you can do that with an AI assistant. That means you very often have the challenge that you get kind of similar pictures or data from your customer, and that kind of had already existing before, but maybe that cake had been a lemon cake or whatever, but all the rest is quite the same. So what we developed with our team, or what our team developed, honestly, and is really a very great, cool team. They programmed a system which searches the database for this pictorial data, and they use this hidden data in this image, and they used different kind of software and solutions. But this AI system is currently learning. Honestly. As an MD, we of course ask also if things go faster and these kind of things. When we first got the first shot of this software, that kind of came back that it took some, I think some 10 seconds or 5 seconds maybe, that it spit out the right or similar pictures. And when we asked, can you do that faster? There was some programming done, and really after 2 or 3 days, and now it gets back after, I think, 33 milliseconds or something like that. So you see how fast this thing can go. Yeah, what we have been able to do is that once you search for that kind of artwork file, which you get, you see different ones which spit out the search results. And with that, you would also directly see, okay, we did have similar jobs already before. And you have all the technical data around this similar job. And you can use that, of course, to go into the next step of the pre-press stage. So in there, then you could reimagine the way pre-press data is checked, so that you deliver the right reproduction data through AI algorithms. What is the challenge there? Pre-press data can be very complex and therefore can contain various kinds of errors. Now the question is how to find those errors, of course. The solution has been, in our case, that we use AI and computer vision algorithms to make the pre-press check as easy and effective as possible. Meaning the software takes risk in the pre-press step and learns by each step. That's a very important thing. Each step, it's kind of a new learning. So it's not so that you have to set new parameters, these kind of things. The system gets better and better by working with it. And this one here now accounts and guides the user through the check process so that he can see what's right and what's wrong. Unfortunately, I can't use a laser pointer now, but you would see it in the C and CL from this Xilinx logo. Next step is then the cylinder check. And that's a very important one in my point of view, so that we ensure the right quality of the cylinders. And we can do that with AI automation. This challenge here is that for the control, of course, cylinders have generally been printed and checked by an expert. It means you know that in our industry that in the pre-press stage, let's take a classical review cylinder, you copper it, you engrave it, you chrome it, and then you bring it to the proof print station where you print each cylinder, sometimes having green print, sometimes still in a full color print. And then you bring this print out to a reader, so to say, and he checks or she checks where's mistakes, where's differences, and these kind of things. So what the question would here be, of course, how to automate that and how to speed that up. And the solution there has been that the current developments of AI and computer vision, again, do an automatic check of the cylinder surface. So there's no proof print done any longer. The surface is scanned, and by scanning the surface step by step, also there the system learns. It's really a little bit like if you would go to the skin doctor who checks maybe your kind of dots which you can have on your skin and checks it with a big database and analyzes if there could be a cancer, a skin cancer or a melanin, which is in your skin. And that is what this system in a way does similarly, but much more effective. This internally developed machine optimized and with optimized software is constantly able to find the smallest defects on these cylinders. We'll show a video in a second, but I really want to explain there what happens. So we had instances when we started with it that our employees who did that since years and have a big experience, they didn't find errors which the machine found. And at that point of time, we still were kind of a skeptic that we said, okay, you know what? I have the experience. There is no mistake. We send it out to the customer. That was 5 years ago. So not to our customers, that doesn't happen any longer. So we trust the machine, and because it actually delivers a better result and quality as human beings can do. That's how it is nowadays. We'll show a video of this one. So you see that over the complete process and value chain, we developed stepwise this processes and digitize them. We are not yet at the end. So coming from the color proofprint and Bergament, we then of course had the technical color proofprint, Xilinx Bergament, where we kind of scanned in the printout, which is then developed into the Xilinx print. You have seen a little bit Xilinx prepress. Now Xilinx Cylinder is really one of our very great developments built by an own machine. And now this all together, if you have the similarity research, we have the Xilinx prepress, we have the Xilinx Cylinder, that fits all together, and that brings it all together in that way that, of course, we are able to reduce human errors, to speed up the process. And that's maybe an outlook to the next years. I'm not the expert there, but where you can use that data to develop further things, maybe even because there's a lot of data which is generated there, of course, and the systems get better and better, and you can optimize more and more. And with that, we have developed really state-of-the-art process where it goes from the point of time when we get the data from our customers until the point of time when we deliver the final cylinder. So in fact, and that's why we named it from Gutenberg to artificial intelligence. When Gutenberg invented the printing, you may know that he didn't invent the printing as such. It existed already 2-3 centuries before in China already, but he did put things in the right way together. And it came from voice-based situations where people transported content, if you will, messages, stories, mouth by mouth, and or from mouth to mouth, and in a telling way, so to say. When he invented this, then it of course came to more vision-based, I would say, where you see what has been printed, and you know that this has really changed the world, because from that point of time, there were books available. The Bible was available in manifold versions, and with that, people started to learn to read, and being able to read is still a very important thing to grow and to learn and to do things better. And now we come, in our industry at least, from this vision-based into really a data-based situation where more and more things run via data. That still means we will, of course, be in the printing industry to produce gravure cylinders, or maybe even, of course, flexo printing sleeves, which are used to print packages. And the packages is still a physical thing, but think about that. You can connect this in the future, even also there with data again, and maybe even be able to have the complete supply chain accompanied with data. So that's why we think this is just the beginning of artificial intelligence in the printing and pre-press industry. Yeah, that's my part of the presentation. Tanya, I don't know, do I have to...
Thank you very much. Markus Pennekamp, thank you for your fascinating overview from Gutenberg to artificial intelligence. We have time for a couple of questions. The first one here is, what do you think are the next development steps in the pre-press sector in terms of application fields for AI? Now, you've mentioned a couple of them, but it seems like you have a lot of ideas still.
Yeah, we do have them still, because luckily, as we are really developing our talents and try to do that and getting more young people into our organization, they have a complete different mindset. And if you see even with my daughter, how she acts with, of course, you all do know that as well with smartphones. What I would think about is that if you go one step further and you have maybe the design from our customers or the customers of our customers, to speed up that process as well there, where maybe, I don't know if that will come, but maybe, especially in our industry, when you get the artwork and you transform it into a pre-press file, that is still work where you kind of change zeros and ones into zeros and ones, and you do it manually. So I think there will be a big opportunity still to get that automated, and with that speed up the process there as well again. And in fact, to the customers of ours and our customers of our customers, that the lead time between the point of time when you have started a new design until the final product is in the shelf of the supermarket, that this will be shortened even more. And also there, think about the kind of more variety you can produce maybe with AI, maybe even partly with kind of hybrid solutions where you have an engraving cylinder in the printing machine and maybe parts of digital print. I think there will be a further development where again, then their processes will be more speedy, will be more, get a higher quality, and they can work 24 hours and 7 days a week, right?
Okay, one other question. I don't know if you had our keynote this morning by Michael Gale about harnessing the value added by AI. Now, he says that only 28% of companies are actually making the most of AI and harnessing that digital transformation. What do you see in your customers? What is holding them back from harnessing AI and adopting AI?
That's a bit difficult to say. We are not that close to the customers, unfortunately, yet. But I think it's still a situation where, and I'm honest there, don't want to discuss our customers, but see, I'm now approaching the 50s, and I think my mindset is still kind of set a bit kind of in old-fashioned, and it's difficult to change that mindset, and that's just human. But the leaders of the companies, they are in that age mostly, right? So I guess that is that kind of a challenge in that way, that it is still for a lot of people difficult to get out of what AI can do. And it's maybe a bit scary maybe as well, and the full benefit and potential can't be seen there. You need, honestly, guys, which and people and women, of course, which think IT, which, but not only IT, which think IT and data and processes. And I think that is something which will come in the next 10 years, generation-wise. Maybe that is where this is held back to our customers as well, or some of them, and where they shy away to invest, because you cannot do a very good ROI calculation on that one. Either you believe in that or you don't. You cannot say, okay, let's invest. What you never can, you invest in a machine, and then you know what the output will be. You maybe will know what the result out of that will be money-wise. But investing in AI means really a little bit also investing into an uncertain future. And therefore, you have to believe in that. I do that. That's why we want to go that way further, because I'm a firm believer of that this will change industry, but maybe others are not yet there. That will be my answer to that one.
Well, I definitely sense your enthusiasm for the topic. Thank you very much, Markus Pennekamp, for your ideas on reimagining the quality control in the printing industry using AI. All the best for Virtual Drupa. Hope to see you here in 2024 with further developments in AI.
Yeah, we'll be glad to see that, Tanya. Thanks a lot. Have a great weekend and all, and see you maybe.
Great, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So, dear viewers, it's time for a break here in Stream 1 of the conference area, focusing on artificial intelligence. We will be back here at 1:20 in the special forum, Drupa Cube, where we're going to have a look at design for sports branding. So join us here at 1:20. And in the meantime, have a look at the exhibition space. There's great live web sessions there. For example, electronics for imaging is over in the exhibition space today. So take a look at that. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
New business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in
the capital of print technologies.
Embrace the future.
Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
Embrace the future. The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go. Okay, now listen to you one more time.
We embrace the future with the passion for our print. We embrace
Fortuna, and welcome back to Stream 1 in the conference area. Enjoying the fabulous Embrace the Future song sung by Bibi Thomas there in the break. Now it's time for the next special forum called Drupal Cube. Now, any football fans and design lovers will be delighted with our next presentation called The Fortuna Story, all about sports branding and corporate design for a football club called Fortuna Düsseldorf, in case you're not up on the European football scene. We'll be hearing about this from a designer's perspective. Remember, if you have any questions for the speakers, do write them in the chat, and we'll have time after the presentation for a Q&A and get your questions answered by the speakers. The Morphoria Collective is an award-winning design studio that was started here in Düsseldorf in 2014. They already have an impressive list of clients such as Telekom, Bosch, Klarna, Vice Magazine, and Fortuna Düsseldorf, the football club. It's my pleasure to introduce our two speakers. They are both co-founders and owners of the Morphoria Collective. Herzlich willkommen, Andreas Ruhe and Marco Schmidt. Over to you.
We are Morphoria, and this is the case documentary of our rebranding process we did with the hometown football club Fortuna Düsseldorf. We actually got to know each other during our time we were studying at the University of Applied Sciences Düsseldorf, and I think that was in 2006. For some people it's hard to give critiques, like honest critiques, to other students because they may take it personally, but it turns out that came pretty easy to us, and we're pretty good at working together, and since then we continue doing that. One morning, this email popped in of Fortuna asking us if we would like to hand in a proposal for the new design. And I'm not gonna lie, we were pretty excited about it. Because for one, it's our hometown football club, right? Their visibility around the city is huge. So to shape that to a certain extent was something we were pretty excited about. And then it's professional sports. That is something we haven't had done before. With these opportunities in mind, there came certain problems we had. So we were a little tense as well, because aesthetics in football are probably not always matching with what a designer has in mind. And that is not only the fan base, also on a player level. And we were pretty certain that if we would fuck up this logo, someone would probably burn down our studio. When the briefing came in, we were slightly relieved, because it was clear from the beginning that we couldn't change the logo and you must not change the colors, which is a little unusual, but all right. So we were slightly relieved about that maybe someone who had the logo tattooed wouldn't be so happy about the change, and we weren't responsible for that anymore. That was good. But when you usually start with the branding process, you start out with a logo and you find shapes you can translate to other design elements, but we couldn't do that. So if we couldn't change the logos and we couldn't change the colors, what are we supposed to work with?
After we figured out that we can't change the logo type or the colors or the main colors of the club, and then in the beginning of this design process, of course we thought about other elements we could use. They are common for corporate design or as corporate design elements, like for example illustrations, graphics and typography. And in the end, surprise, because we are like, let's say we're a little bit passionate about typography, we decided to create a custom typeface as one of the main elements or parts of the new corporate design and the visual communication of Fortuna Düsseldorf.
Before the design process, the actual design process, Fortuna conducted interviews with about 3,000 of their fans to find out the core values of the brand, which was very helpful to us. So that's something we could start from, definitely. But what we need to do before we start the design process is actual design research. And that is crucial to us because only when you fully understand a topic, you can connect the dots and really evolve new ideas, come up with new ideas. German football is, after all, the immediate competition, like the closest competition. So we had to do some research there, and we figured out two extremes. The one was you had this punk rockish, gritty attitude in the north of Germany with Hamburg and St. Pauli. And then you had, on the other hand side, you had this more polished, high-profile sports brand with Bayern Munich. And some people may not know this, but in 2001, I guess, the Toten Hosen, who are associated with Düsseldorf a lot, they saved Fortuna Düsseldorf from filing bankruptcy. So we definitely saw Fortuna Düsseldorf more going towards St. Pauli than towards Bayern Munich.
So we start with that process to think about how are the characteristics of such a typeface, how strong they are, because it's always like a tough balancing act when you create a custom typeface between like the performance of a typeface, that typeface has to be, and the other side the characteristics who tell a story or giving you a special visual image in a whole corporate identity.
That was pretty useful because, I mean, typeface is everywhere when you redesign something and you couldn't change the elements that are set in stone. What else are you supposed to work with? You can create a typeface, and typeface is on every medium. The typeface is on every medium. The font is everywhere. So we can use that as an identity element. But there has to be the balance between legibility and identity, right?
The crest of Fortuna, or the logo of Fortuna, it's in a difference to other football clubs. It is a typographic logo, let's say. It's just an F, an old school, like illustrative F. You can see, and we decided to use this strong image to make it part of the concept for a whole typeface. So and then we tried different ways to use these characteristics. Like one try was to use these looking like blade serifs used in the logo, and then we saw, okay, it's like pretty weird to use them, and maybe it looks a little bit too medieval.
Yeah, that was some death metal shit right there.
Yeah, and then we had a closer look on the details, like on the edges or the parts where the bars and the stems met, and yeah, we made different approaches about that, but always with the goal to have also a pretty legible typeface. We decided in the second step to start to start a typical classification of the typeface, like we decided to make a sans serif typeface, and then we made the decisions of the logo F, which parts we can use for a sans serif typeface, and there were interesting forms coming up at the end, like one of the most characteristic and the first form we saw was like when the vertical stem meets the arc of the F, for example. And then we tried to apply all these forms to all other letters, so we had like a rhythm of these characteristics through the whole typeface.
It was clear right from the beginning that no matter what we do, the in-house designers at Fortuna had to be able to work with the tool set and the rule set that we gave them. So we were trying different solutions, something with like extensive illustrations in them of the players, for example, which were really nice, but that was just too complex to actually work with it in the long run.
With that in our mind, we wanted to create a puristic and bold corporate identity, which is also quite variable in its applications. And therefore, we wanted to create like a toolbox for the client that the client could use, which works with a variable but also easy system in it. The main element was the use of the typography, also for bigger displays or in a bold use. Another thing we did is to expand the color range, because the principal colors they were like white and red, and then we were looking like on all the flags, for example, and banners and stuff, what the fans are doing by themselves, and we saw, especially from all the ultra associations or ultra fans, they had a little bit different flags, and they use also a darker red and a stronger use of black also. So we decided to add this to a color range. So these were the basic elements, and to make it also a little bit more variable. And in the next step, we decided to using these fixed shapes of the toolbox, where we thought about filling them with like patterns or some other graphic elements, and therefore we used like the jersey history of the club, and using all because in the jersey history of Fortuna, mostly they used like a stripe,
red and white stripes.
Yeah, red and white stripes in horizontal or vertical. So and at the end, so we had the other option to fill these shapes with these patterns of the jerseys and use them for backgrounds or as a graphic as itself. So
another part was the pictures we had to use, and when you work with press footage of football clubs, it's mostly the same. So we had to find a way to make it, to alter it a little bit, to make it unique. Like you have the stripe pattern, you have the shapes from the typeface, and you had the altered picture, the altered press pictures. So you had sort of like this patchwork thing, and we had to get a manual together so they could use this toolbox efficiently.
okay, finally, so we had just a few steps to create all of the Fortuna, or your, as a designer at Fortuna, to create your Fortuna artwork for every way of communication. Is like choosing your shape, filling the shape with your stripe pattern from the jerseys, putting on your images or collaging the images with that form of the background, and then putting on the information with the Fortuna custom typeface.
They were actually pretty easy guidelines to work with. But if you assemble them differently, you had a different look every time, but with the same identity overall. That was the most important part. First meeting with the marketing executive of Fortuna, and he made clear from the very beginning that we can't mix up clients or consumers with fans, because that's purely not the case. With Fortuna, when you're a member of the club, you can actively choose and make decisions for the future of the club, because you get this voting right. And if you don't like what you hear, you can vote against it. So you have this sort of democracy in it, which we really appreciate. And then what's another part that that sets apart fans from consumers is, and as cheesy as that might sound, it's love. Because if you love something, then you have passion for it. And if you're passionate about something, only then you are willing to drive to a remote destination in Germany every other weekend to cheer for your favorite club in the freezing rain. Because you wouldn't just do that for any other brand, like, let's say, Coca-Cola. As much as Coca-Cola would love to see you do that, but you're not going to do it. So it was basically Judgment Day for us, because we were presenting the Fortuna DNA video at the annual member meeting, which is, like I said before, it's a member-driven club, like not many others in Germany, and this was the part where they could actually vote if they liked the design or not. Fortunately for us, at the time, Fortuna was playing pretty well, so they were looking favorable at the design, I think. The move was pretty good. Right before the design was released to the public, I'm not gonna lie, we were pretty tense. We were really tense because we knew this is gonna hit the public real soon, and we were like checking Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of that, like refreshing the page every second to see what the comments are about it. And the major feedback was pretty good. We were super relieved because it was received very well. And it was evident after a time that fans actually would love to see the typeface. They would love to download it somewhere and use it. And as much as we would love that, the club was issuing concerns about that, because the fans do have a pretty strong opinion, and having everything they want to say spelled out on a banner is probably not what they want to see in their corporate typeface.
Or there could be legally...
yeah, there could be legal issues with that. Yeah. But apart from the business side, the most important thing to us was that the vibe at the time of the city was just perfect. Everything worked together perfectly. Like the sports was amazing they played, our team was amazing, and everything just came together naturally, which we really appreciated.
Thank you very much, Marco Schmidt and Andreas Ruhr, for that beautiful sort of mini documentary that you've prepared here for Virtual Drupa. Lovely to see your design story. Now we have 1 minute for a couple of questions. One of the viewers would like to know, how long did this design process take from the very beginning to the final delivery to the football club?
First of all, thanks for having us, Tanya. Thank you very much. And well, that is a good question. And I would say, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, it was about half a year, which is not a lot if you consider drawing out a typeface that has to be that extensive. with the character set. It usually takes maybe years to do the checking on all the combinations. You have to make sure that it's legible as much as possible, right? So yeah, I would say it was about half a year.
Yeah, but maybe you have to say we had half a year until the presentation to the members of the club when we showed up the Fortuna DNA video. So but after that, we started to implement the corporate design in the club, and so we had also some time to rework the typeface and implement all the other graphic and corporate elements we created and making the manual and everything. So, but anyway, it was pretty, it was short run, everything. Let's say we had finally a year when we delivered the final files, graphic files, and also the final fonts. Yeah.
So in a nutshell, Morphoria Collective works fast and agile.
Yes.
One main theme here today, if you've been following, is artificial intelligence. Now, maybe just very briefly, do you see a role for artificial intelligence in your design process?
I wouldn't necessarily think that in the super near future that is super important for us, but we already see some implementation in programs we use, and it is super useful for that. So using it as a tool for now is a thing, but I wouldn't see it as a threat for creativity in the long run, just yet.
More on the technical aspects of our job. Yeah, we see a lot of advantages, and maybe in the future, maybe it could be a thing to, especially in a process like this, it could be very interesting for us to maybe to use it for the implementation of a corporate design. To a big company, let's say, or also other agency creatives, they can use it. Maybe that could be a thing for us in the future to work also on an AI.
Andreas Ruhe and Marco Schmidt, I'm sorry, that's all we have time for today. You guys, Morphoria Collective is in Düsseldorf. Will we see you here at Drupa in 2024?
Most definitely, yes. we are attendees frequently, so we will not miss that.
To hearing your further design stories in 2024. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
So, dear viewers, we will now switch to the special forum, Drupa 3D, Fab and Print. I just love how that sounds. It's all about additive manufacturing and processes. In the next presentation, we will learn about how AI can contribute to the optimization of polymer additive manufacturing processes. RWTH, or in German, RWTH, Aachen University, is the largest technical university in Germany. Now, their laboratory for machine tools and production engineering, with the short acronym WZL, is synonymous worldwide for pioneering research and also successful innovations in the field of production technology. Now, our next speaker is already here. I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker. She is Research Associate in Additive Manufacturing Systems at the WZL Laboratory. A very warm welcome, Lea Niva.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you loud and clear. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Yes, thank you. So, my name is Lea Niva. I am a research associate at the Laboratory for Machine Tools and Production Engineering at RWTH Aachen University. And today I'm going to talk to you about methods of data analysis and machine learning for material extrusion processes, which is a part of additive manufacturing or better 3D printing. So, RWTH Aachen has, as you said, Tanya, or is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, university in Germany. My institute, the Laboratory of Machine Tools itself, is also the biggest institute at RWTH Aachen University, consisting of 4 different chairs. I am, and my research, of course, too, is part of the chair of production engineering. Yes, and I'm working also in the department of vehicle production itself. In our department, we see AI or artificial intelligence as a cross-sectional research field. We have 3 different groups, which is body shop, additive manufacturing systems, and mobility engineering. And I am a part of the AM team, and I focus on using AI for smart process monitoring and for polymer-based additive manufacturing systems, what I'm going to talk to you about today. And then I also have, of course, colleagues who focus on AI-based multi-material mixes. In total, I can say that we design production processes and technologies for vehicles. We investigate then in research and in industrial projects as well. And of course, we build prototypes and build small series up in our ramp-up factory. I guess so. It's good. How did we even start using AM as a tool for vehicle production? Coming from the turnaround in mobility, we saw the chances of highly adapted small series production. If you are maybe familiar with our university, RWTH Aachen, maybe it is known to you that we have founded different electric vehicle startups, talking about Ego, talking about Street Scooter, which is now Deutsche Post. We've also developed new vehicles, and we've used new ways of production because we saw these chances of using new ways of manufacturing processes in these new vehicles. One of these ways is the production of welding fixtures, for example, using large format MEX processes. You can see them down there. As you can see on the right side, these welding fixtures are used for the fixture of the subframe of the electric vehicle. So what you can see on the right side is actually the subframe of the Ego car on the left side, using AM manufactured parts for the welding system itself. So gaining more experience in printing these welding fixtures and of course printing over the time many parts, we saw different kind of defects occurring ever and always again in our parts. These kind of defects are under extrusion, poor overhang, as you can see on the left side, and of course, the problem we always have in plastics engineering, shrinkage. Seeing these defects and being a plastics engineer myself, I started to evaluate the interdependencies between these process parameters and the part quality. Looking at the process parameters we used, like layer thickness, the printing speed, but also the extrusion temperature, and combining those to the most important parts of quality, like surface roughness and dimensional accuracy. Looking at literature and of course current papers, looking at existing solutions and combining these with my or our experiences, which we gained over the time, I came up with an evaluation system for these influences, as you can see. But at a very early stage, I also saw that matching these two accurately would take a long time we don't have in a ever developing and always changing process like AM. So what came to my mind was linking these knowledges we had and the data we collected and the data we had with AI. So of course, artificial intelligence is the capability of a machine to learn anything what a human being can also. So AI can be used to fully evaluate the interdependencies in AM much faster, hopefully, and in a shorter time than we as a human can. But what is AI capable of doing, and what does this mean to our MEX processes? Looking at the capabilities of AI in production, we always see quality control with computer vision. We see predictive quality with deep learning. We see predictive maintenance with supervised learning. And we also see conditioning of the monitoring system by clustering the data. What does this mean to, of course, our MEX processes? Quality control with computer vision could mean that you have a neural network which classifies and detects, for example, pores or poor overhang of our AM parts. Predictive quality with deep learning could mean a mix of neural networks and deep neural network which predicts the tensile strength of maybe the AM part using data like the temperature or the printing speed. Predictive maintenance with supervised learning could answer the question, when will my machine fail? When will my AM system fail? A supervised learning model predicts the fail of a machine by, for example, analyzing the engine data of our printer. And then conditioning condition monitoring by clustering, which means an unsupervised learning model could learn normal machine behavior by unlabeled data and seeing alarms when the machine acts not normal, so out of the normal system. Most important for using AI is always the data, your databases. But without analytical processing, data is just a certain series of bits. So a lot of bits wandering around in your machine or out of your machine you can collect. So data is important, but it does not stop there. What is actually our long-term goal? Our long-term goal is to create a digital twin of our printed parts with as much information on it as possible. This twin should be, of course, be based by the geometry of our parts, realized by, for example, external process monitoring system, like a laser or a camera system you could add to the printer. And of course, also data-driven, realized by the data analytics using the machine data, log or external monitoring system also to creating additional information and data. The fusion of these two systems is a digital twin with all the generated and needed information about the part during the printing process. During my time as a research associate, I have realized an exemplary approach. Starting by printing demo parts of the welding fixtures and creating the test set up for the machine, we integrated a 3D laser system and a thermography camera into the printer. This is just to give us a more information about the geometry and the most important parameters, which is, for example, the temperature. At the same time, a continuous data log is created by our printer. And of course, at the end of every print, we compare the CIE model with the actual data of the laser system. During the machine, that's what I've already said, the machine internal data is recorded in the data log. You can see it on the right side, giving us timestamps for every second. You can see temperature changes, position changes of the printer, so you can see it all the time. In the next step, we have prepared the data log in Python for the wanted point clouds we wanted to create by the data. And looking at the data log and the G-code from our printer, you can see an exemplary data log giving us information about the layer, the position of the printer at every specific time. We prepared the G-code of the MEX processes in Python and created the second point cloud model and prepared the data, of course. As a result of this, we created different point clouds, so different digital twins. We have the point cloud, which is very accurate, as you can see, created by the laser, the monitoring system. We have the point cloud created by the G-code, which is not that accurate. And then we have the point cloud, which is created by the data log. So just the based data of our printer, where you can see that we have less points, and that's not that accurate, but it's created. You can always see the part which we printed as a result. In conclusion, we can say that it was possible to, of course, successfully evaluate the machine internal data of our MEX process. That we prepared our data log in G-code and area scans into valuable data sets, and of course, point clouds we could create. We could find out that our most important parameter is the location coordinate. For us, it wasn't even the temperature as we thought. And as a challenge, I have to say that we saw a lack of transferability of our knowledge to untrained new geometries. So when we printed a part, we saw that it wasn't very easy to transfer the knowledge we had on another geometry. So what are we going to do next? What is next in our research? We are going to do, of course, further experiments with other parts, with new geometries, to find out more about these causal relationships we had. We need to develop an interface to collect all of our different data and combining it into one tool so that we have it collected at one point and to see it in one interface and not many different interfaces. And of course, we would love to create an automated data processing to automatically detect anomalies during printing itself and not afterwards. And of course, we want to have a better machine and to develop the machine into further and better machines. So thank you very much. This was my presentation. I'm happy if you have some questions.
Thank you, Lea Niva, for this very in-depth presentation. There's lots of questions for you. First one is, what is your opinion of Mark Forged's Blacksmith, a commercially available adaptive manufacturing platform that connects part design, production, and inspection with AI?
Yeah. I have to say, so AI can be applied to the additive manufacturing process from the beginning, so from the or along the whole process chain. I'm looking into adopting AI into the process itself, but there are other people who look into it, looking at the pre-processing and into the CIE, and then going into the process itself. And then, of course, others do the post-processing and combine it with AI too. For me, it is not my field, I have to say, because I'm always in the process, but I have colleagues who are also in this, looking into the pre-process and combining AI with pre-process data. It's an open field. We have to go the whole process chain, or we have to look into the whole process chain, but everyone has their part in the process chain and looks at different parts. Right now, you can't look at the whole thing, I guess.
Okay, we have another question for you here, Lea. What infrastructure is needed to use the volumes of data you describe? We've heard today in various presentations that absolute massive volumes of data is a challenge for actually detecting value. So yeah, what infrastructure is needed?
Yeah, you need the infrastructure. You can start with your own company, maybe companies or research infrastructure you have. You can talk to your IT systems if they give you some platforms to collect the data. But of course, in the long term, you need storage space. You need to put the data somewhere, and you need to collect it and have it there so that you know on a long term what you can do with the data and that you can get it even afterwards if it's maybe years ago. Yes.
Well, there's lots of questions left, but for your presentation, but we have time for one more. Do you also see risks in processing and utilizing such large amounts of data?
yes, of course, for us, I don't see risks because we just work in the research field. We have our data here, it's safe, we use it here. But of course, in the long term, there are some risks because not everyone wants to, or everyone wants to protect their data, definitely. But yeah, you have to find your own way of working with your data and of course keeping it or keeping the data you want for yourself and the data you want to have free in the world, free.
Lea Niva, thank you very much for your presentation and your presence here at Virtual Drupa. I wish you all the best for your research. That was Lea Niva from the RWTH Aachen University and the WZL Research Laboratory there. Hope to see you here at Drupa in 2024.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Bye. So, dear viewers, next up is the Drupa Cube. And don't worry if you have missed out on any of the sessions here today, because they'll be available for you on the video library here at Virtual Drupa. Individually from next week, you've got the whole stream that you can look at already this week. Now, I've heard that digitalization polarizes the print industry as it does other industries. And in print, you're either an analog champion or a digital crusader. On Monday, we heard the discussion about man versus machine, and now that discussion will be continued in analog versus digital. It's my pleasure to welcome back a man who's been writing about print for his whole life, and he is a leading authority on print in the UK and Europe. A very warm welcome to the owner, publisher, and editor of Print Business, Gareth Ward. And joining Gareth is from Komori Europe, Marketing Manager Peter Minis, welcome to you, and from Koenig & Bauer, Head of Product Marketing, Key Account Manager Europe, Sascha Fischer, herzlich willkommen, and one more from Digital Direct Technologies. Welcome back. Steve Knight has been here at Virtual Drupa a couple of times this week. Over to you guys.
Okay, are we on?
Yes, you are. We can hear you loud and clear. You can start your panel discussion.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you, Tanya, for that introduction. And as you say, the debate between analog, for which we will understand to be litho printing, and digital printing has been going on for a while. I think since Drupa 95, really. So Drupa 95 saw the introduction of some digital printing technologies. Drupa 2000, it was getting heated up. Some of us who were there remember the dogfights in the sky between Xerox and Heidelberg that time. By 2008, that was the first inkjet Drupa. 2012 was the second inkjet Drupa. 2016 was the third inkjet Drupa, whether that was standard inkjet or Benny Lander nanography style inkjet. And now 2021, we're virtually there. But companies still exist. So we now need to know, is Drupa 2021 the time to retire your litho press? Sascha, you work for a company which is steeped in litho press technology, is in analog printing technology for more than 200 years. Are you about to disappear and replace all those litho presses should commercial printers replace their litho presses with digital ones, or is there life left in litho?
I think there's a lot of life left. Obviously, we haven't been standing still for the last 200 years. And if you look at our machines now, I mean, they're really a printing robot more than anything else. While maybe 50, 60 years ago, we talked of make-ready times of hours, we're now counting seconds. And at the same time, the operator is more managing its machine rather than operating it. So if you look at the figures there, since it's a master-bound technology, variable costs are well, almost negligible. So you have initial fixed costs for make-ready, but because of make-ready times being that short, cost per sheets come down, cost discretion works for us. So depending on the application, we find litho still very competitive anywhere as of 200 sheets up. So for us, it's not really litho or digital. it's really the two complementing each other, and then, as you say in good English, courses for courses. So we see a bright future for litho, but at the same time, yes, we watch and develop digital applications as well.
So are you about to tell us that had you been in Hall 17, we would be seeing a commercial digital press from Koenig & Bauer, or is that sometime in the future?
No, you would definitely have been seen one, as we introduced in our earlier session here at Virtual Drupa. We've got the Varijet 106 up for launch. We're starting beta testing soon, and there it's even a more complex concept where we talk of a hybrid digital machine. So we take the best actually of both worlds, where we have, based on the Rapida toolbox or LEGO system, in-feed, feeder, varnishing units as primer units, and delivery dryers, all coming from our toolbox of our long proven Rapida technology. We've implemented a digital print unit on top. And that's especially dedicated for the folding carton as a start. But overall, as Koenig & Bauer, you'll see a digital strategy all across our different business units.
Steve, is this somebody clinging on to a technology that should now be retired, and that digital finally, almost 15, 25 years after it first arrived, is now ready for the main stage?
It's a contentious issue. I think there's sufficient conventional press capacity. So those machines, it's sunk cost, and there's always going to be things that are better printed using that methodology, whether it's litho or gravure. Those still have places in print. They're not going to disappear. What we've seen is very, very rapid evolution in digital print technology. And I think sometimes people are really just looking at the print element, but there's an awful lot of other technologies that make that digital print happen. The vast quantity of data, if we look at the data processing, if we look at Moore's law in computing, that's driving digital print. Our ability to do lot size 1 becomes real, not because of what we're actually printing, but because we can handle the data that goes into the printer. Also, I tend to look at the background technology, so developments in the print heads, in the inks, in the vision systems inspection. So I'm looking at core technology that will come into printers in perhaps 5 years' time. So I can see a continual evolution. We've got fantastic products today, but our evolution hasn't finished. So digital will continue to displace more and more conventional printing.
So do you think it will get to 50%, 60% of the volume that is now printed on being produced digitally? I mean, let's take it, it's around, I don't know, 15 to 20% now. How far will it go?
Interesting. If I go back a very long time ago to studying electronics, we were told everything that is analog will become digital.
I think.
And people didn't believe it. Now that was in electronics, and of course, digitization has happened. Our early mobile phones were analog systems. We forget those. Now all digital phones are digital. Sorry, mobile phones are digital. And I think in print, everything will become digital, apart from the novelty print that's done using antiquated methods. It's a question of time. Are we talking 5, 10, 50 years? So yes, it will become digital. It's just when.
So Peter, are your customers, Komori customers, coming to you and saying, we want digital now? And you're saying, yeah, maybe not just now, maybe you buy another litho press. Our litho presses, as Sasha said, we're competitive at 200 sheets in terms of make readies. Or are we now at that point where more people are going to be buying digital than are going to be buying conventional analog processes?
Sure, we do have customers which are approaching Komori with a specific interest for digital. I mean, that's also a good position for Komori. We offer both digital printing applications and offset applications. So we're also able to take the customer along this journey and see what is best for his product portfolio. And I think that's also pretty much key towards how you want to serve a customer, how you want to see how can you fill the gaps within his needs. That's really important. We need to put the customers at the central point.
and really see what his needs are. But for sure, we have customers who are approaching Komori who've already got a mindset on digital, so they're fully focused on digital. But also in many occasions, we go along together with the customer and discover his true intentions for new investments. What is his priority? What does the expectations from his customers are, which is really important to evaluate. I think Sasha also pointed out during his opening speech that Offset also made significant steps with reduced changeover times to absolute minimum. So yeah, in many occasions, Offset is also still a really good solution and also the best solution. Yeah.
So it's for your customers, it's about the applications that they're doing will help them decide which direction to go.
Yeah, I think the application is a really good indication where to start your search. I mean, the run length is obviously a parameter which is easy to take out and to evaluate. Expectations, but also finishing processes, or the placement inside the production chain itself. I mean, if you purchase a new equipment piece, it's not just a piece of equipment that you put somewhere in a factory. It needs to fit within a full process, and that's really important.
So we're not talking about quality at all, Steve. I mean, I mean, for many years we look at a digital press and people say, finally, it's a litho printing quality, and I'm sure that many of the people here who are selling digital presses are saying we can match litho printing quality. Can they?
It's a very interesting question, and I think every print technology, whether you're looking at screen, litho, gravure, potato printing, digital printing, whether it's with toner or with inkjet, they've all got different characteristics. You can see what a printer's been printed with. Digital inkjet will print some images far better than litho. There's certain images that will look superior on one print technology than with another. There's also technologies that we've developed specifically for a print application. Things like trapping is necessary when you have print towers to cope with the minor misregistration. You don't need trapping on an inkjet print because it's all done within one tower effectively. So as we evolve more technologies to manipulate the image relative to the print technology, we will see superior images printed on each of the technologies. So it's not, can it match this? It can exceed it, but we need to know how to prepare our image. So it's down to the graphic artists of how can we prepare our image for our print technology to exploit the maximum quality of that print technology. Business cards, letterpress is best, but we don't print them with letterpress, we use offset. So yeah, can we match letterpress with litho? Challenging, but we don't care anymore. My early business cards from a print company, they insisted we had letterpress business cards.
And we do still. Our business cards are letterpress because it's the best technology.
Yeah, but I think, sorry. Yeah, I think we're really past that quality discussion, to be honest. I mean, yes, there was the benchmark of offset litho quality in the past. I think there, and then with all respect, digital printing technologies have caught up by far. And again, there, what is the concern with regards to quality to the customers of our customers? I think more decisive, as Peter mentioned, is really what is the business case behind the customer? Behind our print shop as a customer study, and also what is the application looked for by the customers of our customers, be it the consumer, the ad agency, or industrial goods manufacturer. So I think that's decisive what technology is to be used and for what application.
Can I just come in there, Sash, for a moment? An interesting thing which I noticed several years ago when we were starting digital print, and the first market was grand format, or perhaps coding and marking, but grand format printing, the viewing distance is in excess of 10 meters.
Yes.
But the customer's viewing distance, not the user, the customer's viewing distance is perhaps 70 centimeters. And the equipment buyer's viewing distance was through a loop. But it's not just about fit for purpose, it's also about customers' expectations. Certainly you don't need high resolution for large billboard prints, but it was demanded but by the customer. So print quality is quite a emotive discussion, and to say it is about application, it is about the buyer's buyer, but it's also sometimes just about having a better image than the competitor as well.
Yes, definitely. I mean, that's what I was really saying there is who's expecting what and for what purpose with regards to quality. And I obviously at the moment as we speak, but then technology will keep on developing and improving further. There are certain finishing applications you're not there yet with digital. There are first obviously technologies there with regards to Scodix or other digital finishing equipment, but then certain effects which are common for litho can't be just reached yet with digital, and especially not in industrial setup. So that there again, there's some difference there. But then again, as you said, what is the purpose?
So, Peter, I mean, we've seen Komori do, and we've seen Koenig & Bauer do the same thing as well. Buying some of those other technologies, the finishing technologies, or with the purchase last year of the MBO folding company, and you also supply Agility. Is it now not so much selling a press, but selling a system that customers are looking for? It's that end-to-end integration.
Yeah, I think that's something which is clearly noticeable, and I think for everybody who's seen also the live sessions during the Drupa, it really has become the theme of the day. I mean, how do you integrate your piece of equipment into a complete production facility from A to Z? That's really important. I mean, you want to remove all the bottlenecks, make sure that you've got a very good integrated piece of equipment inside your production facility. Yeah, and that also involves looking further towards the chain after production of print. What will happen to the sheet? How can we deliver this in time to the end user? That's all very important questions to ask yourself. So that's also something that Komori has to put down a real effort on, to see how we can maximize this and look further than just the printing process only. Yeah.
So that's that at the moment, folding, cutting, die stamping.
Yeah, exactly. But also on the software part, that's also really important. The connectivity, the feedback of information forwards and backwards through the production equipment. So basically, providing the full set. Yeah.
So to that extent, the physical processes are becoming digital in themselves.
Yeah, I think so. That's something that the process itself also can be named digital, of course. And in the end, how you produce it, it doesn't matter if it's offset or digital or whatever. It's not really important, as long as you can if you can produce the end result in the most efficient and quick way. That's the most important. That's what matters.
So speed, accuracy,
but also expectations towards quality, everything combined. Yeah.
Is this your experience, Sasha?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and to be honest, I mean, obviously now our machines run at 20,000 sheets an hour, but then if the plates aren't there in time, there is no sense. It's all about productivity from start to finish. So in order to increase that productivity, or as simply spoken, net sheets on the floor, sellable products for the customer, it's really, you have to look at the whole process. And we've worked very hard on really on that system, I would say system integration, be it going further than just getting ink profiles from prepress. Why don't we get additional presetting data from prepress, or let's say the management of your production from a dedicated MES or MIS system, integrate finishing processes, integrate warehouse management processes. So that's, I think, what Steve mentioned also by digitalization. Everything that can get digital will become digital in the process, along the process chain. So it's not only digital print, that's one output technology, you could say, depending what your application is. It's more about the digitalization of the processes with regards to workflow.
So we become part of a digital world. Steve, you were talking about how digital printing integrates into this world of databases, data flows. How do you see that moving forwards in the next few years?
I think those that exploit technology are the winners if it's done properly. And you can see some of the huge printers, the PixArts, the Vistaprints, the Simpress Group, they're digital companies. Print is a very, very small part of their business. And I think, we can see that. They use a lot of analog print, a lot of digital, a lot of different print technologies, whether it's T-shirts, pens, or brochures. It's a massive IT business that's driving it. The print is a fairly small element of that. And I think that's, that is the exploitation of digital print.
So very quickly, one word answer before we finish and before Tanya tells us that we've overstayed our welcome. Should a printer now go out and buy a digital press or a further litho press? Sasha?
Look at your business model, look at especially your business strategy. Where do you see your company in the future? Definitely we see quite a few investing in digital printing just to get a foot on it. To make first experiences there, since digital printing will become a complementary technology. But please make up your mind first. Where do you want to go? What do you want to achieve with that? Rather than having it as a glorified proofing printer or mock-up printer in the corner. Where is your business model? Where do you see your strategy?
Peter, should a customer printer go and buy a digital press or a litho press or a Komori press?
Yeah, I just coming to Komori is always a good sign. No, sure, no question about it. But it's really important, like Sasha was mentioning, a clear presentation of your business model. That's really important. What are your expectations and what are your objectives with the new investment? And we are really looking forward to discover this together with our customers. That's for sure.
Steve?
I think digital print, it's lot size 1. If you're doing short run, you're doing a lot of lot size 1s. If you're doing fully variable print, it's lot size 1. You're dealing with a lot of different technologies. This isn't your father's printing press. This is a totally different business. You need to re-engineer your business if you're going to exploit the technology. I would say invest in education first.
Okay, understand what's going on. So this has been the debate in 2021. Drupa comes back in 2024. I suspect that we'll be back in 2024 having the same discussion, maybe with some different points. The progress will have been made. Maybe we may be reading the last rights for litho printing then, but certainly not at the moment. Tanya, thank you very much. I think it's over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your very lively contribution to the discussion, analog versus digital. That was Gareth Ward and Steve Knight over in the UK. And thank you to Komori Europe, Peter Meanies, and Koenig & Bauer's Sasha Fischer. Hope to see you here in 2024.
Definitely.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Tanya.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, dear viewers, it's now time for a short break, and we'll be back after the break with the Drupa Cube and the presentation, Accelerated Trends in a Pandemic World. See you back here at 2:35.
Right, thanks, guys.
Welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Drupa.
Viewers, welcome back here to Stream 1 in the conference area. Now the final presentation in the Drupal Cube Special Forum. Please write your questions for the speaker in the chat function. We'll have time for Q&A after the next presentation. Now, 2020 was a year of growth for digital labels and packaging printing globally. The pandemic was actually a catalyst for accelerating digital processes. In our next presentation, we will hear how you too can harness digital production opportunities for growth in your business. I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker. He is Global Flexible Packaging Market Development Manager at HP Indigo, a division of HP's Graphic Solutions business based in Israel. Shalom, Alon
Shalom,
Schnitzer.
shalom. Yes, hello, how are you?
Very well, how are you?
Very good, glad to be here.
Great.
So, should I start? Great.
Thank you, yes. We can see your presentation. Great.
That's perfect. So, basically, just a second. Okay, so, as you all know, 2020 was maybe for the first time in the history, the whole world experienced and shared the same situation. I mean, we all had to learn, to do things differently in order to keep up with the new norms. In 2020, the entire world population went into crash course in quickly adapting to change. Social distancing, working from home, no entertainment like music concerts or sport events, and basically no traveling, fear of going out, and health anxieties. Not so nice. And each of those things had an impact and created a domino effect on the businesses, and accordingly, it has impacted on the printing industry. And the demand for certain items have spiked, of course, while others have sharply declined. As you can see here, COVID left the world in shock because after the crisis of 2009 in the subprime, we knew there is another crisis that will come someday, but we didn't know it will be in a pandemic, and definitely nobody expected that it will be so hard and it will have huge impact on our lives. Take a look at the graph on the left side. It shows the US employment rates over the years. And you can see that what is happening after several known crises, such as the oil crisis in the 70s or the recession in the 80s or the dot-com, at the 2000s. So basically you can see, the aftershock. But in COVID, I think that no one actually expected that it will be that dramatic, because as you can see on the right side, so you can see here that basically the effect of the crisis of 2009, the subprime, was that the economy was shrinking only in minus 0.1%, and in COVID, as you can see here, it actually, the economy is projected to contract by 3%. So you can see that definitely COVID left huge impact, and this is something that nobody really prepared for. But as we know, every crisis is actually an opportunity to revamp your business and grow. And basically, the pandemic has actually fast-forwarded the industry trends by 5 to 10 years ahead of where it would have been, otherwise in terms of digital adoption. And I think that the market has changed, and those who showed versatility in their portfolio responded quickly to the changes with more agility. Those are the ones that actually grew their business, while others didn't. Now, despite the lack of clarity and logistic issues, etc., because it was a very unclear period of time during COVID, but our customers find new ways to grow and diversify their businesses. And take, for example, the commercial printing, which got maybe the hardest hit of printing industry because no restaurants, no events, so no need for menus, leaflets, brochures, etc. And yet our customers find new and innovative ways to bring new businesses. And if you take HP Indigo customers, so you can see that the labels and packaging definitely was a very successful year. Folding cartons was just a bit under 10% of growth, considering compared to last year. Labels grew in more than 10%. Of course, people consumed more beers at home, other spirits, etc., etc. And of course, flexible packaging, the rising star. For Indigo flexible packaging customers, the print volume grew by more than 45%. And this is definitely something tremendous. And I'm not telling you this to show off, but because I want to show you some things and actually how our customers leverage the trends to make new businesses. Sorry. So anyway, crises can be catalysts for trends, and the pandemic was definitely accelerating trends that were already happening. If it's e-commerce or Industry 4.0 or sustainability, of course, or consumer preferences. So all of those trends definitely got, strong tailwinds. And let's go deep dive on a few of them. So let's talk about e-commerce. The next fact is quite amazing because the acceleration of e-commerce took 10 years to grow 10% and only 8 weeks during COVID to grow another 10%. Now, that's what I call acceleration. And as you can see here, our customers are definitely leveraging their web-to-print capabilities because the outcome of the e-commerce rise is that we see more online orders. So our customers, with their existing capabilities and with a bit of innovative and creative thinking, created some new products and new offering due to the COVID time. Let's have a look at the short ad that Mix Styles did. Okay, Industry 4.0. You know that companies today, are taking more steps to work in a more efficient way to reduce their cost and turn processes to being more automated. Now, this is a necessity in order to stay competitive and profitable. And here's an interesting fact. More than half of the business executives surveyed indicated that Industry 4.0 will have a significant impact on their industries and businesses for the next 5 years. Now, during 2020, our service and support team have closed over 85% of the service calls remotely. This was also achieved thanks to the advanced remote tools we made available to our support teams, such as the HP Indigo Predictive Prescale, which use artificial intelligence that analyzes the data from your press and automatically send a detailed alert to the HP Indigo remote support, and that there is the potential issue. Now, basically, our expert can then contact you with the issue identification and corrective action before production is actually impacted. So saving time and money. Now, automation in production is critical when you're trying to have more jobs per day. And with our cloud-based PrintOS solution, printers like John Bailey from Proco can create, rather than compete, and having the ability to grow from 180 jobs per day, and after only 2 years, they are running nearly 6,000 jobs every day. So that's quite an amazing use of artificial intelligence and automation. And this is definitely something that I think that will be a key factor in the future production flow. Now, sustainability. I mean, it became one of the hottest trends in the recent years. And actually, it's not a trend, it's a requirement. And we all know that we need to do everything we can to reduce the impact on the environment. Yesterday was the Earth Day, and we saw that President Joe Biden, convenes a virtual summit of more than 3,000 world leaders, and definitely everybody, aiming to make something with the climate change and with the environment. And this is definitely great news. But I think that the coronavirus, the crisis actually revealed the fragility of the modern supply chain, which is more centralized. And we see businesses, shifting to printing on demand, ordering small volumes, more frequently changes in design, more SKUs, and moving to print locally, meaning, reducing the carbon footprint on transportation, waste, inventory, logistics, etc., moving from offshore to onshore. Now, in the pandemic, brands needed to respond really fast because, items were out of stock and they needed to ship things to other places in the world. And there was an increasing demand for, just-in-time printing. And those brands that actually succeeded to respond quickly, those succeeded. And the reason that those brands actually succeeded is our customers that enables them, to establish new business. EPAC, for example, founded only in 2016 with two HP Indigo 20,000 digital presses, and with the promise to cater the craft and small brands with fast time to market, no minimum order of quantity, variable data printing, and no tooling, of course. And 5 years later, they grew up dramatically. They have 18 operative sites and 5 more to come. And they are also in Asia, Europe, and Africa. And this is definitely great news because I think that they are actually showing another trend that, the paradigm shift in the CPG market, in the consumer packaging goods, that we see that the main growth and the main driving engine is that come from the craft and small brands. And yesterday or sooner this week, we heard about the announcement from Amco Flexible Packaging that they decided to invest in EPAC. And I think this is a great news because everybody understands the value of the need of those brands. So I want to show you a quick video about EPAC and about their customers. Great one. So the next topic is actually consumer preferences, and we know that they are quickly and rapidly changes. Millennials and Generation Z are all about being relevant and impersonal. So as the main buying force, their desires are actually impacting the way brands are reacting. Personalization is everywhere. Consumer expect it, from personalized recommendation on their Netflix, or targeted direct mail with a personal offering, so whatever it is. The marketers actually have more data about their audience, and they use it, to target them. And basically, with e-commerce rising and Amazon, 1 hour delivery, speed time to market became a necessity, a significant differentiator, that significant part of your offering that can expect, the consumers want everything now. Now, we had very, very comprehensive research about personalization. And actually, it shows that 44% of consumers say that they will switch to brands that actually offer personalized experiences. And also, more than 50% of the millennials and Generation Z actually express the desire for personalized products. So in the next case, as you can see here, this is from Smart Photo and Katamundi in Belgium. And during COVID, they actually identified 2 family groups that love each other company, kids and their grandparents. And they actually made an initiative that encouraged children and to design the playing cards by drawing or uploading pictures to their grandparents' photos. And so they actually, when the lockdown will be over, they can actually play together. So it's another way to show, how we can use web to print and personalization to increase sales and to engage with the consumers. Another thing, in today's world, building loyalty through brand activism and responsibility, I'm sorry, has become very important. And brands require to be more social, to show, community responsibility, care for this planet, and do a lot of things that actually they didn't do in the past, because they were not so much in the focus. Now, just being a profitable business is no longer a viable option. As you can see, 85% of the US Gen Zs actually believe that brands should be about something more than profit. And actually 80% of them believe that brands should help make people's life better. So they expect from the brands, to give more for the society. And I think this is a great example. I ran into this Tesco ad last week, and this is a great example, because we see that, Tesco, I mean, it was a rough year in UK for the beer and beverage market, because the pubs were closed and they lost sales of almost $11 billion. And eventually, when places started to open in UK, so Tesco find a very very nice and amazing way to tell the people that, okay, they put this ad and say, pubs have had it tough this year. That's why, for once, instead of telling you about our fantastic deals, we're using this space to ask you to support them instead. And because right now, every little helps. I think it's a brilliant ad. Now, besides that, we can see that also our customers actually donated and made a lot of products, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. Whether it's 40,000 thank yous, personalized airline boarding passes that were printed on the HP Indigo 12,000 HD, and they were actually personalized, and they were given to the doctors and to the medical staff in Wuhan when it only started. So it was very, very nice. And also in Brazil, Hershey's, they just donated 15 tons of chocolate and changed the package from Hershey's to Heroes. And, they deliver it to more than 35 hospitals in Sao Paulo region. So it definitely shows, some nice things that they can do for the community. Many of our customers actually, also produced face shields. We know many stories of customers that actually added shifts to produce, something that is not in their, portfolio, but just because they wanted to contribute and to give face shields to the hospitals and other clinics. And also here at AP Indigo, we actually thought of a nice idea. Some of our guys thought of a nice idea that since, doctors are all covered with, the outfit, so you can't actually see their faces. So we just, came up with a big sticker with a face, with their image and the name, of course. And so it was very nice, and they gradually, embraced it, and they loved it very much. Now, when I'm talking about, brands loyalty and what they do for community, it's not only, about crises like this in COVID, but also empowering, empowering and creating, equality. And the next case study is actually a very interesting one, because this is actually the second year. I'm sorry, this is the second year that this campaign is going on in Brazil. And this is for the International Women's Day. And this case study is actually shows how packaging, can be a strong tool for brands in their efforts to win all consumers' attention and loyalty. Now, take a look at this. Okay, so we've reached the end of the session, and if I need to summarize this topic, so pandemic, just like crisis, creates a lot of new business opportunities, and they actually accelerating trends that, most of them are actually pushing for the digital area and for more sustainable and more personalized regions. So basically, what we're saying is that try to create and not to compete, and definitely, do things differently. So as Jeff Bezos said, what's dangerous is not to evolve. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wonderful contribution, Alan Schnitzer from HP Indigo, showing opportunities for growth even during a pandemic with some great innovative ideas. We've run out of time, I'm afraid. We need to go into the next session. All the best for your business. Continue with those opportunities, and we hope to see you here at Düsseldorf in 2024.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So, dear viewers, we'll have a short break now. Take a look at the live web sessions in the exhibition space. Right now, there's a session on from electronics for imaging. We'll be back here in just 10 minutes, 3:10. In the next session, we'll hear about new technologies for sustainability in Touchpoint Textile. See you back here at 3:10.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses. But now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Drupa town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Drupa town. Hey, we embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies.
Embrace the future.
Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
Embrace the future. The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Drupa town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print. So come on and sing with us. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Embrace the future.
Yes, can we do this one more time? That was amazing. Let's go.
Embrace the future.
Oh, can I listen to you one more time?
Embrace the future. We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Drupa town. We embrace the future. We embrace the future. Oh, yeah.
Dear viewers, welcome back to Virtual Drupa. Now, you know, if you've ever visited Drupa here in Düsseldorf, by the end of the 10, 11 days, in fact, everyone's singing the Drupa song. So we hope you're enjoying the Drupa song for this year, Embrace the Future. Now, back here in the conference area, Stream 1, we will continue with Touchpoint Textile. We will now hear about new technologies to help drive sustainability in the textile printing industry. It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of the panel discussion, EU Research Manager at Centexbel in Belgium, Guy Beul, and he will be joined by his fellow researcher and lecturer. Hello there, Guy. He will be joined by his fellow researcher and lecturer in bio-based polymers, also from Centexbel. Welcome, Brecht Demetz. And joining the discussion is also Senior Project Manager, responsible for research and management of sustainable value creation at the German Institute for Textile and Fiber Research. Willkommen, Dieter Stellmach. Over to you, gentlemen.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the introduction. So welcome to this session about hearware and printing on textiles. First of all, from my side, I would like to give you a very short introduction to the hearware project. So it's a European project, and the main goal is written there on the slide. It's really about looking into textiles, how we can make it more sustainable by making it local, but also to look into circular and bio-based concepts and materials. So how do we want to do that? Well, as mentioned, in our view, to get to a truly sustainable textile manufacturing, and then also linked to that the printing, we need to fulfill three aspects. First of all, we need to look at the circularity of the material use and so on, of the design of the textiles. We also have to look into non-renewable materials that can be used, so bio-based ones. And we also have to see how we can produce that, hopefully a bit more locally than is now the case. And for that, we can use aspects like automated production, network manufacturing. And this is just to give you an overview of the typical, let's say, value chain of our different processes within textiles. So just to give you an idea, we start, of course, with the raw materials indicated more towards the left upper corner. And then through the different processes, we can go to the yarns, basic materials, then one can go to fabrics, and then one can also go to the actual textile pieces, for example, clothing, garments. And important is that it's not so visibly indicated here, but to go to the final clothing, of course, you need to have some finishing, some functionalization, and an important part for that is also definitely the aesthetical aspect, which can be done by printing technology. So printing is definitely a key part within hearware. And basically what we want to work to is the vision shown here, where you see on the left side the current typical textile value chain, meaning that raw materials are being produced, for example, in the oil-producing countries, but also textiles depend a lot on cotton. Then the raw materials are shipped to low-wage countries, and then the textile comes back to us in Western Europe, for example. And what we want to work to is what is shown on the right side, where we have a more closed circle and with full production, so also including, for example, the printing within Europe. That is a short intro to the project. We just started recently, end of last year, and we still have a bit more than 3 years to go. If you would like more info, definitely also take a look at our website. Now, as said, an important part is also to do a sustainable finishing, a sustainable printing of the textiles. And that's why I would like to switch now to the two actual presenters of this session. First will be my colleague Brecht Demetz, who was for several years at Centexbel, involved in different projects on regional level, European level, and definitely also already for a while in the printing and coating of textiles. So Brecht, please feel free.
Thank you. Can you stop sharing the screen so I can share mine? Thank you. Let me go to the, to the start. Okay, my name is Brecht. I am a researcher at Centexbel, and I work in the team of coating and finishing of textiles, which is only one of the research teams involved in the hearware project. But my tasks are everything to do with bio-based or biodegradable coatings and inks, And today I will present you our work on bio-based and biodegradable printing inks. And you already see on the background image a PLA-based print on a linen fabric, which I will also explain you during this presentation. Now, the vast majority of textile printing is still done by rotary or screen printing. That is about 75% of the textile printing market. And to do so, mostly pigment inks are used. Now, a pigment ink always has a binder and also some pigments. And currently used are mostly polyvinyl chloride, polyurethane, and silicone inks. These can be problematic in recycling. They can also contribute to microplastics, and they are, of course, also an influence on biodegradability of your product. If you have, for example, on the right-hand side at the bottom, a flax fabric, and you put a PVC coating or a PVC print on it, this without a doubt will influence also biodegradability. That said, one should always focus on the motto reuse, reduce, recycle. So I must say that biodegradability is only in specific cases that it should be considered. Now, on bio-based and biodegradable plastisols, because the development I'm talking about today is a plastisol ink, you need to understand what a plastisol is. In fact, that is a thermoplastic powder in combination with a plasticizer. This is a liquid that when you heat it, it will melt together. So the thermoplastic powder will take up the plasticizer, and upon cooling will form a solid film or print. Now, if you have a look at the thermoplastic powders that are both bio-based and biodegradable, there are not many of them. You can either work with polylactic acid or polyhydroxyalkanoates. Now, what we do is we take such a powder, we combine it with a plasticizer, we also add water and dispersion additives to improve the rheology and to have a decreased migration effect, because those who have worked with PLA in the past will know that PLA is in fact a difficult candidate to combine with plasticizers. You can have a lot of migratory effects from it. The formulations and the inks that we produce are favorably priced because they have a very simple formulation. On the top right-hand side, you can see that we are currently doing trials with batches of more than 100 kilo, and that works very simple, very well in one-step processes. There is no solvent involved. So unlike other PLA dispersions on the market, they have not been made by using solvents that need a very costly and also environmentally unfriendly distillation step to get rid of the solvents. We don't use them, so it's cheaper to make. And the process that we use is patent pending. On the bottom right-hand side, you see an example of an electron microscope picture of polyhydroxyalkanoates, which is a polymer occurring in nature that also works very well for these plastisol inks. And this is an example when we produce these inks with polyhydroxyalkanoates, what you achieve. So this is a print made within the Herewear project, where we really want to go and make a sustainable solution for the textile market. So it is a bio-based print, it is a biodegradable print. If pieces come loose from it during washing, for example, it will be without microplastics. So any particle that comes off will be biodegradable in the effluent from the washing machine. So we really want to make sustainable and responsible fashion and textile prints. Now, as I said, it's a plastisol technology. In this case, the print shown on the right is, oops, sorry, a little bit too fast, is made with polyhydroxyalkanoates. That is a natural polymer that occurs in bacteria. So there are whole classes of bacteria producing polyhydroxyalkanoates. And because it's a natural polymer, it also actually degrades very quickly. It is at the same time a highly anticipated new polymer. At this moment, it is still quite expensive, but there are many companies announcing bulking up and scaling up of the production of polyhydroxyalkanoates. What we did was the screening of plasticizers, and I must say, with polyhydroxyalkanoates, combining them with plasticizers is much easier than with PLA. You can use more plasticizer in higher concentrations without too much troubles. And also adding a cheap plasticizer may counter a little bit the high price that polyhydroxyalkanoates currently have. We see that the prints have a very good abrasion resistance, but at this moment, the washing resistance is not yet very good. It is also covered by our patent, which is pending, and we are trying to further develop this within the project Hereware. Then on this slide, I show you an example of a PLA-based ink. So it's again the same principle, but we use a powder of polylactic acid. Now, unlike polyhydroxyalkanoates, polylactic acid you will not find in nature. So it is not a natural polymer, but it is synthesized from sugars. So it is a bio-based polymer nonetheless. It is, in that sense, maybe commercially more relevant because it is the cheapest thermoplastic biopolymer on the market at this day. Now here, as I said, the screening of plasticizers is a much trickier part because many plasticizers have difficulties in combination with PLA in terms of migration, etc. The combinations we made here are in fact quite good in terms of migration. We have an excellent abrasion resistance, but at this moment, we still have a moderate washing resistance. We think that it is feasible to wash at 30 degrees, but at higher temperatures will be really still a little bit tricky. What is very important and interesting to see is that in fact we can also fine-tune the biodegradability. But what is a little bit a pity is that we have a limited resolution due to the large particle size of PLA. And that you can already see on the print here. Usually in our logo, there is a fine line here in the middle. And here, because we have to take a bigger resolution because the powder particles are bigger, we lose a little bit in resolution quality with these inks. Now on this slide, on the right top, I show you that the abrasion resistance is excellent. This has been subjected to a Martindale test. And as you can see, the cotton fibers are abraded away, while the rest of the print is still very much present and in a very good condition present. So abrasion resistant is very good. At the bottom, you see the result of a crumple flex. A crumple flex is in fact a test where you crumple your textiles 9,000 times in a very dense manner. And those who have worked with PLA will be surprised by this result because it's in fact very good. PLA is known to be very brittle and very hard, but the combination of using plasticizers and because a print is a very, very thin layer, we still have very good results in the crumple flex, which is of course necessary for an ink on textiles. For the best results, we need two heat treatments. One is drying the ink in the oven during 3 minutes, and it should be followed to have the best results by 1 minute in a heat press. This is not so common for plastisol inks, but we do recommend it to have the best results. Now, as I told you, you can modify the durability and the biodegradation of these inks. And this is in fact a very tricky thing. And this is why I put this quote here that it is a challenge to develop products that are sufficiently durable for normal use, but at the same time remain biodegradable. And what I show you here on the picture is the left side of the picture, an unmodified ink, and you wash it 10 times going towards the bottom. You see after it is washed 10 times, it really fades away. While on the right-hand side, when you cross-link this ink, you can have a much better durable result that approaches washability. There are still some defects to be seen, but that is what is really tricky with biodegradable items. You want to have them performing well during a lifetime, but at the same time, when dust comes from it and it's released accidentally in nature, you want those particles to biodegrade, and it's tricky to really formulate in such a way. We do everything, of course, with biodegradability tests. This is supported by our partner Organic Waste Systems in this project. And as you can see here, we did the biodegradability tests towards home compostability, which are of 3 tests. On the top picture, you see disintegration tests, We put a coating film of 150 micrometers thick in this case, and it needs to be degraded into small enough particles after 26 weeks. And you can see the progress during time, but you also see that we just barely meet these conditions. So really, we really worked towards a film that remains as durable as possible, that is still degrading just in time to have it compatible with the home compostability requirements. No, the disintegration is not sufficient. You also need to have CO2 conversion. This is a much more expensive test, so we started them much later. The bottom picture shows you the latest results after some 50 days, so 2 months time, let's say, which I got 2 weeks ago, so it's very recent data. So it compares a little bit with the 8 weeks slide as the top picture. And you can see that from our films, about 20% is degraded very fast. And we hope that this will have catching up till 90% within a year. So we are still only 50 days far. We can go up to 365 days where the CO2 conversion must reach 90%. We hope that this will be the case, but you understand that research in this field is tricky because of this. You want to work on the limit to have the best quality, but still have it reaching all the compostability requirements as well. We can modify a little bit if it's not sufficient by switching the PLA type or polymer blends, etc. And also bear in mind that the ink will only be 20 micrometers thick, while these films and these tests have been done on films of 150 micrometers thick. The thicker, the more difficult it will degrade, of course, as well. Then the last slide I wanted to show you is that we do not only work on the ink binder itself, but we also work on the bio-based dyes. This is a project, an Interreg project, where we have partners growing curcuma plants. And the rooters of the curcuma plants is full of curcumin. Curcumin is a natural dye, but very unstable. So we have a partner that stabilizes the yellow, but also make red and blues from it, which you can see on the top. We process it in master batches, but also in inks, as you can see on the bottom. And we analyze also the degradation products from these pigments. And this is immediately a second quote that I want to put here. A lot of attention has been given to the binder systems or the matrices of products, but additives like colorants are often overlooked in the development of new products. The results I've shown you today came from 3 projects. BioNTop is a Horizon 2020 project within the bio-based industries, so BBI project, where we develop textile-based packaging materials. Then the Kulko project is an Interreg Northwest Europe project where we investigate pigments. And of course, the Yearwear project, which has already been explained to you by our moderator, and I will give him back the word as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brecht, for the presentation. Just for information, please, if you have any questions, type it in the chat function, and we will have, after the second speaker, then a short session for questions and answers. So I would really invite you, please send us your questions you might have. Now let's move on then to the second speaker, which is Dieter Stelmach. Dieter studied technical cybernetics at the University of Stuttgart, but already since '86 he's working at the DITF, and currently he's their senior project manager, covering domains like sustainable value creation, management and organization of textile value chain, digitization, and so on. So Dieter, please, you have the floor or the screen.
Okay, thank you. I'm sharing my screen here, starting with my presentation. Okay. We heard a lot about in the textile touchpoint. We heard a lot about our microfactory. We heard some aspects about digital printing, about the inks which can be used, which bio-based inks, and how do we integrate this all for making clothing, for making garments based on biomass in a circular economy. Just to give a little bit for my background, Guy, thank you for the introduction. I'm from the German Institute of Textiles and Fiber Research in Deggendorf, nearby Stuttgart, in the southern part of Germany. And we have 3 research centers, one for fiber making, for high performance fibers. We have a second one for the textile making, yarn, weaving, finishing, printing, and we have another one where we do all the digitization aspects. And what is, let's say, very important for us here, and also in the context of the HERA project, in the context of the production of the future, that we even have, let's say, all what is necessary, or almost all what is necessary for the circular economy, for the textile circular economy in-house. So we do it from the polymer, over fiber and yarn, fabrics, functionality, to the final product, and then back to the molecule. In a more, let's say, technical diagram, you can see here the same, let's say, wording, but more technical illustrated, that we also have further, let's say, departments where we do the testing, and also departments where we do all the digitization, which is about digital twinning, material simulation, life cycle analysis, and so on. And so if we develop, or if we focus to the textile circular economy, we can do all the elements in-house. What does it mean for the HERA project? Guy has already introduced the HERA project, which is basically for bio-based, local, and circular wear. And one important aspect to realize the local and the circular and the bio-based thing is to make the production processes with a new material. I will show later on a little bit, with a new material, not only, let's say, to make the fibers, but also to process fibers. And one core aspect is the printing and the cutting and the assembly to clothing. And this is what we call here the basic principle, that it is a seamless information flow from CAD, from body scanning, from design, over the printing to the cutting to the assembly. This is the core of the digital textile microfactory, which we have developed here, and which will be now, let's say, adopted and upscaled for a broader spectrum of materials within the HERA project. Let's say some impressions about the realization from body scan, which you can see on the top left, to 3D CAD design. And in the middle, I put in red the color matching, the color preparation in the rib. I will come to this in a few seconds. But on the right side, you see the HR and the VR element, which can be used for marketing, but also for other presentations, for development and for fitting aspects. And what you see on the top line, the 4 elements, are in the digital world. And as soon as we are, let's say, happy with our development, with our coloring, with our fitting, with our patterns, then we can push the button, and then we go to the real world. Then we prepare the printing file, then we prepare the cutting file. We can make the handling file if we have some automated handling already implemented, and we can go to the assembly. And this is why I said this is important, that we have on the top the virtual world, the digitized world, and as soon as we are satisfied, as soon as we want to go to the implementation, to the physical elements, we push the button and the color and the rib, and of course some additional software functionalities, then prepare what is needed for the physical production. And a little bit in a summary, this is for the digital textile microfactory, to think and act digital as long as possible. And only the last mile, I call it the last mile, is the physical, the transformation from the digitized information, from the information into processable files, which will be used and which will be used by the production machines. And this means that in the digital textile microfactory, there's a full integration and also important transformation of the data from a body dimension to a clothing dimension, and then to the process information on the machine. So these transformation processes are very important. And I think there have been a set of sessions during the Drupa in the past days where details have been explained. One aspect is that we, for example, typically print only into markers to save chemicals and to reduce the waste. We use some AI mechanism to calculate the best machine settings, also for the bio-based materials, which are the main aspect in HereWare. But as we still started the project, we are just also starting the calculation processes. And as you can imagine, or as you might have heard, that we focus to made to measure to on demand, mainly for small series and short runs, but not only, and most probably or for sure, the concept of the seamless information flow is transferable, is usable for any kind of textiles. When we have this concept about the integrated information flow, we have to think how to apply it in an economical way. There might be 4 concepts how to use it. We have a factory in a shop, in a micro factory in a retail and marketing environment. You might have a small standalone factory with flexible capacities, possibility to network and upscale and also downscale if necessary. You might have the DTMF in a factory implemented, or we might have a dedicated technological center as we have, and you cannot see it here, but we have it here in our background, or we might have a special lab for digital textile microfactory. Next step is, okay, now I have my digital textile microfactory implemented. I have it in a factory, and so the next step is how do I interact with my partners? And for this, we have created in another project, in the FBD model project, a set of digitized textile production scenarios. And one of these production scenarios is interconnected local value chains. We have described this production scenario with a set of key characteristics, of advantages, of preconditions, of points where to pay attention, and what about the data drivenness. And then we can make some analysis and also some advisory for, let's say, interested organizations, how to set up, how to configure a local value chain. And you see here in this radar diagram that we have defined 7 principles: corporate culture, organizational structure, and with a kind of a self-assessment tool, you can check where I'm today, what is necessary for the future, and then I can derive the necessary measures to implement such a local value chain. Coming with these, let's say, possibilities, from a microfactory technological aspect to economical aspect to a supply chain or circular aspect. What does it really mean for the HereWare project, where we really implement it and where we really want to scale it up? As already mentioned, there are 3 elements. It's a circularity, it's a local aspect, and it's a bio-based aspects. And important is that regarding the circularity aspects, it's transparency and digital twin. And this is a very important, let's say, contribution for the future, so that we can know all the time, everywhere, where our product comes from, where our material comes from, what are the processes. And therefore, the seamless information flow is absolutely necessary. We can implement these microfactories as small production unit, enabling on-demand production and flexible upscaling and networking. And we can implement all these optimized production processes, machine settings. And as I have explained, we have multiple factory concepts, and we should also go to the service orientation. And for the HereWare implementation, it is important that we configure the microfactory concept for the use of local biomass and also using the printing inks which have been presented by Brecht. Coming back to the DITF, I indicated with a little bit thicker red lines what we do, what the ITF is doing in the HereWare, in the textile circle. We do not, let's say, are engaged in this project with the yarn making, in the fabric making, in the functionalization we just have heard. But we are engaged in numerous other, let's say, processes, from chemical recycling, from filament, to garment making, to use phase analysis, and also to testing and digital twinning and life cycle analysis. Okay, I hope I could give you some insights on the digital textile microfactory, how to use it in the HereWare project. And if you are interested, so please have a look to our homepage, to our webpage, and please, or we would be happy if you join our HereWare community, that you can not follow in real time what happened, but in a very short time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dieter, for the very nice presentation. So I would like to really repeat my call for questions. If you still have questions about the first presentation, but also definitely about the second, please feel free to add it in the chat. We still have now almost 10 minutes for some question and answer. Maybe we can already start with the first session. So Brecht, one of the things was, of course, it's nice to do the screen printing, but is it also feasible to go to digital printing? What would be challenges? Is it easy to make the transfer?
Yeah, it will be quite difficult to really make the transfer already now. We are working on it quite hard, but the main thing with PLA is that just like with polyurethanes, you will make dispersions of it. And the dispersion size is very important for digital printing because it needs to pass the nozzles, etc. And you need to have a very reliable way to make PLA dispersions in which the particles are extremely small. We managed to do that to a certain point, but we still have problems with agglomeration. So it could mean that when these things go into a print hit, they clock together still. So at this moment, we are working on it, but we are not yet there. With screen printing, that is less of a danger.
Thank you. One other obvious one is related to potential cost from the bio-based materials. Is it similar to existing inks, or where would one have to place it?
It is certainly more expensive than PVC-based inks, but that is an extremely cheap chemistry. But the prices are very reasonably priced and should be compared with commercial polyurethane-based inks will be very similar. So in that sense, the prices are reasonable. For polyhydroxyalkanoates, that is a different story. There it's still more expensive. You will have a factor 2 more expensive than polyurethane-based inks.
Okay, thank you. Maybe after the first two, we switch to the second presentation, but also a couple of questions. First question would be, of course, the presentation fits very nicely with Industry 4.0. Do you also use some specific software that makes them easy to integrate more common Industry 4.0 software?
For the time being, not really some specific ones, because there are, let's say, many providers of factory control software, of machine control software, of ERP, or of MES systems, and these systems are basically applicable to the digital textile microfactory, but in order to get a very close connection, a real seamless information flow, at least in this first stage, or during the last development stages, we decided not to set up or not to integrate such commercial software. Another aspect is that during the last, let's say, 5 years, it was not so easy and not cheap for small companies or for startups, for SMEs to implement these commercial software. It changes, and we have a lot of let's say, maybe even open source software available, which realize these functionalities of, let's say, of order management, of controlling of the processing data, and so on. But this is still an issue, or not an issue, this is still a job which is ongoing.
Okay, that makes it more clear. And one other thing is, we all know textiles are typically used on large scale, lots of people, lots of clothing, but you introduced a micro factory. So micro sounds like much smaller scale. So could you say something about the typical throughput? And also, assuming it goes well, is it easy to scale up or to extend?
Yes, so the typical throughput is, say, we demonstrated it, we tested it, and we can make, let's say, a t-shirt or a polo shirt if we have provided, if we have some basic patterns, and if we have, let's say, the basic raw material or the basic material, the raw fabrics available, then we can do it within less than 1 hour, 30 minutes or something like this. From a body scan to the CAD, to the printing, to the cutting, sewing, then it can be within 1 hour. But this is, let's say, for individualized or for very small series of products. If we want to scale it up, it is basically no problem, because the core is the seamless information flow. And from this point of view, it doesn't matter if you have, for example, 1 digital ink printer installed, or 5, or a very small one, or a very, very fast one. This doesn't matter at the end from the principle. Of course, all the processes have to be adjusted so that the throughput is, let's say, harmonized over all these steps.
Okay, thank you. And maybe one last, but short with that respect also. If you go for, let's say, the basic micro factory, can you have a quick indication of the investment cost needed there?
That's difficult to estimate. It depends really on what dimension of what product or of what fiber type you use, because depending on the fiber, there might be some more challenging, let's say, settings. Okay, let's say from printing, cutting, something between 100,000 and 500,000. It depends on which is the real setting. But it could be also that in future, it is not necessary to buy the machine, but that you can, let's say, use machine as a service. So we will see what the machine provider will offer for the future, and then it can become, let's say, not so much in initial investment.
Okay, thank you. That gives at least an order of magnitude, and good indication. So I think we have to come to an end of this session. I hope it was able to show that also printing is quite important for the textile sector.
Thank you, gentlemen,
Thank you.
for your very fascinating insight into driving sustainability in the textile industry. So from Centexbel in Belgium, thank you to Guy Böll and to Brecht Demetz, and from Germany and the German Research Institute on Textiles, thank you also to Dieter Stellmach. All the best for the rest of Virtual Drupa, and hope to see you back here in 2024.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Bye-bye. Auf Wiedersehen.
Bye.
Bye.
So, dear viewers, we have one more presentation here in the Touchpoint Textile Special Forum. Remember, if you have a question for the next speaker, do write it in the chat function. We'd love to hear from you, and that creates a very lively discussion in the Q&A after the presentation. So we've just heard about driving sustainability in the textile print industry, and now we'll hear about Kodak's solution for fabric print solutions. I'm very happy to welcome Business Development Manager for DGT Inc. from the Eastman Kodak Company from the UK. Welcome, Sarah Milligan.
Hello everyone. I will just attempt to share.
We can hear you loud and clear, so you can start your presentation as soon as you're ready.
Yeah, I'm just looking for it. This is my first Zoom effort, so bear with me.
All the best.
I managed to avoid Zoom for the last year, and consequently I've barely brushed my hair whilst during in lockdown. I can't imagine I'm the only one. So thank you for joining, everyone. I've got the graveyard shift on a Friday afternoon, so I appreciate for those of you that are here to listen. As Tanya said, my name's Sarah Milligan and I'm Business Development Manager based in Europe, working for Kodak. And I've been around at Kodak for, almost 11 years. Most of my background is in desk-jet, inkjet printing, but I've recently been working on the external inks team, which is mainly focused on DTG and roll-to-roll currently. So I'm just going to talk you through some of what Kodak have been working on in the direct-to-fabric market and a little bit about what's coming new. So let me know if this slide moves. Here we go. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Kodak's history, extensive history really as an ink OEM. I'm going to go in a little bit more detail about what makes Kodak's inks quite different in the market and, what differentiates us from other ink brands and dispersions that are also available. We will have a look at the current DTG portfolio, and I'll share with you some insights into what's coming new in that area. I'll also give you an overview of what we're doing in terms of the roll-to-roll market segment, and a little glimpse about what we've been working really hard on for the last 6 months or so that's coming new for 2021. So let's start at the beginning and talk a little bit about Kodak's experience in the DTG industry. So Kodak, as you probably know, have been around for well over 100 years, and we've been making digital inks and working in the digital ink industry for decades. So we've currently got a really successful commercial inkjet business, and we did have a market-leading desk-jet printing business for some time, which we came out of in, I think, 2012, 2013 to focus more on that commercial side. So we know digital ink and we know the inkjet business really, really well. Kodak has a great heritage in color technology and chemistry. We've got an excellent team of chemists and a really well kitted out facility at our offices in Rochester, New York. And building on this background of expertise, we decided that we really should be focusing on developing and launching a range of inks, pre-treatments and solutions for the DTG industry. So that's what we did. So back in 2019, just before FESPA, we really went hard and marketed our DTG inks. So we've got a range of inks and other solutions suitable for Ricoh and Epson printheads currently, and machines operating on those systems. They are now being distributed worldwide. We're really, really pleased with how well it's being adopted in the market, and we're getting some really excellent feedback and results from dealers, distributors, and from end users. So we're really delighted with how well that's been going. and how the Kodak brand has really supported that heritage in color technology and chemistry that I think we're still famous for. So as well as direct garment and roll-to-roll inks, which we've formulated for cotton blends and polyester, we're also selling nano dispersions and components. We focus purely on water-based digital inks, and we have fantastic quality color. The color gamut is excellent, and the pricing is really competitive in the market. And I think that's what's making the uptake of the products so successful in the parts of the market that we've chosen to attack. As I mentioned, as well as selling finished inks, we do also sell our nano dispersions and components. So we're giving those other ink manufacturers a fantastic opportunity to make really good quality inks and leveraging the Kodak chemistry that we've worked really hard to formulate over the years. So we're also doing roll-to-roll. We've got a specific range of inks that have been formulated with a different viscosity that makes them perfect for use in these fast, wide format printing machines. The extended color gamut works really well in this industry. We've currently got nine colors, and we're getting some really fantastic results. And I hope you guys have had a chance to see some of that, potentially even some of the demos that you might have seen at the Drupa exhibition. I'm not sure what that's looked like from a virtual perspective. So what really does make Kodak ink different? So I think the key is that Kodak's proprietary nano pigment dispersions really make the difference. So by having much smaller particles in our dispersions and therefore in our inks, it gives us an opportunity to really make an extended and wide color gamut. We can pack more color into the inks, and we really get fantastic results. The jetability is great, and we're getting fantastic reviews in terms of the stability of the ink also. So the nano dispersion really is the key. And as far as we're aware, we've got the smallest pigment size in any of these inkjet inks. And everything is made in our Rochester manufacturing facility. So as well as the dispersions, we also have the proprietary polymers. So that's really the key behind the enhanced jetting performance and the improved open time. So that means that you've got less time where you're non-productive, maintaining and head cleaning. So we're really proud of the facility that we've got in Rochester, fully ISO 9001 accredited for quality. And it's fantastic. The site that it's on, I was lucky enough to get an opportunity, obviously pre-COVID, to have a visit round and have a good guided tour of all the old Kodak facility and this fantastic manufacturing plant back summer before last, 2019 now, when the world was still open for travel, and it really was quite something to look at. So what are we doing now in DTG? So as I said on an earlier slide, we've currently got two types of ink, two different viscosities that have been designed specifically for to work in Epson and Ricoh heads. We are working hard on final testings in inks for other viscosities. So watch this space for some fantastic Kodak inks for the Kyocera series, for example. We're also in final testing for some enhanced pre-treatments for use in polyester to really make sure that the prints in this area are second to none. And we're really pleased with the results that we're getting so far in this area. So plenty going on. It's been a really busy period despite all of the other restrictions that we've seen due to COVID, but we've been working really hard behind the scenes to try and build on the successes that we've already made over the last 2 years, 18 months or so. And I guess in terms of that, we've been so pleased with what we've managed to deliver so far in the fabric printing area that we've managed to secure additional resource investment, and I guess more as importantly, focus from within our business to really focus on growing this share of the industry within the Kodak portfolio. So later this year or in the very near future, you'll be seeing Kodak extending our inks and other components, so films and TPU powder, suitable for printing onto the direct-to-film substrates, that we've seen interest and news and requests for this really start to snowball since Q4 last year. So we've been working very hard to make sure that we've got a fantastic solution ready for this. So we're working on that at the moment. Testing is going really well, and we are expecting to be able to launch something on that front in the very near future. And following on from what I mentioned previously on the roll-to-roll, we'll be increasing our focus on that industrial roll-to-roll market segment, and we will be putting more products out in that area just to make sure that we've got all our bases covered in the textile space. And for a Friday afternoon, that's me done. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be delighted to answer. If there's anybody would like to know, I'll share what I can or get back to you on what I can't.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you very much for your presentation on Kodak's DGT ink. Oh, I'm supposed to move over a little bit. There we are. Right, I don't see any questions here from the viewers at the moment, but I see that Kodak has been in the web sessions in the exhibition space. How did that go for you this week? How have you experienced Virtual Drupa?
Oh, I've not had any feedback from the commercial inkjet team, but from what I've gathered, they've been super excited preparing for it, and it's such a big event in the Kodak calendar that I'm sure they'll be really delighted with how well it's gone.
Okay. One question that I'm thinking of, because we've had a lot of sustainability theme here. Can you tell us a little bit about sustainability in your solutions?
Well, we work on a purely water-based ink basis. So we are relatively environmentally friendly on that front. So we're not using sort of toxic solvents in our ink products. I can't speak in any great detail to what the ongoing sustainability model is, but I think as far as DTG is concerned, it's a much less water intensive technology than some of the other printing technologies that you've probably seen at the virtual exhibition this week. And I think as far as Kodak's heritage in terms of making sure that we are meeting all of those regulations and a good strong focus on being environmentally sustainable and sound, I've got every confidence that Kodak are doing everything that we can and need to be doing to make sure that we're not doing anything that is detrimental, whilst also making sure that our products are second to none.
Okay. Here I see a question has come up. What major changes do you think are needed for inkjet pigment inks to access more of the traditional screen printed market?
Oh, that's an excellent question, and one that I'm possibly not that well versed in answering, to be honest. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one. That's sadly not my area of expertise. I'm relatively new to DTG, and I'm picking that up as quickly as I can. But as far as screen printing goes, I think maybe cutting the costs on some of these products and maybe looking at some of the hybrid solutions that exist, whereby you would be screen printing the whites and then digital printing the colors on top, I think is one of the excellent hybrid systems that we saw when we were in the Long Beach exhibition, whenever that was now, last January. I think that's possibly a good way to go on that front. But as far as making inks that don't clog your ink heads and reduce your maintenance, I think making sure that you've got the smallest pigments in your ink coloring is probably one of the best ways to go with that.
Okay, I've got another question here for you. Can you explain the application of direct-to-film end user applications?
Oh, I can have a go. So in terms of direct-to-film, the consumer would reverse the image using their RIP software in their computer and then print the color first onto the film. You then print the white on top. So the image is reversed, the color goes down first, the ink goes on top. You then need to dust with the TPU powder, and then that's heat pressed onto the garment.
Great, thank you.
And then you lift the film and the pictures there. It's very similar to the transfer process.
All right, there's questions are coming up now. This is good. Does Kodak plan to venture into dye-based DTG inks?
Not that I'm aware of at this stage. I will never say never, but that's not an area that I've been involved in or heard any talk about at this stage.
And another question is, when will you have a roll-to-roll printing press?
or roll-to-roll fabric printing press, that I don't know. I mean, I'm in the specialist external inks category. As far as the machines and hardware are concerned, that I couldn't tell you. I know that we've got a really great team working on our printing presses, but as far as I'm aware, it's mostly paper and packaging based.
Okay, coming back to DGT ink, is it applicable to all fabrics?
Yes, I mean, at the moment we have a fantastic pre-treat solution that works really well on cotton and cotton mix. And as I said, we're working to improve the pre-treatment so that printing onto more synthetic fabrics like polyester becomes much simpler to do. So obviously there's a lot of polymix garments wanting printing at the moment. So yes, we can print onto that, but we're working on an even enhanced solution so that the washability is even better.
Right, there's a question here, but I'm not sure I understand it. What all fabric is possible with TPU powder?
The TPU powder
that makes
is
sense to you. That's good.
I understand the question, but I'm not sure I've got the answer. So yeah, the TPU powder is the powder that's used in the direct-to-film printing. I don't know, to be honest. That would be a technical question I'd have to get back to you on as to whether or not that is as applicable onto a polyester as it would be to a cotton or a cotton mix.
Okay, Sarah, so a bit off the technical topic now. Have you been to Drupa here in Dusseldorf?
No, I've not been to Drupa in Dusseldorf, sadly, no. So I've been on the external ink side for, I don't know, a couple of years. And prior to that, my background was very much in DeskJet, inkjet. So I was, retail buyer for various big European electronics firms prior to that. So no, sadly, I've not made it over to Drupa. And I think the opportunity that I may have done, the inconvenient global pandemic put a kibosh on that one for me. So I was really hoping to go to the next one, but hopefully by whenever you said 2024.
2024 is the next one.
Yeah, ideally we'll be traveling by then. So I'd love to come out and have a look.
Great, I hope that's the case. Have you had a chance to look around virtual Drupa?
I haven't had a lot of opportunity this week, sadly, but I'm going to be catching up with some of my Kodak colleagues and just see what they managed to take from it this week.
Okay, well, all of the sessions will be available here in the video library. Some of them are already available and the rest will be available from next week. So if there's anything that you spot that you'd like to catch up on, you'll find it in the video library. Thank you so much for joining us.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tanya.
Friday afternoon. I wish you a great weekend and see you in 2024.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So, dear viewers, we will now have a short break. I'll be back here in Stream 1 at 4:30 with 2 presentations in the Touchpoint Packaging Special Forum, starting with digitalization in vertical markets. Enjoy the break and sing the Drupa song, Embrace the Future. See you in a little bit.
and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses, but now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here into the town. Hey, we embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies. Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it
That's the fabulous BB Thomas singing Embrace the Future, our Drupa song for this year. So welcome back to Stream 1 here in the conference area. We're in the special forum, Touchpoint Packaging still. Next up, we will hear a discussion on the topic of digitalization in vertical markets. We will learn from the Print CEO Americas about the world of data and automated publishing. And this is essential to the success of brand owners in the complex food and pharmaceutical sectors. So welcome Jonathan Dobrievsky from the US. And joining Jonathan is Head of Production Information Management and also Information Architecture at B. Braun, one of the world's leading manufacturers of medical and pharmaceutical devices. Welcome, Christian Bröhl. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Tanya. And welcome, everybody, and thank you for tuning in on our session on data, and more data. So we're going to be talking about data aggregation, and then very happy to be joined by Christian from B. Braun, who's going to talk to us about how data and labeling and packaging is helping revolutionize their business. So real quick, I am the president and CEO of Print Americas. Some of you may know us as Work2. I am responsible for our business in North, Central, and South America. We've been around a long time, kind of the global leader in creative layout automation and publishing automation. 450 customers around the world, 100 plus solution partners and vendors, partnered with most of the major product information management and digital asset management vendors. Very high expertise across domains. You know, we're talking about a particular vertical market today, but really we work across most vertical markets. And then we do have a very large global presence. I do like to call us a hidden champion. We are based in Duisburg, Germany, and in the best German tradition, I think sometimes we are much better at the technology than we are the marketing end of things. But there is a very high likelihood that everybody watching us today has actually watched or seen one of the publications that our platform has produced. So really, when we talk about data and data needed for printing or other kinds of digital, even digital publications, we talk about all the different data feeds. It's no longer simply just one data source that's needed to deliver kind of the modern customer experience. And that true omni-channel customer experience. I think so many times print still gets left out of that true omni-channel, you know, as an evangelist for the value of print publications in marketing. You know, when you talk about that omni-channel experience, it's print, it is labeling, it is packaging, along with the e-commerce. And that really the best companies that are succeeding right now have that complete omni-channel understanding. Kind of what print has brought to the table is the ability to revolutionize the production of those kinds of publications in a much more efficient manner. You know, oftentimes we're able to cut about 80% off of the pre-press and creative time it takes to do the layouts and get to the printer. So if you look at the data in the background, you know, one of the elements we work with most is product information data. So often that's been locked away in back-end databases and not really made accessible to the creative folks that create all of these wonderful, wonderful publications. So the ability to reach across and aggregate this data, bring you know, product spec data from PIM and images from DAM and targeting and personalization data from CRM together, and then easily expose that to the creatives to allow them to do what their job is, which is to be a creative. One of our corporate hashtags we love to use is no more copy paste. And our goal is to kind of turn creative marketers into creative marketers and not copy paste editors. And that's one of the ways we're really able to succeed in this arena. And we do that by connecting the Adobe Creative Suite directly to these multiple data sources and allow you to automate the creation of variants. So today's audience is very, very international. Being able to lay out, as a global company, we joke all the time. In English, it takes us this much to say something. In German, it takes this much to say something. And often in French or Spanish or other languages, it takes this much to say something. So being able to lay out all of those different publications in a very fast, automated fashion versus having to literally go and basically create a new publication for each and every language that you want to do is a real key these days to success for large global businesses. And we're going to talk a lot today about labeling, but really these touch points and the same concepts apply to any number of printing or offline customer touch points. So labeling and packaging, which is so important in delivering that differentiated customer experience now. Traditional catalogs, magalogs, leaflets, inserts, weekly flyers, signage, any of those types of publications, the same concepts that we're talking about today can be applied kind of across multiple customer touch points and really deliver a very unique and differentiated customer experience. So with that kind of brief introduction to print, Christian, why don't I hand it over to you and you can kind of tell us what B. Braun is doing in this area and kind of where you see things going.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. First, let me give some insights about what is B. Braun doing. Our vision is that we protect and improve the health of people around the world. And in 64 countries around the world, we have our own subsidiaries, and maybe you can see it on the slides how many different production sites we have and we drive around the world. And here we are focusing us on 16 therapy areas we have competencies in. And in these various different production sites, we produce more than 5,000 products and 120,000 different product variants. And that is a really huge impact if we talk about labels. And we have started creating or driving a specific project focusing on this topic, labeling. And if we look at the current process, we will find that, or we will see that the most of our data is stored in documents. And if you have the need to identify on which document I have which data, maybe we have a change in a regulation in one specific country, though that's not easy. And our idea for the future is that we use our data we have stored and managed in our systems to generate the labels based on the data on the fly. And as all, we have looked if it is possible to make it or happy to buy it. And if we look at our growing regulatory requirements from all over the world, from the different regions and countries, though that's one really complexity. And the next is that we need to be flexible. In the one production side, we produce a product, for instance, for Germany. And after this, the next goes to the United States, and we have totally different requirements. And the quality, so that's really a huge impact. And here, the outcome was that all our external printing partners we have used, currently used, or in the past, so that's not really possible to, if you look at the requirement and the speed we need, that is not our first choice. Though, and here, if we look at our future way, the data-driven way, that everything flows digital, full automized. And here, the big issue is that at the end, we have so many printers in our various production sites, and all the printers have different engines, software drivers, and so on. That makes us, or that brings us really in trouble if we look at all these topics. And here, our wish from our side, for all the printing engine manufacturers, that please look at all these and look at maybe a standard and so on that absolutely help not only us, all the other brands, that we can use this more flexible, touchless, and so on. Okay, so the next topic I want to give you some insights is instructions for use, although known as package insert or leaflet and so on. And if we look here into our world, we see a lot of, we see a lot of different created documents in this way. And as you can see here in the middle of the picture, that is not such easy, as you all know from your personal maybe work and so on. And that is the next big topic. And here we have talked with various customers, and always the same. And as you can see here, that's really currently the standard situation, that some of these paperwork stored then somewhere at the customer, at the point of use, and it's not such easy then to find the right one, if it is the current one or the latest version, and so on. And the next step is, and that is always the same, the customer expect a quickly, easily use of all these information. And here, our idea, not only our idea, it's although the requirements from our customers and although from the regulatory sides, is to have everything online available, always the latest version. And the customer, they expect to have something which is interactive. They can use on the mobile phones or on the computer in the same way. They expect to have more interactive handling information available than we are able to bring it to a print instructions for use or a package in there. And if you see or look here at the figures, so that's really a big amount of euros we spend, and that is only here one specific product area. And here that is one of the biggest points in the future. We will see that here it is a tremendous change. So that's some insights, and now I'm happy to discuss with you these topics. And if you have questions, feel free.
Thank you so much to Christian Breu from B. Braun and also Jonathan Dropiewski from Print Group Americas. We do have some questions for you. What were the challenges for B. Braun in implementing the digital strategy in the organization of B. Braun?
So many. If we look at the different products we are producing in the different countries, though we have a lot of culture impacts, though, and on the one hand, on the other side, see the big technical issues. I've mentioned before, if you look at the existing technologies, and every printer is using a different driver set, and it's not easy to connect to data flow as we expected. So that are the biggest, or two of the biggest challenges we are facing.
Do you think is there a market that's more complex? Oh, hello from Digimark. You've joined our discussion, which is fine. He's actually up next. So, is there a market that's more complex than the pharmaceutical market? Perhaps a question for Jonathan.
It is, you know, I like to say that each vertical market brings its own unique version of complexity. You know, and that, you know, as Christian was saying, you know, particularly in his industry, the differentiation and the amount of regulation, especially when you're a global business, really feeds that continued complexity, which is really where you need solutions to bring the kinds of automation, the consistency that Christian and I were both talking about. Because if you're trying to keep up manually with different regulatory situations across vertical markets and across geographies, you'll pretty much never get to where you really want to be.
Okay, we have one further question from our viewers. What expectations does B. Braun have from print and packaging service providers all over the world in the future? I think you've already mentioned a couple of things, but Christian, if you could answer that question for us.
Yeah, one other topic we are have looked all in the past a lot of times, but we are still facing some issues, is if we want to use more print on demand. So that means that we provide via our global systems documents we want to print in the different regions in the world. And here we expect always the same quality if we talk about the printers, the colors, yeah, especially if we talk about our brand and marketing process and so on. And that's not such easy as it sounds like, you know. So, and here I'm personally really would like to see in the future more standards so that we really can print on demand our marketing material more or less in each country around the world on demand.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that was the final question from our viewers. Thank you, Christian Brö from B. Braun, and also for those insights into your challenges. And also thanks to Jonathan Dobrevsky, Group America's CEO for Print. Wish you all the best for the rest of Virtual Drupa and hope to see you here in 2024.
No, we hope to be there in person next time. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, have a good weekend. Bye.
You too.
Thank you.
Right,
Bye.
dear viewers, we've already got a glimpse of the gentleman from Digimark. We have one more presentation here in the Touchpoint Packaging. Digimark from the US is a leading innovator and provider of enabling technologies for all forms of media and everyday objects. And perhaps that's the reason for the title of the next presentation, Digimark, the platform for everything. So there's a lot promised there. We'll hear what our next speaker has to say. It's my pleasure to introduce Senior European Channel Manager for Digimark. Welcome, Güneri Tukshu.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Thank you. So let me start it off right away. So Digimark has been in the market for more than 25 years. While many people expect us to be rather a startup coming out of nowhere, we've been in the market for quite a significant time. The initial steps of Digimark were in the securing money business, so working with central banks today for global counterfeit deterrence. So chances are pretty high that you have a bill in your pocket that is Digimark enhanced. Moving on, we developed towards driver's license and IDs in the US. We even achieved to win an Emmy in 2015 for our audio watermarking and developed ourselves through print, publications, leaflet circulars towards the packaging industry. What is Digimark? Digimark is basically a low contrast, two-dimensional data carrier embedded into the artwork designs of your packaging. That means no additional colors, no new plates, no change of printing technologies, no anything. It's basically built upon your existing workflows and processes and enables you to turn a physical product on the left into a connected pack on the right. So in many cases, our technology is imperceptible, not to even say invisible to many consumers in different applications. It can be applied for print, digital images, audio, and video. So basically, our technology today can combine common technologies and triggers applied to any kind of packaging and materials today, just like the GTIN, the QR code you use today for connected packaging or consumer engagement campaigns, the data metrics code mainly used for manufacturing, track and trace applications, even the GS128. It all can be covered with one application for the fraction of the cost and resources of the other technologies. So the enhancement process is pretty simple. We're based on pre-passed art. So we work with the existing artwork color separations, embed these as required. So not to say we have a 7-color artwork that necessarily needs to be enhanced in all 7 colors, but could be specifically and optimizedly maybe enhanced in only 2 colors. And the rest of the story is pretty easy. You just proceed with your printing and press production just like you do today. So giving all of this, and before I move into some more details about our different applications, is we can be part of the whole packaging journey, as you can see in this visual. So starting from materials, in the raw materials and plastic materials itself, through design, pre-press, and printing, going towards the fresh products, so even track and trace, serialization, and variable data printing, going through manufacturing, mismatch labels, different applications on distribution centers, like corrugated or primary packaging, obviously going down to the retail part, having clients like Walmart or Netto in Germany, and connecting with consumers at their home, and touching the omnichannel and e-commerce applications. And last but not least, probably the most important application we do have today is the recycling part. So Digimark today enables you to not only enhance the packaging labels on bottles and packaging or the packaging printed materials, but also the plastics itself to enable you to detect and push circular economy in regards to sustainability to whole new dimensions. So when you go through the retail landscape today, especially if you look through travel retail and the duty-free areas where you have a little different budgets for products, you will see, and chances are high to get fingers on your product, having a marketing QR code on it, having RFID or NFC chips, the supply chain codes, mainly through data metrics, and a GTIN, obviously, for the scanning. Our technology, the Digimark digital barcode, can combine all of the functionalities of these technologies for the fraction of the cost and resources. So the benefits are clearly a Digimark enhanced package today for operational efficiency can also be applied and used for sustainability, means recycling, sortation, detection, can be applied for consumer engagement, and in many cases for even brand protection or serialization. So having the technology once in a package enables you multiple applications. Just a comparison, and I know that all of these technologies have their right to be on the market with strengths and weaknesses, as we do have. But if you compare common technologies in the market, just like image recognition, QR codes, or highly anticipated NFC and RFID things, independently of the cost per unit, which is a game changer, especially for NFC and RFID, the scalability, the different applications, the minimum impact on existing resources, and the applications in regards of further technologies are unique to our technology. And speaking about uniqueness, Digimark applications vary throughout the whole chain. So today we've been talking about packaging mainly, but it can be also applied on thermal labels like food labels, inline printed used for track and trace and sortation applications on clamshells, for example. But it can even apply to surfaces, just like steel, wood, laminate, concrete, and any kind of furniture you can imagine of. Of course, plastics is one of the key areas we're focusing on today. So the plastic material will get embedded without any additional colors or change of material, enabling the bottle to be detected throughout the sorting and recycling systems. And some of the fun parts of our technology are clearly the apparel. So since quite a long time, you can basically buy Premier League jerseys today having Digimark code all of them. So if you have an official Premier League jersey in your hands, just try to give it a scan on the back. Of course, and it's initially at the beginning, I mentioned tabs, circulars, magazines, books, just as well as our media. So you can enhance a social media spot, a TV commercial, or even your radio car spot with an audio watermark that enables a trigger once the user watches the commercial or listens to it. Speaking about importance, so we're pretty proud and we're really highly successfully working with this European Lighthouse project called Holy Grail. For those of you who are not familiar with this is a project with around 120 companies right now involved, trying to change circular economy as we know it. The goal is to add the Digimark barcode into plastic material itself, the plastics, as well as the printed items and printed packages, to have the detection on a whole new level and improve the sortation process significantly. As you can see of this slide with some of the participants, it really is pretty anticipated and unique of its kind. So what we basically do is, as I mentioned earlier, is we can embed not only the label on your water bottle, but the bottle itself throughout a pattern of codes, which feels like some of the bottles you can get today in the market to have a little grip on it. So there's a little pattern in the form through thermal forming or laser engraving, which enables those sorting system detection systems to detect the unique code within this and identify each plastic material. Speaking about printing, one of the most and biggest success stories we have currently is most likely the Walmart toy catalog. Coming around Christmas time in the US, highly anticipated. We have dozens of pages full with content in regards for consumer engagement, video, AR, VR, discovery labs, connecting omni-channel with the physical item. So it's a whole entertaining aspect, also pushing the e-commerce channel significantly. So dynamic updates, this is probably one of the best aspects of our technology is once the code is on the pack, on the physical item itself, you can change what happens anytime you want. So you can change the content or the consumer engagement for your cup of coffee or the product of your fresh cheese, different having experience in the morning, then at noon, then in the evening, without any additional costs or changes of the physical item. If you're running a campaign today, you can have a different content behind it on Monday than on Tuesday or on Wednesday. Fresh produce. Pretty challenging today to serialize products, to track and trace when products are picked, how long they have been on the road, how long they have been stored, and all those information that are really essential for the B2B part, but also for the most demanding consumer generation. Today, they want to know where the products are coming from, how long they have been on the road, and how even the CO2 footprint is. So with our technology, you can not only enable the serialization and variable data printing, but also enable consumer engagement and use it for internal manufacturing and operations. Counterfeit deterrence. Another very important aspect of our technology is we can enable package today with covert and overt technologies to have different codes on the package to make sure that the brand protection and the product is authenticated to the consumers today. So again, it can be used to verify the authenticity of a product, just as could be used for manufacturing process internally, as well as serialization and track and trace at the same time. Speaking about manufacturing, even today, it's a huge issue for many big CPGs to have products wrong labeled. That means the front label doesn't match the back label, or the top, the lid doesn't match the cup. So we can enable working with the companies like DataLogic, Honeywell, NCR, Zebra, or big inline marking companies like Koenig & Bauer Coding, message marking systems, to have our technology applied throughout your production and manufacturing process to make sure that everything is as it should be. You can even go up another level and start enhancing the secondary packaging, the corrugated packaging, to match the content of the primary packaging inside. So this is very quickly a rough overview about Digimark and its applications. And we want to really say thank you for listening, and feel free to shoot out any questions.
Thank you very much for your insights into Digimark's enabling technologies. We do have a couple of questions from the viewers here. First of all, what potential do you see for the industry from a European lighthouse project like HG 2.0?
Well, it's obvious if you have 120 companies, and I think the numbers are counting, and we're talking about changing the circular economy part. So the detection of plastics itself to a significant amount compared to the current state today, we can boldly speak about a potential industrial standard in the future that enables to use higher quality of recyclates compared to today.
So increased recycling is the potential that you see?
Increased, significant, yes.
Okay. Another question here from one of our viewers. Thank you also to the viewers for sending in your questions. We have seen various technologies coming onto the market in recent years. Why do you think connected packaging or network packaging is getting much more attention now?
I think it's mainly because the environment is changing. I mean, COVID showed us that targeting consumers is almost impossible today because we just go for grocery shopping just as quick as we can. So, connecting with the consumers directly today is more important than ever. And I think it's a good time. We have a significant amount of great technologies in the market, not only our technology, but any other technologies in the market for different use cases that enable brands and industry to really connect with their audience and share information and increase the sales.
Okay, carrying on with the theme of connected packaging, what is the impact of the current COVID-19 pandemic on innovations like connected packaging?
Obviously, yeah. I mean,
engagement?
the POS the POS is pretty struggling today. We don't have the time and we are not in the mood to actually spend time in retail landscape to really get that commercial, that branding in store. So it's really important to connect with your consumers, not only on the digital channels, as most brands already do today, pretty good, but it's also giving them something in their trusted environment, sitting at home on the couch, connecting with a product, getting information, really getting a consumer branded is key to success today for the big CPGs.
Great. Well, that's all the questions we have from our viewers. Thank you so much for your contribution here at Virtual Drupa.
Thank you for having me.
Have you been to Düsseldorf before?
Yes, indeed. I always love to be there. So I will just align with the previous speakers. Let's hope we can meet physical next time.
That's right. See you in 2024. Thank you. Gunnari Tukshu from Digimark. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So, dear viewers, we have one final presentation today here in the conference section, and it'll take the form of a panel discussion. In the following discussion, we will learn how adopting a unique technology can change your business for the better. The discussion was organized by Density Media. Density Media is a young company based in Milan, passionate about innovative technologies in printing and packaging, and also focused on digital content production. It is my pleasure to introduce once again the CEO of Density Media. He is also the moderator of the panel, and Lorenzo Villa will tell us who else is joining him in the panel. Over to you, Lorenzo.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for the introduction. How are you today? Everything was fine with the sessions? A long day.
We've had a very busy day. Everything has gone very nicely with the sessions. Yes, we're looking forward to your panel discussion now.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So, good afternoon again from us, from Density, and welcome to our fourth and last session of the series Behind Print Technology. As mentioned, my name is Lorenzo Villa. I'm the co-founder of Density and the publisher of the magazine Italia Publishers. Let me just remind you before starting that if you want to submit your questions for our panelists, you can do it through the platform of the conference. Just a quick introduction. Many printers still believe that the success of their business depends on printing. Anyway, the market shows that those who do not sell print but consider print as a functional component of their product, of their service, normally make more money. In our sessions, we met, this is the last day, 12 printing companies from around the world that look at print from a different angle. Today, we are going to meet 3 printing companies that invested in a distinctive print technology to open up a new market and to do something different, to set themselves apart from the competition. Or, in one case, invented a new technology if it did not exist before. And so our first guest is Johnny Obeka, the managing director of EPAC Flexible Packaging in Europe. Thanks, Johnny. Welcome. Thanks for joining us today.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Good to be on the panel.
The second panelist is Johannes Piger, the digital print manager of Schumacher Packaging, a family-owned German corrugated packaging converter with 30 production sites across Europe. And Schumacher is also a pioneer of digital printing in its particular field, in the corrugated packaging. And as we will see, has a strong belief in a water-based inkjet technology. Welcome, Johannes, and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, and welcome, Lorenzo.
Okay. And today, once again, we have two namesakes, Johnny and Johannes, in your respective languages, same name. It's fun. Like 2 days ago, we had two Rick. The third panelist is Andreas Skanse, owner at Big Image Systems, a large format printing company based in the Stockholm area. Not only Big Image is a supplier of what they call large format digital experiences, but they are also the inventors of a proprietary printing technology that we will discover in a few minutes. Good afternoon, Andreas, and welcome.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me here, Lorenzo. We really appreciate it.
So let's start with our conversation. Johnny, tell us more about IPAC flexible packaging, and about your latest development in the European market.
Sure. Thanks once again, Lorenzo. I mean, yeah, EPAC, we are a flexible packaging company, as the name says. But what makes us unique really is our approach to the market, and why, the reason, the mission that EPAC was created, 4 or 5 years ago, and this is really the I'd say. What makes us different from the rest of the field in flexible packaging. We really went out there to challenge the problems that the industry had when it comes to servicing a very complex range of product at a very lengthy amount of time, and with a very much high barrier when it comes to the first order, quantity wise and value wise. So we found a very I'd say useful space to service, which is the small and medium-sized companies. We wanted to work with their local environment, with the local market, with their local community, and with local produce, particularly in the food and in the added value items. And they needed packaging. And when you have somebody, a founder, or somebody who created a new product, I think it's all very exciting until he phones up a flexible packaging company, and a conventional one at least, and finds out how complex it is to order their packaging and how long they have to wait for it. And then in most cases, their dreams become a little bit more challenging and might disappear. In our case, we work with those folks, we enable their businesses, and then that really actually makes all the difference for their businesses, and made already all the difference for ours as well, to be able to scale up in the US first, and then into Canada and Europe and in Asia. And more companies are now involved, and countries involved with us than ever, basically, and we're still growing. So that's EPAC in a nutshell.
Well, thanks, Johnny. And Johannes, would you like to retrace for us the steps of Schumacher's growth, and explain what markets and what customers you serve?
I mean, as you mentioned at the beginning, Schumacher is one of the biggest packaging manufacturers in Germany, who is still family owned and family operated since 1948. So we started with the first corrugator from BHS, was in 1975. And today, with 31 sites all over Europe, we have many global brand customers in all markets, like e-commerce, for example, like the food market, automotive, and of course, healthcare. So that's Schumacher.
Thanks, Thanks, Johannes. Yes, and in fact, the e-commerce in particular is one of the key drivers of all these boxes that every day come in our offices, in our home, in our receptions, and it's crazy to see how the corrugated boxes switched from being just a box, just a brown box, into something more. I don't know, relevant to all of us. And now, Andreas, please help us to take a dive into the wonderful, let me call it, extra large world of big image systems.
I would be glad to. In 1987, we were a photography laboratory, and all of a sudden we wanted to do everything we did in the opposite way. So photography back then was developing analog film, it was small format, and it was on paper. And the opposite of that would be large format, digital, and on fabric. And so that's what we wanted to do. And there was no such technology. So we started to develop our own technology. We wanted to go into stage set designs for operas and theaters and TV studios and film studios. And we wanted to revolutionize that particular segment. It took us 10 years to get there. But we are having the time of our life, and we're printing super large images, 12 by 50 meters in one piece without a seam, on fabric with water-based inks, and we're supplying it to customers all over the world, especially Netflix.
Thanks, Andreas. It's nice to see these giant images. It's impressive. And let's get now into the heart of your products and services. Johnny, let's start with you with IPAC. What kind of products and special applications do you make, and how do you offer something unique to your customers in a market, the flexible packaging, which is traditionally linked to big brands and to huge volumes?
Sure, Lorenzo. I mean, we're simplifying flexible packaging is really an art. You know, how do you and the way we look at flexible packaging, there's like two facets of it. There's a functional element to it, which is, you know, it's there to offer you a solution, right? To not only transport the product from A to B, but to preserve the product, to get it to the customer. And it's very much a functional element of the product itself. And also it is a visual element, because that's the product, its communication with its, you know, consumer is through the packaging. So at IPAC, we take that approach to solving that problem. We have a fantastic rationalized offering of barrier products to serve our food segment, which quite challenging barriers, and different, you know, different products require different barriers, and the high definition printing, and, you know, basically you know, myriad embellishments that you can offer using a digital unique platform, which, you know, we can focus on you know, maximizing its utility. So the two together is really offering functionality and you know, aesthetics at the same time. And you don't have to add a label, you don't have to add an embellishment that isn't really, you know, a hurdle again to reach the shelf and the consumer. And we do this in you know, 10 to 15 days, maybe quicker, you know, in the future. Even today, some of our you know, operating partners are offering a quicker lead time than that, and at a very, very low, you know, we say we don't have a minimum quantity, but minimum order value, which also makes us unique. So that's how we go about you know, our business, and every day offers a new conversation with people who want to solve, you know, packaging problems for their designs and their creations. I hope I answered you.
Yeah, of course, and yeah, as you mentioned it was a huge challenge, and your idea is brilliant, and the execution as well, apparently. And okay, Johannes, why is Schumacher packaging different from the many suppliers of corrugated boxes? Which products and which services make your offer unique?
So to start from the beginning, Schumacher was always wanted to be one step ahead when it comes to print technologies, like generations before we started when it comes to high flexor printing. And so it was in 2008 when Björn Schumacher, our CEO, and Jean-Pascal Bobst, the CEO of Bobst, decided to build a digital printing machine for the corrugated packagings. I think it was the first one available on the market. So 2008, we started to thinking about and write down what we need. So why is this coming from? It's always our customers always expecting the best print quality on the market. And even they want to go with, as mentioned before, they want to go with faster orders, smaller orders, and even marketing actions. So that's why we come from building digital technology to the day we've been today, which means we have a long journey. And the long journey was we installed a digital printing machine from Bobst in 2015 in our plant in Ebersdorf. And in the end of 2017, we decided together with Bobst that it's not longer the perfect solution for all of us. So Bobst was trying to get something new, and we were trying to get something new. So I traveled the world to find out who is the best solution for the corrugated market and for our customers as well, because our customers have special expectations when it comes to print quality. So we decided in 2017, to do a field test with the first machine of Durst. So today we're using, after 4 years later, we are using 2 fully automated Durst machines. So that was a long journey. And today we started to go digital printing inline in the corrugator with BHS. I think we started to plan these steps also in 2014 when we installed the first machine from Bobst. So it's a long journey, it's a long way to drive, and it will be long steps in the future. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. Yeah. But maybe we can go even more in depth on your technical issues. You are an engineer. You are a technical guy, and it would be great to understand the details and something more about this path, this technology path. And Andreas, can you explain why and how Big Image Systems creates and sells something which is other than just large format digital printing?
Well, it really starts with us not actually selling a print. We sell more of an expected result. What we do is when we talk to customer, and especially our creative customer in the stage field, and stage meaning theater, opera, TV, film studios, etc., is that we talk to them about what is the expected result that they want to achieve by using large format visual experiences. That's how we talk about it. And we have a set of many questions where we try to figure out what is the experience they are trying to create. What is the sensation of the feelings of the people looking at the image or seeing the show or whatever it is. And the more we understand what they are trying to create, the better we can create a product that will actually help them do that. So we have a lot of questions. We work together with the clients at an early stage. We try to understand the stage play. We try to understand the manuscript. We try to work with the artist, with the set designers to create something really unique for each and every show. And after we have done that, it's easier for us to actually do the production. But then it comes to installation, which also requires engineering and also being there for general rehearsals and trying to change the set designs to make it work. And so that we are sure that we live up to the client's expectations, or hopefully we exceed the client's expectations, because then we know they'll come back for something more. And along this entire process, we very rarely talk to the client about technology or about how we print or why we print and stuff like that. They are totally focused on creating the large format visual experience result. And that is what we have promised them to help them with. So that's the way it works for us. Although we are technology nerds ourselves and we have to bite our tongue sometimes not to speak about technology, but most clients are focused on creating the result. That's the way we sell, and that's the way we have become quite successful in this particular field.
Okay. Thanks, Andreas. And well, guys, now even if Johannes already anticipated something about their impressive fleet of single pass presses, now it's the time for technology, especially those print technologies that made a real difference to your companies. So let's start with EPAC. Johnny, printing flexible packaging entirely digitally is something that many still consider impractical. How did you face and overcome this challenge?
Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't be surprised here, and you've got a lot of skepticals along the way, and then you see a company like EPAC being successful like that, and you wonder, right? How do we pull it off? I mean, it's easy, really. We defined the problem first before we went to digital, but if you define the problem of the conventional, you know, the barriers to entry, the cost of origination, and the play, and you pile them up, and you know, wrap them all up again, you know, and call it ownership cost, and then you try to solve it, you'll find out very quickly that actually digital and, you know, can solve a lot of this. And if you build the infrastructure around digital rather than around conventional, with digital as a backup plan, then you've got all your processes optimized for that, and you've got all the services around it supporting it, you know, designed for that process. It works. It really works. And then you're talking to an audience where you're going there to offer not just, like, you know, like Andrea said, not just a print. You're offering them a solution, a service, and you're opening up their options. And instead of working with procurement departments, now you're working with companies, with owners, with marketing people, and that's where the value is. That's where the you know, nobody wants to buy a pouch. Everybody wants to sell a product, and so if you can help them, you know, sell a product, then you've got a business. And this is where digital comes in, because it enables that solution to shorten the time between the, you know, the requirement and the availability, and that actually changes the game. You know, changes the game for our customers, for their brands, for their perception in the market, for their clients, starting with, you know, a fast product on the shelf, to promotions, to you know, bespoke solutions, to regional, and to really you know, widen that horizon of what you can do with packaging and with consumer brands. That's really our take.
Yeah, Johnny, remaining on your technologies, on your mostly HP Indigo presses, is there anything unique in your way to produce? Is there anything unique in the configuration, for example, of your presses, or your combination of printing and converting?
I mean, what's definitely unique is that, first of all, our approach. We do not cut corners at EPAC. We really would like to use the best technology out there, whatever that is, whether it's in our software that we use, our partners in raw material, our partners in press suppliers and other auxiliary material suppliers, our, you know, laminators and so on. So we really have this. If you want to offer a Class A service, you've got to work with, you know, the best providers out there. So that's an approach, I guess. And so that is also linking all those technologies together, making them sing as one piece of technology at the end. Okay, you might call it EPAC maybe, but that's also another approach, right? You need people to work with people, and they are compatible, and the philosophy and the vision is common as well. And then the third one is we wanted it to be scalable, right? We wanted to replicate and scale properly so that we can offer the widest service in and that's also an approach, I guess. But they work well together, and this is how we went about the growth period.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. And Johannes, even if digital printing is now, let's say, widespread in the corrugated packaging, it was not so when Schumacher started. Above all, the idea of using water-based technology was and still remains distinctive. Are you happy to tell us a little bit more about this technical journey into digital printing? You already mentioned the big, impressive machines that you purchased, but maybe you can help us to understand a little bit better.
To understand the technologies, you have to understand what we are looking for. We're not looking for to identify like problems at the beginning. We're always looking to find the best solution for us and for our customers, and also for the machine manufacturers. As Johnny mentioned before, you always work with people, and for us it was important to find a partner who is truly strong, family owned, and then go deeper into the technical problems, which means scrubs at the end or something like that, or missing dots or something. So when you say, tell me more about the technology, so what do you want to hear? I could sit here and tell you 1.5 hours about problems, but this is not what the customers want to hear. What the customers want to hear is find a solution. And to find a solution is always, when it comes to digital, you always have to do one step by step by step. So with us together to be in digital means for us in the beginning, when we decided to go to digital, we don't invest in all other technologies anymore. So that was the step. But then we learned a couple of years later, we have a lot of things to fix. And then it begins with materials. So it was not possible at the beginning to print on double-coated material. I think there was an issue for everyone at the market. So we decided to fix this problem at first. And then it was not possible to print really high quality on uncoated material or brown boxes because there was no digital primer. And if we don't work with digital primer, we're going to smash the corrugator. We're going to smash the wave into the corrugated boxes. So we're going to have to bring up more paper in to get it stable, but we want to reduce material. It's all good for the environment. So there was some technical issues we have to fix and something we already fixed. And the most important, that is water-based used colors and inks, was not something we decided. That was something our customers decided for us, because they said the most important thing when it comes to digital is always to do water-based colors. I think it's something in the German market, even if you go to the Netherlands or Belgium, it's not that much important. And when you look to Spain or Italy, it's known important. But in Germany, it is something, it's a must-have when it comes to digital.
Okay. Thanks for your giving this perspective and this insight. I'm particularly curious in a coexistence in your digital printing workflow of a type of machine, a single pass press that prints directly onto the corrugated board, onto the sheets of corrugated board, and a different system. It's water-based as well, it's inkjet as well, but it prints directly onto the roll of paper, then only later becomes a sheet of corrugated board. So how all these introductions, how digital printing in general forced you to redesign the company's workflow and the production process?
There are two ways to print, as you mentioned. You can print on sheets, but when you look at the market today, what kind of machines we have for digital printing on corrugated cardboard, if your volume is not higher than like 35 million square meters per year, which is a lot for some others, but not for us, then it makes no sense to print with a single pass machine on corrugated boxes. It makes no sense because you can even do like 25 million square meters per year. If your company is higher, then you have to look for another solution. And another solution for us was to print on a 2.80 machine with 300 meters on the paper and then to bring it to corrugated board afterwards. That was the solution why we said, the reason why we said we need this solution.
Okay, thanks, Johannes. And Andreas, when I first heard about Big Image Systems, about your founder Werner Schäfer, and your Infinitus printer, or Infinitus, I don't know which is the right pronunciation. I literally went crazy. And so, can you tell us more about this story, about your technology?
Yes, I can. Now, when we figured out what we wanted to do after being a photography laboratory, we wanted to print on fabric. But fabric has its own life, and especially fabric made out of cotton. And we wanted to print with water-based inks. And what happens if you splash water onto cotton? Well, it shrinks. And then when it gets hot, it can expand again. So cotton was everywhere, and we could never control the size of the cotton. So we figured out how to pre-shrink and pre-treat the cotton and to work with it that way. But you can't move cotton. And when you move it from a roll to another roll, it will start rolling sideways like a bad curtain. So we had to figure out how to keep the cotton straight and how to print on it. So we developed a huge drum. The drum is 6.5 meters in circumference, or a little bit over 2 in diameter. And the drum is 12.5 meters wide. And we can load that with 12.5 meters wide fabric. And when the drum rotates, we print with inkjet printheads going from left to right, both directions. But the challenge was that we also wanted to print on both sides, because with fabric, you can have one image on one side and you can print another image on the back side. And depending on how you light these two images, you can make the image on the back side shine through on the front side. So that means that in your theater stage or in your TV studio, you can change the mood of the image or change the actual image by just changing the lighting. So how do you print 12 by 50 meters in one seamless piece, then flip it around and print it once again, but having the artwork registrate within less than 2 millimeters of the entire 600 square meters surface? Well, it took some experimenting and it took some unsuccessful tries, let me tell you that. But we were able to figure it out. And today you can see these double-sided huge prints in virtually every TV series or film you can see today. Everything. It's on HBO, it's on Netflix, it's on Amazon, Apple TV Plus, it's everywhere. And we're really happy about it.
Thanks, Andreas. But to be fair, not the entire production of Big Image Systems is based on this extraordinary machine. It's in the real life, you run a fleet of large format, super wide format inkjet printers and heat calendars and cutting equipment. So would you like to, I don't know, tell us a little bit how do you work every day? How do you manage your jobs, your huge amounts of fabrics also for the retail market and for the other the advertising market?
Yeah, for those markets, we have a fleet of 7 different machines. They happen to be from Durst also, actually. They're all 5-meter versions, and we have cutting machines. We have 3 large digital cutting machines. So we have about 40 different sewing machines. We have a floor space of a combined floor space of about 8,000 square meters. empty floor space, because that's what you need when you work with these large fabrics. And outside the large prints for cultural, like theater, opera, TV, film, we print a lot for retail and stuff like that. And we have lots of fabrics, and we work with those clients in very much the same way. In the retail industry, it's common to meet clients that focus a lot on price, which we don't. So those clients we rarely win, or we get in arguments with them for many different reasons. But we try to keep track of all information and expectations of clients in our own web-based order management system. So every employee has on their phone what they're supposed to do and all the information connected to that, and it's sorted with the information that they need, because everyone in the sewing department does not necessarily need all of the same information that they need in the artwork department, etc. So we try to streamline this also. But this is also due to the fact that more than 70% of our orders gets changed by clients after we have sent them the order confirmation. So we need a system to keep everything up to date, and to make sure that when our employees work with images, they work with the latest information. So we have programmers, we have engineers, and we try to develop the system at all times. But the focus is always to change the systems and to change the technology to create more value for the client. That's always what we do.
Okay, and Andreas, during your speech, we saw a couple of or plenty of nice images related to some of your projects, including the famous Sistine Chapel.
Yep.
And many others. So can you, I don't know, feel free to choose the one, and so can you give us a little bit some insights, what happened behind the scene of this project, and how you managed, how you did it?
So the Sistine Chapel, there was a movie, a German movie. We have a new pope, the name was, and they wanted to record very important scenes inside the Sistine Chapel. So we were involved in an application process to do the film inside the Sistine Chapel. It wasn't possible. We didn't get the approval to do it, and I can understand that. But what we did was that we got the approval to go there and take high-resolution photos of the entire inside of the Sistine Chapel. We used a 3-dimensional structural laser scanner to scan everything in 3 dimensions. And then we built a 3-dimensional graphic model. We printed everything and installed everything inside a film studio in scale 1:1. So we recreated a complete perfect replica of the Sistine Chapel. And when you see the movie, you can't tell the difference. Even I can't tell the difference. It is the Sistine Chapel. And in a project like that, engineering, project management, creative services, that's like 80% of what we invoice the client. The last 20 is printing, finishing, and shipping.
Yeah, Andreas, for the sake of accuracy, if I'm not wrong, it was an Italian movie, not a German one.
It was Italian, right? But there was a German production crew.
A German production, yeah. Yes, I remember. Okay, so thanks, guys. And as for my guests in the last 3 days, I have a question. I have a spicy question for you, which is how relevant are the technical aspects and your equipment to your customers? So, Johnny, do you often talk with your customers about your beautiful presses?
Actually, we do talk to them a lot about our presses. Not that they care, right? So yeah, they listen. It's a nice chat, but I think the relevance here is what can we offer them with our assets that actually nobody else can, and this is really, really is an important question. And for us, for instance, I'll give you an example. Our latest project is, and really proud of what we're trying to achieve here, is EPAC Connect, and you can go in and do a bit of a search. You should find us, hopefully. But what we're trying to offer with that solution is a unique take on functional packaging again, and we take good old-fashioned packaging and take it into another dimension altogether, where we're offering a solution to our customers to serialize all their pouch down to the first pouch. So if somebody orders 100,000 pouches from us, they get 100,000 different pouches from us with a unique serial code, QR code, which is enabled with off-the-shelf basic, anti-counterfeit functionality, and that can be connected later on through a platform to whatever you want to do with it. You could do a campaign, a marketing campaign. You can do a product recall. You can do a farm to fork, solution, traceability, blockchain, you name it. It's them who decide. So for us, yeah, this is the technology is bringing this, right? It's the way that we can, automate that process through our assets across our network, from France to Vancouver, for Jakarta, anywhere. So basically, it's a solution that we offer. It can only be done because we've got this synchronized platform and approach to printing. It's enabled by the technology, by the software that comes with it, and for them it's ready to use. And this is what we think is relevant, not really whether we're using digital or not, if you know what I mean. So this
Johnny,
is the beauty of bringing an asset that is doing something differently than other assets and making it into a product that our consumers can really feel and use.
Johnny, are they interested in sustainability of the digital process, perhaps?
That's a very good question. Again, what we do, the way we approach sustainability is not from just one angle or another, so we've got a multitude of dimensions here. So our approach really is on a life cycle approach. What is the impact of that product from its inception until its demise, a cradle to grave approach. And we package that again into our very light footprint, create without any emission, license, because we don't emit anything. We have a very low carbon footprint in terms of, the redundancies that we need, the industrial waste that we produce, and eventually the waste that is generated because of obsolescence when those orders are really very big, and most of the industry does not use down to the last, pouch or package. And you know what? We take all of this and we combine it with something like ePack Connect, where we can tell the consumer all this through that platform. We can tell them, for instance, if they scan in London, or if they scan in Paris, or if they scan in Jakarta, what to do with that pouch, right? Where do they dispose of it? So we've got a really a way where our vision is really to approach this holistic question of the environment and offer our clients the liberty of solving this problem with us, not pretend that we have a holy grail solution and that's it. We're offering them the tools and we telling them how we do things, and that's how we approach this question, really.
Okay, Johnny, until a couple of years ago, an offer like yours, a service like the one you provide with ePack did not exist. So who are your customers? What's the the profile of your typical customer?
I mean, it's a range, really, Lorenzo. We are different things to different people, but also we're not everything to everyone. So we deal a lot with small to medium-sized businesses who are really making a product offered in their local community, be it a converter offering a local delicacy in I don't know, in South France, for instance, or somebody in Canada trying to take a spin on granola, or somebody in Scotland wanting to offer his, again, a product that is really a challenger product. Also, we can service bigger brands where they want to they're looking to solve a problem, end of run, promotion, again, local offering or seasonal offering. So we can do a lot of things with a lot of, but our approach is really unique in terms of keeping it simple, keeping it affordable to everybody, not a big entry to barrier, bringing the benefits of the flexible packaging big companies that they have, working with really integrated and big corporates for everyone, opening it up. And we're finding that really, I mean, creativity is the best thing. Is you see those products, you come to our sites and you see the designs, and they're fantastic. And we do them into Christmas trees, we make them into panels, because they're really very creative. They sing like, buy me, try me, and this is what I think our customers want at the end.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. And Johannes, what about your conversations with your customers at Schumacher? What are the key topics when you speak with them, when they approach you?
It's not even selling a product anymore like we've done 10 years ago, when we've just printed a box and delivered them, and it was not necessary to know for the customer if it's printed on machine 1 or if it's printed on printing machine 5 or 6 or 10 or 15. It wasn't necessary to know. But today we not deliver a box, a printed box. We deliver a solution, which means before becoming digital, there was some customers who have to label their prints, their packages afterwards. This is not necessary anymore. With digital, you just can print VDB codes on it in every way. It doesn't matter. So the production step, labeling is not there anymore. So that means it's cheaper for them to produce for their customers. So that means it becomes cheaper when we print it digital. I mean, maybe it's a bit more expensive than it has been before, when it's just been a brown box with angry on it or something like that. But becoming a digital solution is always getting the whole solution. And even when it comes to design relaunch, some of our brand customers, so they want to know what is possible from the technical side. Is it glossy? Is it matte? Is it not so glossy? What can we do with the inks? How can we do cost savings, which is more and more important when you come from the flexo printing or from the offset printing. It is important to not be like 10 times more expensive today. So that means we have to reduce the inks on the packaging, because the ink is always the most important part in digital printing. So when we talk with customers about design relaunches, we always talk about how is it possible to get the price reduced or cheaper, or maybe the same price that it has been before, and how can we get the best technical solution for your unboxing experience.
Yeah, in fact, it's probably what you are the type of message you are delivering with a nice video we saw before. It was probably all about the commitment of Schumacher to contribute to offer the consumers a more appealing, a more rewarding unboxing experience.
Right, and that's what we deliver. That's what we mean when we say we deliver a solution and not a box anymore.
And so, Andreas, let's switch to your giant images and to your conversation with your customers. So, what happens when you talk?
Well, yeah, today we don't need to start from the beginning every time and to talk to clients about what is digital printing and what is digital large format printing. We had to do that like until maybe 10 years ago. We still had to explain to clients what digital print was and what it could do. But that's also the time about where we try to change our message from print to solution more. And what has happened now is that we have a question-based driven conversation with the clients, where we try to ask them questions that they might not even have the answers to, but we know from our experience, having done this now for 34 years, this is our 34th year of doing digital printing, we have formed a series of questions that can help the client figure out what is it that they need and what is it that they want. And quite often, in more than half of our customer calls, we figure out something for the client, together with the client, that they have not figured out themselves. We help them find more value in using our products and services and know-how. And so we try to have a conversation with the client where we show that we take responsibility for the result the client will have by using our services and products. And it has become a successful way to talk to creative people. Every now and then we meet people that do not understand a single word that we're saying. And that's also a learning experience for us to try to talk to these people and to try to understand them, because obviously we're not having our messages very unclear to them. And sometimes we meet clients that we just have no basis whatsoever to talk to. But most of the times we have creative clients that love being challenged, and they love being challenged with trying to figure out what they want. And it's become a successful sales strategy for us. And we rarely talk technology about with the clients. Sometimes the clients are interested and they ask questions about technology, and we're happy to answer them, of course. But that technology discussion is very seldom initiated from our side. So that's the way it worked for us.
Thanks, Andreas, and thanks, Johnny. Thanks, Johannes, for being with us. Our session, our time is over. And so thanks to the Drupa audience for following these 4 sessions, and enjoy the weekend. Thanks, Tanya.
Grazie mille, Lorenzo
Please,
Villa,
go on.
CEO from Density Media, and to all the panelists for sharing your wonderful stories about adopting new technologies and how that impacted your business. All the best, and hope to see you here at Drupa 2024.
For sure.
Yep.
Dear viewers, that was the final session here in the conference area on the final day of Virtual Drupa 2021. Thank you so much for joining us here in the conference area. We are delighted that Virtual Drupa has attracted so much interest over the week, with over 20,000 visitors and over 500,000, that's 500,000 web page clicks during the week. You can make use of the matchmaking tool until October this year. And over in the exhibition space, we have one more live web session from our exhibitor, EFI. Thank you also to all our 212 exhibitors for sharing all your latest developments this week. It has been a huge achievement for Sabine Gelderman and her Drupa team here at Messe Düsseldorf, and also, of course, for all our event partners for taking the program from 2020 last year, what was planned over 11 days, and condensing all of that into 4 days here at Virtual Drupa. So a huge success and huge congratulations. Also, once again, thank you to our speakers for sharing all your knowledge and that great content that you've brought to the conference program this week. Then we are delighted that Virtual Drupa has had such success over the week. We hope that you will enjoy the Drupa song now. Of course, nothing beats coming to Düsseldorf and meeting your business partners in person, sharing a beer with them and some sausages. But we hope that we have provided significant contribution for you in an informative digital platform and a virtual networking space. All the best. Hope to see you here in 2024. Auf Wiedersehen from Messe Düsseldorf.
Hello and welcome to Düsseldorf. My name is Dieter Falk, and together with my son Paul, I composed the Drupa song. In case you didn't know, actually the very first Drupa song has been composed in 1986. And since 2000, there has been Drupa songs in every edition. Now we would like to continue this tradition, especially because some very enthusiastic fans in the Drupa community encouraged us to do so. Now, in my little studio, I would like you to meet our fantastic singer Bibi Thomas and my co-composer Paul.
Hello and welcome. We would have loved a live performance with all your engagement and all our senses. But now we give you a live performance in our small studio with all our heart.
And so even though the circumstances could be much better, we still want to bring both worlds together, live and digital, and create an amazing virtual Drupa experience. So let's embrace the future. Guys, are you ready?
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Drupa town. We embrace the future.
Welcome to Düsseldorf! Embrace new business and inspiration. Get an inspiring insight on the future of print.
We embrace the future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Drupa town. Hey, we embrace the future.
Drupa is the capital of print technologies.
Embrace the future.
Drupa stands for innovation, key technology trends, and orientation.
Embrace the future. The world of print is getting here to Düsseldorf. The world of print is getting here. The future with the passion for print. We embrace the future and we do it now with the words of printing here in Drupa town. We embrace the future.
Drupa, our DNA is print, and together we're gonna make Düsseldorf the capital of print.